Okay. We're back. We are back today. I'm trying out a new setup, a new layout. Hopefully it works. Hopefully everything, stays looking good. But yeah, we're doing why everybody hates the JoJo lady, the JoJo chick. Is it? Yeah, I can see. I can hear it. Okay, sounds like it's good over there. All right. So, and we're also doing some more hopefully we get more drawing done today than last time, hopefully. Hopefully. I haven't drawn all day today, so we're going to be rusty. I have to always say that, especially when I haven't drawn all day. And also, some of these videos might have some foul language. Just know that now. I'm just telling you guys this now. Hopefully it's not too bad though.
One of the biggest challenges of the child star curse is transitioning from their youthful identity to adulthood while still appealing to and respecting their young fan base. JoJo Siwa has recently faced major backlash for her attempted switch from a bright-eyed, smiley, and colorful tween role model to a rebellious, edgy, and provocative pop star.
Crazy.
But the animosity
Truly
towards
crazy.
JoJo is understandable, because this transition is obviously
Give me a
disingenuous. Today I'm
I feel like the audio might be a little too loud on the video side. Maybe a little bit. Let's bring it down to like right here. All right. Hopefully that's good. But she looked insane right
going to
here.
break down
Like,
exactly
what is happening? This is like a what they call a midlife crisis. But she's like 19 or something, right? I don't know how old she is.
why JoJo Siwa's transition is failing miserably, and prove that even she doesn't believe in her new bad girl persona. For Siwa's entire life, she was known as a positive, hardworking, and charismatic
Look
dancer
at
who
this
rose to
lol.
fame through the hit Lifetime reality TV show Dance Moms. JoJo used her youth fame to
I
grow
feel like I
her
remember
YouTube
that show.
channel and
The
social
name.
media presence. At nearly 13 years old, Siwa released her hit single Boomerang, an upbeat song that addresses childhood bullying. The song would go on to earn a 2 times platinum certification, and the music video has accumulated over 1 billion views.
Dang.
From there, the
I never
14-year-old
heard this
signed to
song.
Nickelodeon, appearing in children's television shows
I mean,
like
it probably wasn't for
Bizarre
me.
Bark and The Thundermans, as well as various television
Wait,
specials and award shows.
how old is this girl for real? How old is she for real? Because like they said she was in a Bizarre Bark. I need to know. I need to know all this stuff.
She became a modern Nickelodeon superstar, releasing various songs, TV shows, TV movies, and performing sold-out concert tours in stadiums around the world. She even launched her own merchandise line of JoJo's Bows. The lucrative business venture reportedly sold more than 80
Trying to get some
million
boxes
bows
to
from
practice real fast.
2016 to 2020, equating to well over $400 million,
Oh my
according
god.
to Forbes. By the time
400
she was
mil?
17, she was filthy rich and was a positive influence on her millions of young girl fans all around the world. Naturally, while entering adulthood, child stars start to think about how long they can
Like I
or
don't
want
understand this. I don't understand this. Like what's going on? What's going on?
to appeal to children. JoJo's more mature gigs were competing on Dancing with the
Uh this looked like a whole completely oh, right. What's going on, man? What's going on? Uh what's happening? What's happening? Listen, the internet better be perfect, okay? It better be perfect because I done did like what I had to do, what I had to do, where I had to go, where I had to drive, come back. Then I had to go back again, forgot something. Came back, bro. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. I said, Brian. You sure I said Brian, not Titan? That's crazy. I could have probably, honestly. Should I start it over? I mean, I can start it over for you if you want. It's the. I mean, we didn't get too far into it, but it's about the JoJo girl. Why does everybody not like her? I don't know. I don't know. We see some greats around here. I mean, I mean, Orlando Brown was pretty cool back in the day, but as you said, Bry. Dang. But we got 1, 2, 3 goats. He was pretty cool. It was pretty cool. Like I remember, back in the day, he was in that movie with Marlon Wayans, Senseless. I think that movie was called. He was one of the brothers. Funny little kid in that film. And then obviously mainly from That's So Raven, we know him from. But there's some other stuff that he did too. I just can't remember. Like other little child roles he did. Crazy.
One of the biggest challenges of the child star curse is transitioning from their youthful identity to adulthood while
That's
still
insane.
appealing to and
That's
respecting
insane.
their
What's she
young
look
fan
like?
base. JoJo Siwa has recently faced major backlash
Siwa.
for her attempted switch from a bright-eyed, smiley, and colorful tween role model to a rebellious, edgy, and provocative pop star. But the animosity towards JoJo is understandable, because this transition is obviously disingenuous. Today, I am going to break down exactly why JoJo Siwa's transition is failing miserably, and prove that even she doesn't believe in her new bad girl persona. For Siwa's entire life, she was known as a positive, hardworking, and charismatic
Look.
dancer who rose to fame
I
through
don't understand. But obviously, most of the time, like, you know, they give you like this picture that you need to, this part that you need to play. I mean, I remember this girl right here. Oh, you guys probably can't see her. Let me zoom in real fast. Zoom in, zoom in, zoom in, zoom in, zoom in. Oh, whoops. Zoom in, zoom in, zoom. Oh, the chat is above it. I mean, it's fine. This one right here. I remember she was. Oh, you can't even see.
the hit Lifetime.
This one right here. I remember she was everywhere. That's the only thing that I knew from Dance Moms was this girl right here. I don't know her name. Okay, go back to normal. Okay, there you go.
Reality TV show Dance Moms. JoJo used her youth fame to grow her YouTube channel and social media presence. At nearly 13 years old, Siwa released her hit single Boomerang, an upbeat song that addresses childhood bullying. The song would go on to earn a 2x platinum certification, and the music video has accumulated over 1 billion views.
1 billion
From
is
there,
crazy.
the 14-year-old signed to
I
Nickelodeon,
never heard this song.
appearing in children's television shows like Bizarre
Bro, ain't nobody watch Dance Moms. I mean, obviously. But yeah, how old is this girl, bro? It says she was in Bazaar of Arc. How old is she? She looked like a baby right here. And then now she's like, I don't know. Oh, there's Brian. What's going on, Brian? How's it going?
and the Thundermans, as well as various television specials and award shows. She became a modern Nickelodeon superstar, releasing various songs, TV shows, TV movies, and performing sold-out concert tours in stadiums around the world. She even launched her own merchandise line of JoJo's bows.
That's crazy.
The lucrative business venture
Like, how
reportedly
much-
sold more than 80 million bows from 2016 to
80 million
2020,
bows is
equating to
crazy.
well over $400 million.
Because okay, $400 million. That's also insane too. But 80 million bows? Bows? Well, it's like you could just. She's 21? 21? 4 years? I mean, I guess if you calculate that, like, with the whole. Like, because they said she was a star on Nickelodeon. I don't remember exactly when I stopped watching Nickelodeon. But I guess, yeah. It had to be around the time that I stopped watching it. That she became pop sensation. Because I remember YouTubers that I used to watch back then, they used to do, like, videos with her. Right? Or, like, she'd show, like, family-friendly channels and stuff. Like, she'd show up.
According to Forbes. By the time she was 17, she was filthy rich and was a positive influence on her millions of young girl fans all around.
See, this is
the
what
world.
happens.
Naturally, while entering adulthood, child stars start
Once
to
again,
think
this
about
is
how
insane.
long they can or want.
Like, whatever this is. But this is what happens. Continue. Like, this always happens. All right? Kids who grow up with money, they just want to mess it all up. Obviously, she didn't grow up with money. She did, technically, because she was a kid. And then she just got filthy rich. And now she's an adult. She doesn't know how to act. And now she just, you know what? Let's just do whatever we want. We're millionaires. We can do whatever. Because, I mean, obviously, she doesn't get all the money from the bows that she sells. But still. That's a
font
lot
to
of
appeal
money.
to children. JoJo's more mature gigs were competing on Dancing with the Stars and becoming a judge on So You Think You Can Dance.
Aw,
But those
dang.
mature audiences struggled to take her seriously as a judge, even though she had over a decade of dance experience and was sporting a new adult-like pixie cut. Plus, being a judge on these dance shows is typically a job someone takes when they are past their prime.
Yeah, kinda.
JoJo is just 20 years old and believes she has much more to offer to the world. So it was time to make a drastic change to let the world know she is not a bright-colored child star anymore. Siwa's fans were suspicious of her transition while she began
Oh
rolling
my
out her new
gosh, bro.
single, Karma. In February of
Look
2024,
it.
JoJo posted a photo of her wearing all black and seemingly tattooing her entire left arm. She also posted a video on TikTok showing those tattoos, which were fake, by the way. Shortly after, she posted a series of 9 photos on Instagram, each with one-word captions that, in order, read, "See you in 1 month. Remember, karma's a bitch." Considering that everything she had ever posted on Instagram was a 4K quality photo of her smiling and wearing bright colors, the grainy, dim-lit photos with one curse word in the caption was actually a drastic change. I think JoJo is in her era. It looks so illegal to see JoJo putting a curse word on her captions. She's in her Miley Cyrus era.
Her Miley
I'm
Cyrus?
torn.
That's
My daughter
bad.
likes rainbows and bows, JoJo, but I'm invested in this JoJo. I want to know what's happening. The following week, she posted this celebratory video with the caption, "My last week being a child star." But the official transition marks when she posted this warning video to TikTok.
Warning, the following content is not made for children and may be disturbing or offensive to some viewers. May contain sexual themes, violence, strong language, dramatic scenarios, and flashing lights. Viewer discretion is advised.
You know what's crazy to me? It's like, why when everybody's like, I want to like break out of this child star thing, the first thing they do is they gotta add some like some sexual like stuff into it. That's the first thing you gotta do. It's crazy. It's kind of like how they conditioned us to, when you're hit 21, you gotta go to a club or a bar or something. And I'm like, why though? Like, why can't you just be normal? Live your life, you know? Shout out. What's that song? Who did that song? Rihanna? Nah, no shout outs to Rihanna. No shout outs to Rihanna. And yeah, Brian, speaking of that trailer, right? I was thinking of watching it on stream, but then I was like, hold up, they're going to block me for this. Right? And it seemingly YouTube didn't mind the last stream, so hey. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Hey.
She would later explain the warning in a video that it was important to me to give that heads up and be like, look, if you follow along, that's all you. If you
Yeah, I remember my cousin taking you to one? Phoenix, what's good, man? This is all I'm gonna say. There's two times that I've done something that Titan said, "Hey, don't worry, man, just vibe. You ain't gonna get in trouble." And guess what? That's all I'm saying. Oh crap, the thing is still too big. Let me bring the video thing a little lower. I'm still getting used to this. There you go. Perfect. What's up, Zara? How's it going, man?
If you want to go, now's your time. This was JoJo's way of formally letting the parents of her young fans know that she is not the kid-friendly star anymore.
A new era of life, we're becoming an adult.
Ooh.
How many
Look at
kids are gonna pop out today?
what?
Nobody knew yet what was coming.
How
but
many
JoJo
what's are going to
claims
pop
her
out where?
transition would be
Oh my gosh! Like imagine that's kind of how crazy it was for. I can just imagine how her child fans were. They were probably just I don't. She was. What's going on? I never said just vibe. I actually just said the opposite. Um, you thought I muted myself? Oh no. I'm just I just paused it real fast.
Shocking.
That's been my most massive inspiration is no one has made this dramatic of a change yet. No one has made, in my generation, this extreme of a switch. And I am the first in the generation. It is very scary, but someone's got to do it.
Now, I'm not really sure what counts as JoJo's generation,
Yeah.
but she was making some huge claims here. What could this extreme switch be? When she finally teased the intro of her song, the comments absolutely
That dance.
eviscerated her. But before we dive deeper, have you ever Googled your name and seen yourself on one of those strange sites that has too much information about you?
I actually have, which is
For
crazy.
your 2-week free trial. Link is in the description. Thanks, Aura. When JoJo Siwa finally previewed her highly anticipated song, people in the comments were ruthless. It sounds like Spotify ads. Is this literally Lab
3K on a
Rats
dirt
music?
bike?
It sounds like Fortnite default emote music. This is Party Rock Anthem. The beginning of her song starts out with the lyrics, "I was a bad girl. I did some bad things." And she also says that she was a wild child, which just led to more and more negative reactions in the comment sections. The song was most definitely viral before it even got released, but not because people were dying to hear it. It's because people were making fun of it. Yet JoJo claimed that something crazier was still going to happen.
Everyone's been talking about the song, oh, this about the song, that about the song. No one's even questioned the music video yet. I'm about to start sharing some things from the music video, and that's where shit gets real crazy.
But then when she started sharing the music video snippets, I guess the craziness was supposed to be the sensual dancing, or maybe this Blades of Glory inspired outfit, or maybe the Kiss inspired makeup, or maybe that the setting is on the island above Bikini Bottom. Adults looking at JoJo's imagery ironically look at this like
People
a
are
kid who's
funny,
trying
man.
so hard to be
Yo,
an adult that
hold
it
up.
just makes her
Let me
look
see if
even
I
more
can.
like...
Let me see if I can find this thing. When I tell you people are funny, hold up. It's on Instagram. Instagram. Where is it? Instagram, right here. When I tell you people are funny, you starting to understand the most. Nice, man. Nice. We gotta stick to it. Stick to it. I was doing a couple practices. I mean, not really. I guess like after stream, after the last stream, because yesterday it was just an eventful day. I had to go here, do that, and then ended up not drawing much. But can this move out the way? But what the heck is going on with this? It's not working. Oh, there you go. I actually unlocked something, you know? Like I unlocked one of the gates. That's not as a reference for you fans out there. But give me a second. I'm trying to find. Oh, this right here. Hold up. I should be able to play this. There's no like. Should I? Yeah, I should be able to play this. It's just, it's funny. Hold up. How can I make this work? Cause I don't like it. All right, so this should work like this. Come on, go back. Yo, this mouse is gonna. This is why I don't like having mouses that are what do you call it? Wireless. Because they keep getting in the way. Alright, now I'm going to bring this down. Wait, no, I'm going to bring it up. Because I want this above the chat. So it doesn't, like, bug out. And let's bring this down. All the way down here. All the way down here. Okay, so now, listen, I'm working on this, alright? You guys wanted this. Alright, so this video right here. Volume.
That is Pepper Mayo. Is Windsor. The top is from Tiger Mist. Dress is Pepper Mayo.
TJ Maxx. TJ Maxx.
You always say TJ Maxx.
Dad only shoots out gold. Unca Snow Bunny Factory. Bros out here building a dynasty. Mom and Dad's got the secret recipe. Pop's genes need to be studied. Daddy's on a hot streak like Steph Curry.
This is crazy, and I just found this this Instagram place, right? I just found this Instagram place. You think I can get copyrighted for that? Uh-oh. You think? You think I can get copyrighted for that? Oh my gosh. Probably, honestly. I didn't think about that. But this is another one.
Celebrating 8 months.
No. People are gonna get mad. People are gonna get mad. I'm not gonna show this one. I'm not gonna show that one. But yeah, let's go back. I'm not gonna show that one. People are going to get furious. How do you draw abs from front view? Yeah, I sent that one to you. The other one I sent to you with the gym one, I was gonna play that one, but nah. People are gonna get too mad.
Like an uncomfortable kid.
Some of the most respected people in the world have come up to me and been like, what you're doing right now is so right. It is so right. It is what the world needs. Like,
Those people are lying to you.
I am learning from what you're doing right now, and that's crazy to me. I mean, I heard that from Lil Nas X yesterday.
Oh, he's lying to you.
From Megan Trainor a few days ago.
Oh, she's lying to you.
It blows my mind. The support from people like that.
Oh yeah, they're
And
lying
no
to
matter
you.
how much he tried to build up hype, people couldn't be less enthusiastic about this.
I'll show you how to-
release.
wait,
And
hold up.
JoJo's attempts at being a badass just gave the internet more fuel to
Look.
make fun of her.
Look at the internet, bro. Why people like this? Oh, your abs from the front view. For girls, I mean, yeah. All you gotta do is just follow the form of the body. But I'll show you. Give me a second.
Yes, on my podcast. Oh my gosh. I mean, honestly, let's spice things up. One of my exes.
Finally, the song dropped on April 4th, which accompanied
Okay.
an interview where JoJo claims that she was doing something groundbreaking.
There's never really been an influencer child star turned into musician adult star.
She then went on to
What?
say that she believes this song is the
Most
first
of 'em
step
have.
in inventing a new genre.
What would you call it?
The genre is, I said it back in the day when I first signed with Columbia, I said I wanted to start a new genre of music. And they said, what do you mean? And I said, well, it's called gay pop. And they were like,
Not only is the
Interesting.
child star turned pop star extremely common, but the song she released is structured exactly like any other dancey, chanty, power chord driven pop song reminiscent of the likes of Lady Gaga, Kesha, Carly Rae Jepsen, etc. Less than a week later, she corrected her statement, telling TMZ that she definitely was not the inventor of the style, but rather wanted to be a piece in making it bigger than it already is. Walking back her comments was her first misstep. She hyped up this era like she was doing something generational.
I know,
She
that's
should've
what was
just doubled
crazy.
down on her statements and been like, yeah, I invented gay pop. What are y'all gonna do about it? We all agree it's a ludicrous statement, but she already said it, so now you gotta stand on it. Don't be all like, oh no, this is what I actually meant. Badasses don't explain themselves.
That is true. All right, so yeah, Zara, get your shapes ready. You know, obviously you can draw your skeleton however you draw your skeleton. You know, but obviously, you know, I like to use boxes, so I'm gonna use boxes for this example. But you can, you know, draw your eggs and your bowl for the hips and stuff. You can do your thing. But yeah, so once you have this like that, I want you to remember that the in-betweens connect, right? They follow the form of the body, like so, and you're going to get something kind of like that. From this area right here, you're going to come down, and then you're going to do this shape, and I've mentioned this before, right? You can come down and do this shape, like about right here, getting the pelvic area right there. So in between this area is where you're going to add the abs. So what I like to do is follow the form of the body, especially with women. I'll come from like this area right here, and then we'll go in, and we'll go out like that. and then I have like the section right here. From the top here to the bottom here, I'll split that in half. And then I'll get like that top part, and then I'll split this one. So 2, 4, 6 right there. And then I'm actually going to erase this one and bring it a little bit lower. So where that belly button is, and then we'll leave the rest like this. And then you can lower the opacity and then just, start to clean it up to get your abs in there. And stuff. And then, your legs and all the other stuff that you want to have in there. But obviously, abs look different everywhere. You want me to make the hips wider? I mean, you can do that with your stuff.
However, things got even worse for JoJo when TikTokers realized she didn't write the song. When analyzing the credits on Spotify, you will notice that Desmond Child, Timbaland, Antonina Armato, and Tim James are credited as the writers, and Rock Mafia
is that what's his name from?
Producers. Antonina Armato is a well-respected songwriter who
never
wrote
mind, it might
hits
not be.
like This Love by Maroon 5 and The Heart Wants What It Wants by Selena Gomez. Armato also wrote for Miley Cyrus during her Disney Channel era. Because of this, people suspected that the song was originally written for Miley's breakout moment into adulthood, and they also found this 2012 tweet that may have supported that theory. Big thanks to Timbaland and Rock Mafia for a great collaboration on #Karma's a Bit, and then Miley responded and said, "Don't forget me, bit." But Miley never released a song called Karma, and we don't even know if she ever recorded a demo for this song. We would later find out that Britt Smith
Listen. It's like I feel like I've gotten to a point with like how large I make the hips and like the waist and like in certain areas that I end up thinking it's normal. You know what I mean? Because I feel like it's average in my game of how I put things together, but it might be crazy overall. Because sometimes when I draw a character, I just look at it and be like, oh, it's fine. It's normally fine, right? But then when you guys are like, yo, why'd you do like that? And I'm like, what do you mean? And you're like, they're like, the hips are kind of wide, sir. And I'm like, really? And then Titan's like, yeah, bro, you do this all the time. And I'm like, for real? And I step back and I'm like, and I look at the whole list of characters. And I'm like, I mean, I can see it. I can see it a bit. I can see it a little bit.
an artist basically nobody has ever heard of, was actually meant to release Karma back in 2012.
Rock Mafia back in the day. It was supposed to be my first single. Things changed and I went with Provocative instead, and shouldn't have done that really. We should have gone with Karma. That was my first choice, but label things got in the way and I kind of was led in that direction.
Label things.
Provocative, and then I left the industry after that.
Britt and JoJo's versions are almost exactly the same. The lyrics are word for word the same, and the structure of the song is nearly one-to-one. But Britt's version is so much more dynamic. It is less power pop driven and feels more like a classic 90s/early 2000s dance banger. Plus, Britt is a better vocal performer. But once this information came to light, TikTok exploded with viral videos claiming JoJo stole this song. The narrative shifted from JoJo is cringe to JoJo is cringe.
Do you have a dream car? Well, like I mentioned, I feel like you asked me this before. It was either you or somebody else. But I don't really have a dream car anymore. But from when I was young, the car that I've always wanted was a Dodge Viper. I just thought it looked cool. Right? I mean, first it was a Dodge Charger, then a Dodge Viper. And then I always imagined, because Kobe is my favorite basketball player of all time. So I was like, I'm going to get a Dodge Viper and I'm going to call it the Mamba. It's going to be clean. It's going to have like a little, it's going to be fire. And then, yeah. I ended up realizing, nah, I'm good. Oh yeah, Hellcat? I never said a Hellcat. What? First of all, to be honest right now, if you were like, honestly, right now, so serious, a Hellcat could drive right in front of me and you can be like, yo, I would not know what it is. I would not know what I do not know what a Hellcat looks like. Honest.
As part of this whole situation is that Britt Smith got approval to release her version of the song just 1 week after JoJo released hers. Fans liked Britt's version so much it nearly outstreamed JoJo's, securing 5 million streams and reaching number 6 on Spotify's
That is
Viral
crazy.
50 charts.
I feel a lot of people could have
Britt
did that
Smith's
because
version
she
also
hyped it up
peaked
so
at
much.
number 8 on the US iTunes pop chart, surpassing Siwa's,
iTunes.
which peaked at 89 and
That's
failed
that
to reach the
Apple
Billboard Hot
Music
100.
stuff, right?
Britt Smith literally made a come up off people hating JoJo.
I know, that's why it's
Siwa.
crazy.
JoJo previewed another unreleased song, which was immediately labeled as stolen within hours of playing it for her fans.
This next song is called Choose Your Fighter.
TikTok users
Why do people do
immediately
stuff like
remembered
that?
a
That
different
just looks
artist
so,
called
like, cringy to me.
Emmeline, who previewed the exact same song in 2022.
Check whip for drawing hand.
Emmeline responded to the leak with this comment: "I actually didn't sign off on it coming out with JoJo. Not her fault. If my version gets love, I can still put it out after hers." It's unclear what Emmeline meant by this, and she didn't end up explaining it further. But then
Yo, this
Siwa
mouse
finally
is bugging
responded
me.
to the comments of her allegedly stealing her song.
Yo, this
Background
mouse
on
is
Karma,
bugging.
honestly, it's an old song. I was pitched it. I loved it, was obsessed with it, so I grasped onto it.
Why not that instead of a new song?
It's
No,
so
there's
yo,
nothing
listen,
very-
it's so cringy. It's so cringy when you did something and get caught, right? Because back in the day, back in the old days, you know, like before, like pre-social media. Oh, not bad, not bad. I like the hands looking. Try to get like a little bit more. I mean, you got the gesture. I feel like trying to block it in with a little bit of structure would be really nice, but it looks good so far. Keep going, keep going. But back in the day, before like social media, everything was hidden, right? People were just sneaking, stealing music. Nobody knew, and you know, everything was just moving, right? You thought that one person, I forget his name, he made a song, and then people found out recently, oh, well, 20 years earlier, somebody else made that same song. It sounds so similar in the vibe and the beat and everything. And I'm like, yeah, we didn't know, but now we know. So if you're gonna steal it, and then we find out, just double down, man. Be like, yo, I heard it, I thought it was fire, so I used it. That's all you gotta say. But once you start saying, oh well, so what happened, right? So like, the like I was sleeping, and then like the music just came to me, right? But what I didn't know was that across the way they were playing the song, and I heard it. So then when I woke up, I was like, wait, whoa. And then I just wrote it, and I made the beat and then everything just happened, but I just didn't know I heard it from her. It sounded exactly like hers, but that's the reason. What? Just say, man, listen, they pitched it to me and I took it. That's all you gotta say. That's all you gotta say. And then people be like, yeah, that be happening. And then move on. But when they keep trying to lie, that's when it starts, you know, it starts being bad. But yeah, if this dog keeps barking, if she keeps barking, bro. But yeah, it's crazy. It's truly crazy. Early 2000s, yeah. It was so, like, we didn't know. We didn't know they were just stealing music. We didn't know.
Normal thing. A lot of songs are
Okay.
what happens is people write songs.
You see, okay, but just say that you did it. Stop trying to say, well, people do it all the time. That just makes you feel like, you're just trying to jab at other people. No, just take the accountability and be like, yo, I heard it, I thought it was fire, and I took it. You don't gotta say, well, everybody does it in the industry.
And they just don't do anything with them. And then a few years later, it makes more sense for another artist.
Did you steal it from Britt Smith?
I did not steal anything.
Yeah, you did.
There's no such thing as stealing.
What did she just say? Hold on, let me rewind it because I probably heard wrong.
Smith?
I did not steal anything. There's no such thing as stealing.
Wow. There's no such thing as stealing. Where does this? Never mind. I was about to say, where does this JoJo live at? I'm kidding. I'm not saying this stuff is okay, but it's just wow. How can you say there's no such thing as stealing when somebody made something and you said, well, it's mine now, and then the person's like, well, I did write it and I did make the beat and I did sing it, but now it's not mine. And I didn't say she was like the girl just said. I didn't say it was okay for her to use it, but I don't really mind. What? That's literally stealing. I said it's not okay for you to take it, then you took it.
I've seen that thing about the one Choose Your Fighter, one of my other songs. But no, that's the same situation. Somebody else did write it. I did not write the song. And
You got the rights to it.
But I have the rights to it.
JoJo did not steal these songs. It is common for artists to not write their own music and have music that other people wrote pitched to them.
Yeah.
Most of the time, songwriters make a batch of songs and send them out to multiple artists. And whoever is the first to buy the rights and release the song publicly is the legal owner of that song.
Yes, of course.
99% of your favorite artists have worked with songwriters.
Yes, we all know
The
this.
one caveat to this is that JoJo's preview of her Choose Your Fighter song was not even her voice. So she didn't record her version of it yet and previewed it thinking nobody would realize it isn't her singing. But JoJo is being way too open about her lack of songwriting. She is cosplaying the bad girl while trying to explain, no, you guys don't understand how the industry works. I'm not a songwriter, I'm just a performer.
I know, that's the crazy
When
thing.
has any major pop artist ever explained exactly how they don't write their music? It ruins the aura, the mystique of being an artist. How is anyone supposed to connect with your lyrics and brand after you blatantly said you don't write your words? Like, we know that you and every other pop star in history don't write their own songs, but don't say it. And you can tell
Exactly.
even she knows
Exactly.
she shouldn't talk about it. Because listen to her
Because of how
stutter
she's
and
trying to,
hesitate
she's
to
trying to,
speak
she's
on
trying
her
to
writers
just
in
double
these
down.
interviews.
Listen, if you go steal,
I
like,
wrote this rap song called
take it.
The Lies Sound Better. I told my writer, I was like, look, faster than Busta Rhymes. I was like, challenge me.
But the main reason why nobody is taking her seriously is because she is trying to push this bad girl era, but everything she does just proves that this persona is not genuine. Firstly, let's just get this out of the way. The Kiss-inspired makeup has to be the least authentic thing any rebellious person would ever do. Then again, it's perfectly fitting because Kiss was basically a glorified children's band. Their music was considered badass and rebellious if you were ages 8 to 13 in 1975, which are likely the ages of people that currently think JoJo Siwa is badass and serving rock star looks. JoJo expressed that her goal was for her bad girl moment to be reminiscent of Miley Cyrus's bangers moment.
When I was 8 is when Miley had her bangers moment. And I was like, all I want is to have that one day. Like, I want that. And honestly, since I was like 15, like
The
my whole
YouTube
like
channel
inner
is
circle
called
has been, like, talking
Call
about it,
Her
like, getting-
what? That's an interesting name. Call Her? So is this like on some, like, is this like a jokey joke thing, or is this on some, you know, let me just continue without saying anything else.
Excited for it.
JoJo even copies Miley's signature tongue-out pose, which, if you can believe it, was controversial in 2013. And yeah, Miley is definitely a legend, but it's important for JoJo to recognize that Miley was actually bad. Like, Miley was smoking salvia out of bongs, twerking on Robin Thicke at the MTV
Oh my goodness.
VMAs, wearing basically no clothing for all her public appearances in 2013. She was taking extreme risks and got so much backlash for it. The fans, the media, and other celebrities called her trashy, a stripper, pathetic, every horrible name to rebuke her antics. And Miley did not care to explain herself nor satisfy anyone. She just kept doing her thing because she felt so trapped behind the child star brand for years.
I mean, she was the
Miley
biggest
constantly
child
detailed
star
in interviews how she resented the
at the
Hannah
time.
Montana character. She hated wearing the wig. She hated doing the press. She felt like a fraud to her young fan base. Miley was trying to do whatever she could to escape the Disney image, even if it meant losing her young fans and the financial benefits that came with it. She even had a multi-million-dollar merchandising deal with Walmart in the works that she lost due to her
Dang,
antics, and she did not care. You could say in hindsight,
Oh
that
my
what she was doing was
goodness!
trashy, but it was at least authentic. It seems like JoJo is talking up this transition.
She do got nice
without
legs.
fully diving in. Even the
God.
tattoos on her arm were fake. Well, most of them were. Just
Oh my
furthering the
goodness.
idea that she is half committed.
Zura.
She seems half committed because maybe she
What's
doesn't
going
wanna
on,
lose
man?
all her previous fans that made her a multi-millionaire.
Who's that, Kim K?
Remember, she sold 400.
She look different every
in
single time I
clothes.
see her,
Maybe
man.
she thinks she will be able to
Slightly
draw her
the same,
face, do
though.
a promiscuous dance and sell $400 million in records. But music
Okay,
is way different than TV or even dance. It's not even about talent. It's about depth, lifestyle, attitude, parasocial connections
This
through
is-
lyrics
this
and
is
motif,
strange.
all of which are extremely difficult to
This
fake,
is
and people
strange.
know JoJo
Like,
is
look at-
not actually a badass. Like, look at this video of what she claims is a reckless or unhinged statement.
The last few weeks, the internet has definitely made me feel like I'm a f***ing psychopath. I realized something. I am a f***ing psychopath.
She sounds like like she be like her voice is very. Okay, let's just continue.
And this is some shit that only I can do.
She really thinks calling herself a psychopath is some rock star shit. She already refers to her music video as iconic. JoJo seems to lack the understanding that she doesn't get to declare herself as badass and iconic. Other people have to do that for her.
What
It's like
the
declaring yourself a legend or putting yourself in the Hall of Fame. You don't get to do that. Other people determine your
That's
public
true.
perception.
That's true.
It's like she wants the credit before ever putting in the work. Plus, she has the money, time, and resources to actually put in the work. Put in the 10,000
That's the thing that
hours to
doesn't make
grow
sense
and
sometimes.
change into the artist that she claims she can be.
Like I said, I will never ever claim to be a singer.
Yeah.
But I will claim to be an artist.
Okay.
I am giving the world art, and they might not like it, they might hate it, but they're enjoying it.
No, we're not.
And it's become a bit of a guilty pleasure for everyone.
But she likely
No,
has
it's not a
agents,
guilty pleasure.
managers, and yes men saying, "No, you can do this." You
I know,
can
that's
do
the thing.
whatever
It's
you
like people are
want."
lying to you. You're
wrap
paying
your
them.
Lamborghini Urus with PNG cutouts of your face. That's what all 20-year-olds wish they
A
could
Lambo.
do. But easily the one thing she did that diminished all her credibility during this transition is straight up admit that she was never bad.
I got pitched this song, Karma. And its first word is, I was a bad girl. And I was like, oh, it's a good song. I was like, but I can't say that. I can't say I'm a bad girl. I'm not. I'm not.
Wow, some accountability. You don't see that nowadays, you know. you don't see that much nowadays. Interesting. JoJo. Siwa. Is Siwa her real name, or is that just a stage thing?
This is again about
The SpaceX live stream? There. Really? Are you sure it's a live stream and not pre-recorded?
Corny. Funny. Not talented. I don't know, I just don't like him. These are some of the most common things you will hear whenever people are talking about Nick Cannon. These people are even more enraged to find out that he has 12 kids with 6 different women. Although many of Nick's own words and own actions are what caused him to be almost universally disliked, the hatred towards him begins for such insignificant reasons. Nick landed
There's a camera in space. There's a camera in space? Interesting. There's a camera somewhere that doesn't exist. Alright, let me stop.
reoccurring roles on Nickelodeon's All That and Keenan and Kel when he was a teenager. He also had various one-offs which led to him securing his own TV show, The Nick Cannon Show, in 2002. This show suffered from terrible reviews and was canceled after 2 short seasons. But the show being unfunny and unpopular is not necessarily the reason why he was disliked, because he also had a lead role in a very
Drumline.
successful movie that same year, Drumline. This film highlighted HBCU's incredible dedication and pride towards their elite marching bands. While the reactions and reviews for this film are mixed, $57 million in box office revenue proved that it was a hit. Nick was popular, but his roles never portrayed him as the cool kid or the tough guy. Sorry to the band kids out there, but y'all don't got the coolest reputation. I know it sounds silly, but a lot of child stars become associated with their on-screen personality, leading to a warped perception of who they really are. And his next role did not.
Oh
change that
man,
perception.
what's her name?
Love
What was
don't
her
cost
name?
a thing.
What was her name? Wait, is she still alive? I think she's still alive. What is her name? I have no idea. I don't
Where
remember.
his character Alvin Johnson is a nerd who lacks any type of game or swag and has to force himself to be cool to land the most popular girl in school.
Probably need to roll your pants up just a little bit.
Oh, see, these is Sean Johnson. So I gotta get my swang on.
It's not funny.
Son, what has happened to your priorities?
Oh, no, see, it was all about what was under the hood. Now I'm trying to be on top of the hood.
Nick played this role so well that people still to this day think that
It's
that's
about
who he
'cause it
truly
saves
is.
yeah.
He was
That's
plagued
true.
with the child star curse, where he can't escape the image of his early
And
roles, and people
what's her name
assume
did
he was
too? Miranda, iCarly.
some sort of privileged trust fund baby since he was on TV. But most people don't know that Nick Cannon escaped gang life in Southern California. Nick's father, James, was one of the original members of the Lincoln Park Bloods, based out of southeast San Diego, California. James and his girlfriend, Beth, had Nick when they were still in high school, which led to Nick growing up in the Bay Vista housing projects around the
Dang.
Blood set. His father, James, got into some trouble, went to prison, came out reformed, and decided to move to North Carolina to live with his family and study ministry, leaving Nick to be raised by his grandmother and mother in the projects. James started a new family in North Carolina and had more children, but he didn't abandon Nick. James was a televangelist, which is a preacher that appears regularly on local TV, broadcasting their sermons. Whenever Nick was with his family in North Carolina, he was in front of the camera, singing, dancing. His father even gave him a segment on his public access TV show to do his stand-up comedy as an 8-year-old. He was raised to be an entertainer.
Wow.
When Nick was home in Cali, he took those skills up to local clubs and open mics, and built up a name in Hollywood as an up-and-coming teenage performer. But he got his big break while performing at an event called Laugh-A-Palooza in
Listen. You know a fisheye lens exists, right? Come on, Titan. Come on, you know this.
Atlanta, where he was discovered by Will Smith's talent agency. Will was eager to meet Nick and assisted him in getting an entertainment manager, as well as his first record deal with Jive Records.
So he walked in the room and like within 5 minutes I had pitched him a TV show, my album, all of that stuff, and he was like, yo, you remind me so much of me. He was like, I'm gonna sign you up for everything, and gave me like my first deal, and I feel like
Nick was hoping that his music would revitalize his corny Nickelodeon image, and I'm hoping that you're interested in hearing about today's sponsor, The Ridge. I have the gunmetal wallet, and it just looks so clean and futuristic. It's the perfect size and
Actually, you might
comfortably
wanna
fits
watch
in my
this
pocket all day. It's really easy to access my cards thanks to this little cutout. I also really like the money clip feature. If I have some loose cash, I know I can keep it secure. The Ridge team is so confident that you'll like it that they'll let you test drive it for 45 days. You can send the product back for a full refund if you don't love it. The wallets have over 50,000 5-star reviews, so I don't think you'll be sending it back.
I mean, the wallet
I
looks.
also got the burnt titanium key case as well.
It
Again,
actually
this
looks.
thing
I mean,
is
I don't know.
really
I don't know.
design, and it keeps my keys nice and organized. But my favorite part about the key case is that my keys no longer jingle around while I'm walking. Both the wallet and the key case come in a variety of colors,
says
so
bulletproof?
you are bound to find one that you like. Get the best offer with my link, ridge.com/PatrickCC, and right now you can get up to 40% off through December 22nd. Again, it's ridge.com/PatrickCC. Thanks, Ridge. Gigolo featuring R. Kelly was the name of his single that peaked at number 24 on the Billboard Hot 100 in 2004. At the time, R. Kelly was an icon. Not only did he carry the song, but Nick being next to him made Nick look even less cool. The beginning of his music career would ultimately be the peak. He dropped a few singles after, but they never generated much buzz. By 2006, he stopped releasing music overall. So Nick was not the cultural icon that kids aspired to be, but he was extremely successful, and was probably a better role model than most celebrities. I didn't even mention that he was an executive producer of Drumline and his Nickelodeon show.
He had 2 deals as a producer going. He had
Oh, that's the guy who voiced
that he had pretty much
Simba.
negotiated along with his team, but he was very much in charge of his business.
Nick was in a boss-like position that no other child stars could get. His next big move would help him gain some cool points, but he was often still the butt of the joke. Wild 'N Out is easily his most notable creation, which is a sketch comedy and improv game show that had celebrity guests each episode. It was a destination place for fans of comedy and hip-hop. The show has been running since 2005, with over 20 seasons. Nick decided that he didn't want all the success.
It's still airing?
He had Will Smith reach down and bring him up, so he was going to do the same for others. A lot of people wonder how many careers Nick
yeah, but
Cannon
listen,
applied by
listen,
starting
listen.
this show. Cat Williams, Pete Davidson,
Listen,
DC Young.
listen, Titan. You know, let's not continue talking about space.
Fly, Taron Killam, Timothy De La Ghetto, Afion Crockett, D-Ray Davis, Mikey Day, and many others. Nick was the host and producer, so he was very often the punching bag. And in comedy, anything goes, so they never held back. Nobody ever considered Nick to be the funniest or the most talented on the show. He still took it in stride, because he just secured a crown jewel as a wife. Mariah Carey. Just a few weeks after meeting, Nick proposed to the 220 times platinum superstar.
That's crazy.
It was hard to hate on Nick now. He was winning. He may be an easy target for jokes, but he was now a 10-year veteran and undeniably successful and pretty humble. But there was one person who was very angry about Nick and Mariah's relationship, Marshall Mathers, and he had something to say about it. Eminem and Mariah Carey had a public back-and-forth beef that began after a short, alleged relationship that started around 2001. Eminem says that they dated, had sex, all that. Mariah Carey says otherwise.
Did you date him?
No. Can I just clarify that I did not have a physical relationship with him? I did not have an intimate relationship.
The feud went on for years, mostly instigated by Eminem, but in 2009 he took it too far. The first verse on the track titled Bagpipes from Baghdad was entirely about Mariah. Mariah, whatever happened to us? Why did we have to break up? Nick Cannon better back the fuck up. I'm not playing, I want her back, you punk. Then he proceeds to call her the C word and said, Nick, you had your fun, I've come to kick you in your sack of junk. He also says, I wish you luck with As you can imagine, Nick wasn't very happy with Eminem's words. His immediate response came from a lengthy blog post on his website. In this post, Nick kind of describes how his thought process was evolving as he listened to the song. He said he initially had respect for him, then he was confused because he heard his name. Then he says he felt sorry for Eminem. And he says, what type of grown-ass man lies about getting with a chick? Only Slim Lamey, LOL. Then I asked myself, should I go find this bitch and whoop his little ass? And then he says, I'm taking full action on you, Eminem. I don't know why no one has stood up to your ass yet, but I guess it's going to take a corny, whack-rapping boy toy from Nickelodeon to set you straight. As a matter of fact, I think you're going to bring my whack rhymes out of retirement. Your legacy has now been tainted from this day forth. You will now be known as the rapper who lost to corny-ass Nick Cannon. Nick couldn't have responded in a more, well, corny way. He admits to being corny. He knows that's what people think about him. And I think him admitting it solidified it forever.
I don't know if you want that. I don't know if you want that problem rapping with Nick Cannon, Phil.
I would never respond to Nick Cannon. Never. Listen up. Now look, the camera's on, right? He's legendary corny. He's been corny forever.
Nick even claims
he's been corny forever.
Almost. He's talking about who else was gonna kick his ass? I went looking for that motherfucker. We've had this conversation.
Unsurprisingly, Nick never actually did anything. It was actually Mariah who handled the situation by dropping an absolute smash diss track called Obsessed. The reason why Mariah's diss was so cutthroat was because it was catchy, fun, and petty. Eminem turned on the radio and heard the girl that rejected him, but he couldn't help but get the chorus stuck in his head. Then when he watched the music video, he saw himself being depicted as a creepy stalker. Eminem quickly responded with a diss called The Warning, where he held back nothing. The lyrics in this song are so brutal that if you said them today about a woman, you'd lose everything you have. Regardless, Eminem fans think that Eminem won. Mariah fans think that she won. And both fan bases agreed that Nick Cannon lost. He didn't beat up Eminem. He didn't make him apologize. He swore up and down that he tried everything to get face-to-face with him, but he actually made it worse.
This guy's good, bro. He's going. He's like freestyle.
Oh my gosh.
This was Nick's attempt at promoting his new record called White People Party Music.
Oh
Nick
no.
posted this photo on Instagram. It's
Oh.
official. I'm white. Hashtag White People Party Music.
Oh,
In
no.
stores April 1st. Dude, go get it. Join the party. Hashtag good credit. Dog kissing. Beer pong. Farmers markets.
Oh
fist
no.
bump,
You ain't
Gucci.
Dave Chappelle?
This is whiteface. This is a double standard. Because if a white person did this, it would get them canceled forever. But many other people pointed out that whiteface isn't actually a thing. Blackface is offensive because in the entertainment industry...
What? I hate when people do this. I hate when people do this. Oh man. It's not really a thing. It's not. It's just like when people say you can't be racist to white people. I'm like, what? It's crazy.
White people used to paint themselves black.
Yes,
and
which
act
was
in a
bad, but
discriminatory
does that mean we could just do it?
manner for other white
Listen,
people
Dave
to
Chappelle.
shameful
Dave Chappelle's an
entertainment.
exception
There's
because
no
he's funny.
history of whiteface, and most white
And it was
people were
obviously a
not
joke.
actually offended, but everyone, no matter what race you were, agreed that it was unfunny, annoying, and did not make them want to listen to his album. In fact, he even deleted it off all platforms to this day.
Dang,
he also
he
said
deleted it.
this.
Anything racist happened to you recently?
I don't really look at it like that because I'm the racist.
You're the racist.
Oh, perfect.
I'm very racist.
Oh, perfect. There you go. Never mind. He openly stated that he is. So all right, I'll let it slide then, because he said he is, and you know you gotta believe what they say, right?
I'm blatantly
And what they do.
Example. I've never heard someone so proud of it before.
I am proud to be racist.
Okay.
I mean, because when you think about what racism actually is, or a racist, it's one who believes their race is superior over certain things.
Okay.
You know what I mean? There's certain things that I believe my race is superior at.
For example?
Sex category.
It's tough to tell if this is a joke or not because there's clearly an edit made in the video. You can see when Rosenberg asks for an explanation, there was something redacted, but people didn't think it was a joke. They just used that as a justification to hate Nick Cannon even more. Nick and Mariah got divorced in 2016. There was no drama, bad blood, or a messy story. A clean break. Just 3 months after they divorced, he already had another child named Golden Saigon with Brittany Bell.
Golden
For the next 3
Saigon.
years, Eminem was living rent-free in Nick's head, despite the fact that Nick was making huge money moves. Wild 'N Out was over a decade old and still successful. He had become the chairman of Nickelodeon and helped them revive their Teen Nick brand. He was the host of America's Got Talent, had a deal with Viacom that allowed him to produce any show he wanted on VH1, MTV, and Nickelodeon.
Everything
He
was
had a
good.
production deal with
What did he
NBC,
do?
had an extensive list of roles in TVs, movies, shorts, comedy specials, you name it. Nick Cannon has done it, but he still wanted to get at Eminem. Everybody knows I would love Eminem to be on Wild 'N Out. Y'all go convince Marshall. Then over the years, he was constantly rehashing the old Mariah story on various podcasts, talking about how he really wanted to beat up Eminem. Eventually, it got M's attention, and he responded on a song with Fat Joe called Lord Above. I know me and Mariah didn't end on a high note, but that other dude's whipped, that he got him neutered. Almost got
Oh
my
my
caboose
God.
kicked. Full quit. You not gonna do shit. I let her chop my balls off too.
Oh
before
my
I lost
God.
to you, Nick. Then Nick responded with not one, not two, but 3 diss tracks of his own.
Ain't no coming back, that's a fact. This the invitation. Told Joe to lean back, don't get hit with this retaliation.
Don't get hit with this retaliation.
All you do is just cry. You got Tourette's and hysterics. Maybe it's your mommy issue. I see why you hate us, pretend you love us, but you really jealous. Wanna be brothers, Christopher Columbus.
Nick Cannon trying to act tough on a record just doesn't really work for him. He said the only reason he dissed Eminem was for the sport of hip-hop, and ultimately to get him on his show Wild 'N Out. He thought he was about to ignite a back-and-forth rap beef, but Eminem never responded. Well, he did tweet that he demanded an apology from Nicholas. Of course, Nick didn't apologize to Eminem, but he did apologize to a different group of people for some comments he made on a podcast a few months later. Nick posted a Cannon's Class podcast episode with Professor Griff. Griff was an ex-member of the rap group Public Enemy, who got kicked out of the group in the 80s for making anti-Semitic comments. The main comments that got him fired were,
And we're defining who the Jewish people are, because I feel like if we actually can understand that construct, then we can see that there is no hate involved. When we talk about the lies, the deceit, how the fake dollar controls all of this.
Nick then goes on a long tangent about how non-melanated people lack the power of the sun, and out of jealousy they decided to become soulless savages who destroy people of color.
Oh
And
my.
he discussed how he feels about the powerful people who control this country and was accused of spreading conspiracy theories.
Oh my.
Viacom released a statement.
Titan,
"While we
don't
support
say that,
ongoing
man.
education and dialogue in the fight against bigotry, we are deeply troubled that Nick has failed to acknowledge or apologize for perpetuating anti-Semitism, and we are terminating our relationship with him."
You know
Nick
what's
then took
interesting?
to Facebook to write a
What is
1,500-word essay about his
anti-Semitism?
relationship with
Because it's like, I feel like I always hear it when it's against Jewish people. Is it like the hatred of Jewish people? Is that what it is?
Viacom, an apology to the Jewish community,
dang, this
and
thing
ended
freaked
with
me
a
out.
statement
Oh,
that
shoot.
Viacom is on the wrong side of history and that he demands full ownership of the Wild 'N Out brand and an apology. But they didn't budge, and the way this situation ended was by Nick doing a full-on apology press tour, where he went on various major media platforms condemning anti-Semitism, redacting his comments, and educating himself by having conversations with Jewish people on how to not further the anti-Semitic rhetoric. He got his deal back with Viacom, and in celebration decided to have 10 more children in the span of 3 years.
In celebration?
December 23rd, 2020, his child, Powerful Queen,
What's
was
what?
born.
Anti-Semitic. Like I hear it a lot, but it's always like dealing with Jewish people, and I wonder, is it like a hatred of Jewish people? Is that what it is?
To mother Brittany Bell. 6 months later, his children Zion Mixolydian and Zillion Air were born to
What?
mother
Mixolydian?
Abigail Rosa. Then just 2 weeks after that, he had another child.
2
named
weeks?
Ben, born to mother Alyssa Scott, who unfortunately died of brain cancer just 6 months later.
Oh,
In
dang.
June of
That sucks.
2022, 1 year later, he had his child, Legendary
Yeah, pretty
Love,
much.
with mother Brie Tiesi.
That's
Then
wild.
September 14th of
That's wild. So like racist is like, I mean, I guess is like, I mean, I guess. So anti-Semitic is a hatred of Jewish people. Interesting.
of this year, he had child Onyx Cole with mother Lanisha Cole, and 2 weeks after that, he
Onyx.
had another child, Rise Messiah, with mother Brittany Bell. It's
Rise.
also been announced that
Oh
he's
my
expecting
gosh.
another child with Abby De La Rosa and another child with Alyssa Scott. So Nick is basically getting 3 different women pregnant at the same time 2 years in a row. Now, he's been subject to a lot of criticism
Wow.
for his procreation, but not enough criticism on the choice of these kids' names, though.
Dude,
He's
the
made it
names
very
are crazy.
clear that this is his intention. He wants to have this many kids, and he sees this as a blessing. I know you said you won't call him a bad dad, but I will. He's not a good father. He may be kind to them and give them all the financial security and things they'll ever need or want, but he'll never be able to give them the attention and hands-on love they need. Nick has assured people that when he isn't working, he's spending all his free time with his kids and giving them the love they need.
His
I
son,
mean,
his
he
name
better
is
keep working
Legendary.
because he's gonna need like $100 million to make sure these kids live a good life. But I'm sure these kids will be grateful he amassed a fortune for them. I only saw my dad once every other week for my whole life, and I love him. People aren't quick to defend Nick Cannon because he doesn't have an extensive artistic catalog that is universally loved. But if we are being honest, he has had an incredible career, and the fact that he escaped the projects and built an empire for him and his family is admirable. He definitely let his ego get the best of him at times, and as a successful man, that is bound to happen. He may be corny, he may have a questionable view on a healthy family dynamic, he may have said some bold and irrational things, but there are worse role models. I think he's still overhated. But in 20 years, it's likely that Nick will...
He look old right there. Like life, man. Hey. Very much. Very much.
probably end up in the same beef that 50 Cent has with his son today.
Yeah, that's
Hopefully
true.
He doesn't wish his son to get hit by a bus. Oh, you don't...
That's true. 50 Cent and his son, it's crazy. But his son, I mean, man, it's just bad. It's all bad.
In 2012, Ray William Johnson was the #1 most subscribed YouTuber on the platform, which sounds like a great accomplishment, but it made him a
He's in his
target.
40s,
Ray
really?
was in a feud
Dang,
with a
that's it?
merciless, greedy, and
He look like
borderline evil company that was
he look a
actively
little
trying
older.
to leech every last dollar from big and small YouTubers all over the world. Some of your favorite creators were victims: PewDiePie, Moist Critical, Philip DeFranco, just to name a few. The ironic part is that this company, dubbed Maker Studios, was founded by other popular YouTubers. It really be your own people. However, the true kingpin of the Maker Studios mob was a man called Danny Zappin, a federal convict who got out of prison and exploited the untapped gold mine of YouTube money. However, despite Ray's valiant efforts of exposing the evil tactics of Zappin's company, it wasn't enough. Maker Studios would go on to sell to Disney for over $500 million. This
Dang.
dream team,
Disney
guided by
just
the
owns
vision
everything.
of a federal convict, got filthy stinking rich at the expense of hardworking YouTubers around the world. This is how they did it. YouTube launched in May of 2005. Danny Zappin, aka Danny Diamonds, was one of their early users because he was on house arrest with nothing to do but browse the internet all day. In 2000, Danny moved to Los Angeles to be an actor but failed. He claimed it's because he confronted Hollywood's gatekeepers after being denied multiple roles and they blacklisted him. Because of this, Zappin needed money, so he smuggled ecstasy, got caught, and was sentenced to 2 years in prison.
Wow.
Danny began uploading videos to sites like Crap TV before he was arrested, so YouTube was like a shiny new toy when he got out. YouTube gained 30,000 unique users a day after its beta release in May 2005, and by the time it officially released in December of that year, it would reach a combined 2 million total views a day, and by the following month, 25 million. Then YouTube reached its first 1 million viewed video, which was Brazilian soccer player Ronaldinho receiving his golden boots.
Man,
a feat of more than genius.
Ronaldinho was like the reason why I liked soccer.
Released in December of that year, it
Ronaldinho,
would reach a combined 2 million
one of the
total views a
cleanest,
day,
the smooth,
and by the
like,
following
right.
month,
If you've
25
seen, I mean, I know you've seen Blue
Then
Lock.
YouTube reached its first 1 million.
A lot of people have compared, the character that's most like Ronaldinho is Bachida. I'm telling you, this man was so clean. This man was kind of. Hold up. You know what? Hold up. I'm about to show some highlights real fast. Just real quick. Slight tangent. Man, I started buying FIFA games at this point because, like, man, when I tell you, this man just made the game look so fun. Okay. Legendary moments. Like, look, this is just a quick video. Like, look at this man. Like, this man was smooth. All right. Oh. Oh. All right, let me put the volume down because I don't know if it's gonna be copyright. He let it go. He let it go. It's up in the air. It's free. Look at this man. Like, you got, he just playing with them. Oh my gosh. What you expect from a man that was 12 kids? Yeah, that's true. I'm trying. Okay, this is cool and all to see these moments, but I'm trying to see more of his dribbling. You know, because that's the main thing that got me. Because I actually, I'm pretty sure there was a FIFA Street. FIFA Street was hold up, let me do dribbling. FIFA Street. I ended up, I'm pretty sure he was in it too, and it was just insane. It was so clean. Okay, this is a good one. This is a better video. This is much better. Like, this man's ball handling is insane. Oh. Man, look at it's so clean. Like, people don't be playing like this. You don't see somebody like this every day, you know? Like, obviously, you know, like, score. Like, look! Like, he just playing. Nope. No. People, everybody's just laying on the floor now. But yeah, it's really cool. It's really cool. Really cool. He's the reason why I started playing FIFA. Look it. He didn't need to do that, but he was like, you know what? Why not? He just be embarrassing people. Man. But yeah, the cleanest player. Truly the cleanest. Alright, so now where was I? Was I here? I was here. Alright.
Receiving his golden boots. In a feat of marketing genius, Nike uploaded the video under the alias Joe B, as if it was any other YouTube user instead of the multinational sneaker conglomerate. The advertising potential was looking extremely promising, which is why Google purchased YouTube for $1.65 billion within a year of their launch.
Dang, 1.65. I mean,
not only did established companies get involved,
YouTube is definitely worth more than that now.
As well. It's no secret that creators always have and always will be the foundation, the backbone of what makes this site amazing. YouTube content in the early days consisted mostly of just things related to Club Penguin, classical music masterpieces, memes, really bad tutorials.
I hated Annoying Orange, man.
But Sprinkled in there were creators who made skits, storytime videos, theories of the universe, news channels, and the first YouTube influencers were starting
you do
to gain
gore?
millions of views on their videos. YouTube then launched their partner program that pays a percentage of the advertising revenue when...
Like, what do you mean by gore? Like, what do you mean? There's a lot of scenes in my story where it gets a little dark, but like, I mean, like how I think, like what I think of when I think of gore. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, something like that. Not too crazy, but pretty graphic.
ads are shown on their videos. Most creators at this time treated YouTube like a fun hobby and not a career path. However, people like Danny Zappin saw an opportunity that he knew he could exploit. Danny told a few other creators about his vision, his girlfriend Lisa Donovan, her brother Ben Donovan, as well as Shay Carl and Kasim G, who were all YouTubers. One night, they all got together for a brainstorm session and laid the foundation for what would become Maker Studio.
I think originally the idea, we were all content creators and there are a few others, and the idea was if we could come together and share our audience and build an infrastructure, we could all scale and build a company, you know, to what it is today. And
I made videos, but I didn't know how to do other things. Like I wasn't a great editor, and I didn't know how to shoot things. And Maker gave me a place where all that was handled, and all I had to do was just try and be funny.
And that working together, you know, you can help one another. You know, and I think driving audience to one another and helping new talent that hadn't been established grow an audience, I think is really exciting.
They essentially came up with the idea for a studio to share resources and talent, similar to Hollywood studios that have been around for 100 years. Danny thought this was revolutionary, but the idea was nothing special. Most people didn't know why we were founding
I don't like
Maker,
this.
and we couldn't get any of our
Kind of look
actor
like she
friends to
dancing though.
participate. The most popular YouTube content was low-quality webcam videos of people with simple ideas and a lot of personality. Why do they need a professional studio? Well, the answer was they didn't. And even 15 years later, many of your favorite creators today are just people in their room coming up with stuff. But Danny had a plan, and step one was to create a success story to prove this could work. Danny and the group launched a collaborative channel called The Station, which even included Shane Dawson, Philip DeFranco, and Hi, I'm Ron. Maker believed each of those stars could be used to direct fans to new artists, which inspired the company to build a network of affiliated channels, and they were right. They had immediate success with Hot Girls on Teen Cribs, amassing 60 million views.
What's up, M2? My name's Ariel. Welcome to my crib. Let me show you around. Meet my less attractive friend, Jasmine. She's super ugly, but don't hold it against her.
The station established an office space where they could connect during work days to plan, shoot, and edit the content. They recruited more people to be a part of the team. Andrea's Choice, What a Day Derek,
Andrea's
Cecily,
Choice.
Fine Bros, who changed
Fine
their channel
Bros.
to React, Michael Gallagher from Totally Sketch, Timothy De La Ghetto, the list
Okay,
goes
Timothy
on
De La
and
Ghetto.
on. Their main type of content were comedy sketches, similar to College Humor, but way worse.
I've been working at this bar for 2 months now, and I gotta say, these people are really into their craft beers.
Can I get a Pooch Daddy Say song?
You guys got any Blue Caboose barley wine?
One doppelganger doppelbock.
Hey, Teach, do you?
Do I what?
Do you? Splooge!
I would never.
You should. Splooge is the new cool thing.
Most
Oh
of their
my
humor
God.
was extremely low-hanging fruit, men dressing up as women, playing on racial stereotypes, and trying to make anything as sexual as possible. 99% of this content aged terribly.
Okay, yeah,
This was
this
a
is-
time
yeah.
where the edgier you were on YouTube,
That's true.
the more views you
YouTube
could
was
get.
crazy.
Here with two hots.
It's kind of like how
dynamic
WWE
came
was.
to see what they think about what's happening with the recession.
Danny Zappin was pretty much the only person at the station who wasn't on camera. That's because he was too busy figuring out how to get rich. Danny realized they had a money problem. They had a group of 20 or so creators with millions of subscribers, and they were generating tens of millions of views per month, but the ad revenue from the partner program wasn't enough. You see, the partner program in 2010 was not even close to what it is today. It was only available to a select group of very popular creators who had to apply and be accepted. But even those people weren't making significant money because the percentage split was terrible. The only way to make more money was to get more creators involved. But the studio only had so much space and employees to provide services to creators. This is where Danny's scheme began. Maker Studios formed a multi-channel network,
Memories,
or
yeah.
MCN. Instead of only working with the in-house creators at
It's
the
like,
station, Maker
but
would try to
the crazy
discover
thing about
talent
that, right, Brian, is like, we could say Memories, and yeah, it was like, it was really, it was cool, it was nice. But it's like they've conditioned us to believe that it wasn't cool. You know what I mean? It's like it was never like nobody really liked it being super crazy, right? Because it's kind of like if you were to say a joke to somebody, right? Back then, we all knew we were just playing. It was not too serious, right? But now it's like you can't even be joking. And they just keep adding more things on that list that you can't quote unquote joke about, and you're just like we just can't talk. Like, what's going on? Like, it's not even like this is crazy. And I feel like that's what they're doing. Like, they're literally just trying to condition us to think this way. Like, I was talking to one of my little cousins the other day, and it's like she was talking to me, and then I was, talking, and then there was like moments when she'd like pull back, kind of like I'm saying something that's kind of controversial. I'm like, what? And she's like, yeah, we don't really say that. And I'm like, what? It's crazy. It's crazy. Truly crazy. Like, she's scared to say things. It's insane.
Over the world and sign them to the network in exchange for 20, 30, sometimes 40 or 50% of the creator's ad revenue. Keep in mind, YouTube would send the entire sum of the creator's revenue to the MCN. The MCN would take their cut out and send the rest back to the YouTuber. That's like your paycheck going directly to your landlord. He pays your rent and then sends you the rest. It's hard to understand why anyone would be willing to give up such a large percentage and control of their income. Most creators just didn't know how this business worked, and that's where Danny knew he could exploit it. However, Maker did provide some real value. First of all, Maker could get any channel who signed with them instantly monetized. The partner program was still limited access at this time, and Maker had direct connections with YouTube since it was comprised of the most popular creators. You also couldn't monetize gaming videos unless you had a partner network, because video game companies would copyright claim videos using game footage. Maker even had music label connections, and music creators could use copyright music or make covers without getting claimed. YouTube support was notoriously terrible, and still kind of is, but Maker would provide you with a dedicated team member to help you with all of your YouTube-related issues. You even needed to sign to an MCN just to make custom video thumbnails. By April of 2011, Maker signed 150 channels that generated 325 million views per month. One of their signees was the #1 most subscribed YouTuber on the platform, Ray William Johnson. The roster was very impressive with Ray and many other top creators, but Maker still didn't have enough money, so Danny raised $1,524,999 from a venture capital firm called Graycroft Partners. And at this point, fans still had no idea how serious this operation was, because the station's content was still just as unhinged as ever. All of the creators that signed to Maker were free to be as creative as possible, so you couldn't really tell there was an infrastructure around it. That's probably because it was still operated by creators who genuinely were interested in making videos rather than making money. But Danny was not operating in the interest
Did
of
you watch
fans.
Invincible?
Maker Studios was not taking...
I watched like a lot of the first season, but I never finished it. I never continued it. But I've seen some things about it, like with the Adam. No, her name's not Adam. What is her name? Eve. I've seen some things about her. He didn't. Titan, come on, man. I could have probably did. Why'd you say it like that? If he did, he would have gotten a reference. Yeah. Wow. Spoilers?
seriously by the entertainment industry, they weren't
Whoever that guy
respected,
is.
and that bothered him. He needed to legitimize the company. YouTube was known for low-quality content, which didn't excite investors.
I think the next stage that YouTube will eventually go to is what Netflix is doing. I think they'll step up and they'll start doing quality content and programming in the same manner. That's not just, Annoying Orange is huge and it's great, but the production value in a lot of
Annoying
them,
Orange is
knocking it, but the
annoying.
production value on the
And
majority
I know
of
that
YouTube
was the
videos is
point,
not
but
there,
it's
I
like
think
not
once they step
like
up
it's not
to
entertaining.
that next level, and I don't know what your plans are, but then yeah, it becomes its own network, just like Netflix and all these others that you're going to see popping up.
So Danny wanted to make their company as big and legit as possible. By mid-2012, they signed over 2,000 new channels and had viewership in the hundreds of millions. They leveled up from their previous makeshift office space to a now 40,000 square foot series of buildings in Culver City. They grew to 260 employees, a group that includes advertising sales, business development, and tech people. Maker tried to create animated series and shows that could be formed into movies.
Isn't that what kind of happened to Smosh?
Shows, merchandise, etc. But their most popular signees were still just regular YouTubers. Maker created what looked like a very successful production studio with multiple different departments.
That could be a dog ball, you know?
In
Yeah, I don't know.
reality, it wasn't being put to use. And out of desperation, Danny Zappin made a critical error. Most of Maker's money was coming from their top few creators. Ray William Johnson was their cash cow.
Dang.
Danny approached Ray and said Maker needed a bigger cut of revenue from his online show, Equals 3. He asked Ray to renegotiate their existing contract 8 months prior to its expiration. Ray said, the terms were incredibly aggressive. They wanted 40% of my YouTube channel's AdSense revenue after production costs, and more importantly, they wanted 50% of the show's intellectual property in perpetuity. And perpetuity means forever. He refused the new terms of the contract. Maker Studio took offense to his refusal, so they threatened to shut down his projects. When I politely refused their deal, as it was not in my best interest, they became increasingly aggressive. Negotiations quickly became a bizarre pissing
You gotta catch up.
contest between
Is
the
it?
heads at Maker
Alright.
Studios and
Listen,
myself,
Titan.
and
How many
wouldn't handle my
episodes? I mean,
intellectual
Bri, how many
property,
episodes is
and
it?
They wouldn't stop aggressively trying to get me to sign it over to them. On top of that, Ray claimed that they would not give him any of his AdSense money, because remember, it all goes to the MCN before the creator.
Now, in the near future, Equals 3 will no longer be part of the Maker Studios network, so I'm going to film here for a while. Even if I don't have the proper equipment at home, you know what? Even if I have to film butt naked in a back alley, you guys are getting an episode, goddammit.
After Ray William Johnson announced his departure, Maker Studios released a petty public statement. Ray is still part of the Maker network. However, with the recent decline in viewership on Equals 3, it made sense for him to go back to producing the show himself. Maker providing a full production staff of 12 people, including a team of writers, was no longer a viable option for Equals 3. Ray vehemently denies that he ever had 12 people and writers working on his show, nor was his viewership declining. This led to a meeting to resolve the issue, where the CEO promised to return Ray's YouTube AdSense account to him. However, that never happened. They haven't made reasonable attempts to give it back to me. They are now even trying to leverage my own AdSense account against me so that I will sign over all your favorite Martians' intellectual property, void my stock options in the company, and sign a confidentiality agreement to never...
Yeah, I mean, yeah, because Smosh was with a different company first, right? And then original two founders bought it, yeah, back, right, like, yeah. Yeah, Smosh and them too. But 8 episodes, really? How long are the episodes? Because I can probably knock it out right now. I mean, not right now, but like, how long are the episodes? But like, Smosh isn't how a man, like, I don't like I don't want, like, once the original creators came back, I was like, oh, you know, let me start watching a few more stuff again, and then I stopped watching them. The reason why I stopped watching them is because I was watching a video of them two reacting to their old videos, right? And then they just kept like crapping on their stuff. They're like, oh, well, you know, it's so, I can't believe we did think that stuff. And I'm just like, that's not, like, what did you do that? And I'm just like, I see what you guys are doing. I see, man, that's crazy. Lowest is 30. So we talking 40 to 50 minutes. Lowest is dang. Okay, that's gonna take some more time then. This will take a little bit more time. Okay, so what do you find the most attractive in women? Titan has been waiting for that this whole time. Titan's like, one of them's gonna ask. So let me let me get prepared. Wait, question. Do you guys watch the lives on like your mobile devices or on computers or what? What do you guys watch it on? I mean, there's more likely of a chance it's on your phone, but I just want to know.
Truth. We wouldn't know about this hostage situation if Ray didn't post all of the information in an article published by New Media Rockstars. The other thing that he revealed to the world was that Danny Zappin was a convicted felon, and that he was waiting for his criminal record to be expunged so that he could officially become CEO of Maker. The ex-con texted Ray at 1 a.m. and said, "Your lack of integrity and character are sad. You prepare for war, bitch." Ray tweeted that nasty text that Danny sent to him, and then Shane Dawson replied with, "I got the same text 3 years ago. Oh, YouTube." Which is interesting since Shane Dawson was a part of the original The Studio crew, then seemingly disappeared. Philip DeFranco said, "There's a theme here," seemingly hinting that he has had
laptop?
the same beef with Danny
Okay,
Zappin.
because I was about to say what
Feinberg
Titan was
also
typing.
implied
He's
the same thing. Kasim
but
G
okay,
is
laptop,
seen quite at
phone.
Phil for
Oh shoot.
speaking up. Philly D,
Laptop
feeling okay?
and phone.
Kasim G, just
Dang,
wondering how
back to
you and
back.
your
Appreciate
guys
it.
this week
They're over here watching on 5 devices.
This was one of the first big pieces of drama that YouTube had seen. Shay Carl immediately defended Danny.
We're not the type of people that is going to try to like keep money from somebody or hold Ray William Johnson's AdSense account hostage. That is definitely not our intention, and that's not Danny Diamond's intention, and that's not Maker Studios' intention. I am proud to be part of Maker Studios. Maker Studios has done a lot for a lot of YouTubers. They have made it possible for over 350 people to earn a living in this YouTube space. People like my brother and my sister have medical benefits because of Maker Studios, because of people like Danny Diamond and Lisa Nova, and a lot of YouTubers, countless YouTubers.
You know what's crazy?
Would not be where they're at today,
You know what's crazy?
me included.
Like it's like okay, maybe like he didn't know. Maybe he didn't know about all this shady stuff that was going on. But it's so crazy how like I just wish every person that I meet is up front with me, like their personalities, you know? Like show me who you really are, please. Cause the worst thing is that you hanging out with some like Diddy or Epstein or Weinstein person, but they super nice to you, right? Like they don't like you don't see none of that, right? So you out here, you're like, yo, these are the coolest people, right? And then things come out about them, and you're like, hold on, wait, like I mean, like he was really cool, like I don't. That's the craziest thing. So please be truthful. Show me your true self. Because I don't want to be... Because this guy, I mean, I don't know him. He probably doesn't know this guy's a scammer and he's stealing everybody's money. He probably doesn't know. This might be his wife because they own a bed right here. So I'm pretty sure that's his girlfriend or his wife or something. Or his sister. I don't know. These people. Right? So he could be like, yo, we were not the type of people to do that. I don't know like what's going on. But he could know. You know what I mean? Or the guy just the guy who's stealing isn't showing his true colors around him. He just thinks he's doing really good things, but he kind of look like he's lying in his face though. Like I see like some deception here. But you know, like that's just crazy. That's the craziest thing to just be on the back end of. You've been like giving this person this props and these praises, and then it comes out that they were out here doing some reckless stuff, and you're like, dang. And then now people are gonna be like, oh, so were you involved? You're like, no, but I know you're not gonna believe me. That's crazy. Like I really didn't. He never invited me to his house.
Me especially, if it wasn't for Danny Diamond's idea and passion for this company.
It's no surprise that Kasim and Shay rushed to defend Danny
I'll
as
do it on my
they were two
phone, my
original
laptop, my
founders who were
tablet.
set to make
Dang.
a ton of money during the sale of Maker, whereas Ray, Shane,
And my
Philip,
handheld
and
PC?
Feinbros were not
You have a
founders,
handheld
but the
PC?
people who had the most clout that made Maker famous, and at that time were bringing in the views to boost the company's portfolio. Fans didn't know if they should support the creators who had nothing to gain by outing Danny, or support the creators who founded the company set to make millions of dollars. Because in the middle of this drama, Time Warner acquired a % stake in the company for $36 million in
Time
December
Warner.
of 2012, and other contributors like Canal Plus and Singtel have also provided $26 million, for a combined total of $61.4 million in capital raised for Maker. The company was now valued at a several $100 million. Danny Zappin successfully built his company to be the corporate enterprise he envisioned on house arrest. Now he wanted to take his money and run. In April of 2013,
That's my main gaming
Danny
PC.
Zappin asked to leave
Interesting.
the company. cash out his stocks
Interesting.
and receive 6 months of pay, but he was willing to stay on as an advisor. The board had a meeting and authorized his departure, planning to replace him with Enon Kreis, a successful businessman in his own right. However, Danny very quickly changed his mind, demanding a senior executive role in order to save the company. When it was denied, that's when Maker board member Mark Suster claimed Zappin became
Man, these
hostile.
names are.
Zappin
Can
filed
they
a
have normal
lawsuit against
names?
Maker and claimed the now CEO.
I be
Kreis
forgetting
and the
people's
board
names because they
hatched a
just be
plan to take away
complicated.
Zappin's power and shut him out of the company. I guess karma got the ex-convict badly. They gave him the same treatment that he gave Ray William Johnson 4 months earlier. But Danny made the right choice. He learned from his mistake as a failed drug dealer. You need to quit while you're at the top. Danny knew the MCN industry as a whole became worthless on April 12, 2012. YouTube opened their partner program to anyone in the top 20 countries that use the site. Now you know
How the
what
heck?
you needed an
Just because their
MCN
name
to
is complicated, how the heck does that
didn't
make
need
a
an
racist
MCN to
site?
make custom thumbnails. They would not protect you from copyright claims,
Tell me out.
even though they said they could. You don't need a fancy multi-million-dollar studio to produce videos in your bedroom. Maker had way too many creators
I guess
signed to their network to provide
some people might
services
find it
and
racist.
support to all of them individually. So why would a creator sign to them? Well, because they were really good at lying. Today we have the benefit of hindsight. We know how many independent creators have built legitimate businesses through YouTube. We now know that YouTube is somewhat of a stable career path. It's not just some wacky hobby that only fringe kids do. In 2012, the future of YouTube was still unknown, so it was very easy for sales representatives at a big company like Maker to convince little old Patrick that he needs the backing of a major corporation. But they even convinced large creators to join. In December 2012, Maker was able to acquire the new #1 most subscribed and viewed YouTuber on the platform,
You saying
PewDiePie.
they're
Once
familiar
that
here? No,
happened, they acquired
oh, wow.
most of the YouTube giants.
I don't know how you got
Rap
there.
Battles of History, Tobuscus, Markiplier, Jacksepticeye, to name a few. They quickly became the #1 MCN. By early 2014, they had over 55,000 signed creators to their network. But big creators like PewDiePie likely were not giving 10 to 40% of their ad revenue to Maker, especially amidst their bad press. Some creators gave Maker 0% of their ad revenue.
Dang.
And the reason Maker took 0% was more devious than you could imagine. The fact that MCNs received the entire ad revenue check from YouTube, then took a small percent or 0% before sending it to the creator.
Oh,
was
they would
crucial
never
for their
know.
business model. It makes their cash flow look insane. Maker's bank accounts were holding tens of hundreds of millions in cash.
Dang, that's
MCNs
big brain.
used these numbers
I
to
mean, that's
convince
scam,
investors
but
that
dang.
YouTube was an untapped gold mine.
Because you never know. Because it's like,
Strategies.
it's
The
like,
other number they used to trick investors was views.
I mean, could you know? Could you know? Like, let's say this, right? Let's say you worked 10 hours. Let's say you worked 100 hours, right? And then I get your check, but you say, you get 0% of my check, but I still get it, and I have to give it to you, right? So now, you just sitting here, you're like, oh, it must be taxes. You're like, nah, I done took a good chunk out of it, and you just don't know. That's crazy. That's crazy. Truly crazy. Obviously, I don't think you're racist. I was joking. Yeah, I know. But that's crazy though. They just swiped it like that. Like, oh, thank you. That's crazy.
By signing top talent, they were able to
It's like
show-
it's kind of like smart though. Like, listen. All the scammers have a level of intelligence though. You got to think about it. Cause they be finding ways to be scamming. Sometimes when you get scammed and it's like a real clever way, like on some like ultimate heist type thing, you gotta be like, yo, man, they got that for real. Like they literally tracked me, found out where I was gonna be, understood my schedule where I placed my phone down for a second, and then they did like this distraction out of nowhere, and this chick walked up, bumped into me, fell, dropped her stuff, then I picked it up, and then ding, and then everything was gone, and I'm like, dang, they got that. Like, what can I say? It's crazy though, truly.
Show how many views, aka advertisement potential, they were generating. Every all hands meeting was led off with the number of views they were doing. 10 billion views, 11 billion, 12 billion. But the reason the views were growing was because the network kept growing and we were just adding more and more channels. Also, Maker did not technically own the content that creators like Markiplier and PewDiePie put out. It was riddled with copyright material and couldn't be sold to other platforms. Investors did not understand YouTube at all, but they couldn't ignore the money. In 2013, Maker generated $370 million in ad revenue, and $70 million of that was in direct sales. studios. If you watch my previous video on Disney, then you know that in the mid-2010s they were on fire with every aspect of their business, looking to take full control of every content medium in existence. They wanted to buy their way into YouTube, and in March of 2014, Disney acquired Maker Studios for $500 million, with the promise of up to $950 million if they met their targets. The final number ended up being $650 million. Original founders like Kasim G, Lisa Nova, and Shay Carl made a fortune.
Oh, I thought they went to jail.
And the lives of my children forever. Forever. This will change my kid's life.
By trusting the vision of Danny Zappin, Shay Carl got filthy rich. He bought a multi-million-dollar compound in Idaho and still uploads consistent vlogs of him and his family enjoying the extraordinary wealth. When the original founders made this business, it was a humble idea, but it quickly turned into a system to make the business way more successful than it was, so the stockholders could sell it and cash out, leaving someone else to handle the pile of trash. And Disney had to take out the trash. They quickly realized they bought a business built off lies. Disney didn't really do anything with Maker Studios. They thought all YouTube creators would just become Disney, Marvel, and Pixar movies.
Would you date like extreme tomboy? An extreme tomboy, is that what you mean? Who likes guys? Yeah, that's an extreme tomboy. Yeah, they call like extremely tomboyish girls. Ain't that what is this? Zura always brings the conversation somewhere. I don't know. The same thing. Oh my goodness. I think Zura's meaning like if you were the exception. This is crazy. Pick a struggle. Man, they want them all. Honestly, Titan, that's a lesson right there. Nowadays, they just want all the struggles. Just so they can play the field of every side. You know, they're like, oh, you remember see that video? It's those two guys. They're like fighting. I mean, not physically, but they're like trying to talk about who's like in the worst of it, you know? Who's struggling more. He's like, man, I don't got an arm. And he's like, man, I don't got an arm or a leg. And he's like, oh, word? I lost my job. Man, I lost all my jobs. I had 3. That's how it is, man. They just trying to play victim.
Marketing puppets, shoving Disney ads in young kids' faces in every YouTube video. And they honestly could have forced that, but they didn't. Maker executives complained of the slow integration process and that they didn't receive access to Disney's brand and intellectual property. They probably didn't want YouTubers destroying their IP. Out of desperation, Maker tried to introduce new channels such as Polaris by Maker, a gaming channel. They tried to revive the station YouTube channel with shows like Casual Sketch, Song Voyage, and Time Machine, starring Timothy DeLaGhetto and Ricky Shucks. But these shows lack the personal connection needed to survive on YouTube.
Yeah, but it's like, so, kind of like, what's her name from Tomo. Kind of like Tomo. Like, Tomo's like the max I will go, I think. I feel like I'll go like that's the max. Anything higher than that is too much. You know what I mean? So it's too much. And lifting me. I remember that one clip. I saw this guy. He was with his girl or something. His wife, I think. Right? And then they're making out, and then she lifted him, put him on the counter. He's like, hey, hey! He was like, what you doing? And she said, what? Imagine Titan just sitting there, and she's just like, get up. Oh my goodness. Crazy. Crazy. You guys say tomboy. You mean personality or appearance? I mean, I guess both, really. A little bit, like, a little bit more into, I guess more into appearance. More into appearance.
Felt corporate and soulless. Despite the downward trend, they kept signing creators into predatory contracts, forcing them to be trapped in a failing business. There are countless...
No, I don't know. I didn't see that video where he took off his pants and gave it to her.
examples of creators expressing their resentment towards Maker and all other MCNs that have scammed them, but the best example can be explained by none other than Moist Critical.
And then Maker came along and said, hey, we'll offer you this contract. It was a 60-40 split, and at the time that sounded great to me. I've never had any way of contacting Maker. Their support line does absolutely fucking nothing. And if you don't have your channel manager there to be that bridge, then you just have no way of getting in touch with Maker. It would sometimes take up to 3 months to get one check from Maker. It was last year when my channel got disabled due to false copyright strikes. I could not contact Maker no matter what. I did everything possible to get in contact with them. A contract shouldn't auto-renew. You should have to sign off on it each time it tries to renew. Maker Studios is just so lazy, so unorganized, and just doesn't give a about any of the people in their network.
Insanely unfair money splits, terrible communication, no assistance with copyright, and automatically renewing contracts that creators cannot get out of. In a silver lining to a terrible situation, PewDiePie stepped in and saved the entirety of YouTube. His anti-Semitic joke and Nazi imagery had Maker immediately drop him from the network. Disney decided they could not take a risk on unpredictable YouTubers anymore. They cut support from over 60,000 YouTubers down to just 300.
Dang, PewDiePie just saved the world by kind of being a little... Wait, you see, Brian, look at it. Hold up, let's go back. So he made an anti-Semitic joke.
Anti-Semitic joke and...
But are these Jewish people? I don't think so. I mean, they could be. But, like, so that's why I was wondering, like... I mean, this might just not be the right video.
Nazi imagery had made...
Nazi imagery?
Immediately drop him from the network. Disney decided they could not take a risk
on
unpredictable YouTubers anymore. They cut support from over 60,000
He in Japan.
YouTubers
He living life.
300.
He got a wifey, a dog. He drawing now. He got all the money he need.
Business is
he cool.
Much dead. It's hard to know if Danny knew this business would be a scam from the very beginning.
Look at the sign.
Of YouTube. His anti-Semitic joke and Nazi imagery had...
So is this supposed to... I see.
And Maker immediately drop him from the network. Disney decided they could not take a risk on unpredictable YouTubers anymore.
Wait, he made them make that video? Oh, dang.
Over 60,000 YouTubers
That's crazy.
down to just 300. They rebranded Maker to Disney Digital Network, and now the MCN business is pretty much dead. It's hard to know if Danny knew this business would be a scam from the very beginning. It initially started out as a humble group of creators working together to achieve a common dream, and within a short few years they were strongholding thousands of creators in evil contracts, forging their books to make themselves look successful, and almost destroyed YouTube as a whole. But I guess a few YouTubers got filthy rich, so it's all good, right?
No.
Aiden Ross is
nope.
one of the biggest...
I'm not watching Aiden's video. I'm watching this one.
This is 28-year-old comedian Matt Rife, who has seemingly exploded into fame overnight because of TikTok. He just sold out a world tour 10 days after announcing it. From now until the end of next year, every single one
when
of
does
his
video
live
come out?
performances is sold out.
A year ago.
This level of dominance has not been seen in over a decade. However, Matthew Stephen Rife does not belong in comedy. Most iconic comedians are ugly. Okay, that was harsh. But in all seriousness, they typically represent the common man. This relatability creates camaraderie between the comic and their audience, laughing together on shared experiences and understanding. Although Matt is from a very small country town in Ohio, he doesn't represent the common man. He has perfect hair, a chiseled jawline, and follows no specific diet yet has the body of a male supermodel. Now, the only real goal of being a comedian is to make people laugh. Whether you are a ventriloquist or dishing one-liners, the audience laughs, you're doing your job. But one thing you'll notice is that a certain demographic likes
Imagery he's referring to is when PewDiePie was complaining about how the media takes things out of context, and he shows that he wore a German military uniform. Oh, dang. I see.
Matt's comedy more than most. Women. From the words of legendary comedian Norm Macdonald, women are attracted to funny men. It is often said. This is not true. It only appears this way because women laugh at everything a very handsome man says. So this gives the very handsome men the idea that they are funny. When Matt got his teeth fixed, everything changed. He started noticing that more and more girls were showing up to his performances, swooning over him, sending him risky DMs after the show.
We would go to these colleges and I would like walk out on stage, and for like the first 20 seconds, it's nothing but like girls like, oh my god, will you marry me? Like just like cheering and stuff like that. Like only girls.
He admits that when the crowd has less women, he needs to be funnier to earn the audience's respect.
I don't know if you've heard this before, but they said that when you stepped on stage, you know, people judge you in the first few seconds.
Yeah, what they say?
They said they didn't think they were gonna like you.
Dude, I get that
all
so
the time, right?
often.
Because you
often.
look like Justin Bieber, yo.
Men, in particular, have a hard time enjoying Matt's comedy. You can see a perfect example in this clip of Matt doing crowd work, which is essentially when the comedian interacts directly with the crowd and tries to come up with jokes on the spot. It is the hardest and most unpredictable comic style, but Matt has it mastered. Rife is going back and forth with a young girl in the front row, but notice the guy sitting next to her. He isn't having as much of a good time as her.
Oh, he worked at the college as well, and he went on to become a pilot in the Air Force. Well, that's kind of cool.
Like in the process, he still gotta graduate.
He's not even a pilot, so you haven't fucked a pilot.
You can see this guy doesn't find Matt as funny as the girl does. His eyes are fixated on the girl, his back is slouched, and his body is very closed. The girl identified this man as her friend. The poor guy probably realized that he is stuck in the friend zone, and he is jealous that Matt would be able to steal his dream girl at the drop of a hat. So does that make Matt unfunny, or insecure guys just jealous? Matt Rife is not funny and is a comedian for...
The media then took the part when he said that the media takes things out of context. But the media have and said that he was. Oh, dang. Wait, did I watch the? Oh, I probably didn't watch the video here with you guys, but I was watching a video, and it was about what's his name, Russell Brand, who's a comedian. And they asked him a question. They said, would you rather be, what do you like more? Do you like movies more? Do you like TV shows more? Or do you like comedy? And he said he likes stand-up comedy more because the media can't take your words out of context because you're talking directly to the crowd. And then once he said that, all the editors and all the people behind him, they just started like acting all weird and strange, and I'm just like, yo, that's true. That's what they do. The news media and everything, that's what they do. They confuse everything. They change your words. So that's crazy, man. They still doing that out here. But you just gotta have to accept it at some point. You can call them out on it, but like, man, that's what they gotta do. They're gonna do it. Who is? Man, Tomo is cute. She's perfect. I mean, Tomo's nice.
sees. Anyone think this Matt Rife guy is terribly unfunny aside from some slightly above average crowd work? I've tried to like him, but I just can't come around to it. I like my comics more disheveled. This very well could be the opinions of envious men.
Yeah,
but
that's
it
what I was
really
thinking.
does seem like his comedy is specifically designed for women.
It does.
And I just feel like younger girls are into too many dumb things, like things that don't even actually exist, like horoscopes. It doesn't matter who you are. Jesus could come back. Just. What's up, girl? I'm Jesus Christ. And girls would still be like, yeah, we know. Your birthday's December 25th. You're a Capricorn. My ex is a Capricorn. Won't make that mistake again. Like.
Girls also love his sassy mannerisms.
Babe, come on. Are you serious? Him? You're worried about him? This wouldn't be as awkward. I want you guys to know that right now. Y'all making it weird, okay? I'm just trying to get to know a lovely couple.
Stand-up comedy is definitely a male-dominated art form. A lot of men prefer a comedian who turns ordinary situations into intensely unrealistic anecdotes, one who tackles taboo subjects, self-deprecates, one who can skillfully immerse you into a story that is entirely fake but paints the picture so well that you can't decipher it from reality. Matt often reinforces the things that you already know about sex, relationships, and delivers it with a flamboyant tone, producing a comedy.
I watched a movie where a woman got out of context. They would lie and take false comments. The film ends with her killing the news report responsible for Dang, what movie is that? What movie is that? Is it new?
And laughs. Many people call Matt Rife this generation's Dane Cook, since Dane was very popular amongst women due to his looks, which is not an insult considering Dane Cook is the entire reason why Matt is who he is. On October 15th, 2009, 14-year-old Matt saw Dane Cook at the Nationwide Arena. That night, Matt decided he wanted to be a comedian. He crushed school talent shows and became the stereotypical class clown. He did keep his dreams of being a football player in his back pocket, though. His college recruitment statement said, "I am a very daft learner, with outstanding heart, ambition, and instinct. I progress very fast as well. I personally feel I am college football material, and I cannot see myself doing anything else in my future. God has a plan for me, and I believe that play is to play football for college and then possibly play on Sundays. That Ohio education is very apparent in his letter, and he did not get a scholarship."
Oh, what? Hold up, what? Hold up, because when he read that, I was like, what? Don't say anything to him. Just leave it alone. Wow, why you spell it? Okay.
Play is to play football for college and then possibly play on Sundays. That Ohio education is very apparent in his letter, and he did not get a scholarship.
That's
so he
crazy.
decided to use Twitter to reach out to every single comedian stopping through Columbus, Ohio, hoping to get just 2 minutes of stage time. D.L. Hewley was the first comedian to ever give him a guest spot at the Columbus Fun.
Ghost, how's it
Matt
going?
had just turned 16
And I heard
was
you
4
came
months
back
into
from
doing
your trip.
open mics. One other person that gave him a chance early on was Eric Griffin, who became a mentor for Matt. He took him around LA, showed him all the comedy clubs, and got him into circles with pretty big comedians early on. You see, at the time, Matt's gimmick was that he was this Justin Bieber-looking boy who was performing for mostly black crowds. He doesn't say this was intentional, though.
I've been asked that a bunch of times, like, how did you find yourself in that kind of, like, market and audience? And I think it's just because, like, black comedians are more, they're more apt to sharing the spotlight or whatever. Like, they're totally okay helping you out. I feel like a lot of white comics can be stingy.
Eric Griffin described Matt's act early on as so black.
So black. Your act was so... It was like the blackest act, and then I knew it wasn't gonna go well.
You set me up.
It's hard to know exactly what Eric meant by this, but Matt has been criticized for wanting to be black for his entire career. This Facebook caption reads, "Just your average black teenager trying to look marketable. You feel me?"
Why do you hang out with so many black people then, huh? What do you want to be black? Fucking a little bit.
Obviously, these are just jokes, but there has been real discourse around his alleged blaccent. Mickey Kendall, an author and diversity consultant, says that blaccent is a term describing the fake accent, racist, and...
Diversity consultant. Do we need that? Black accent is a term described by a fake accent. What? Described by the fake accent, racist, and cultural appropriation. Used when they mimic black people.
Cultural appropriators use when they mimic black people. Nesenia Burton says that non-black celebrities are celebrated in
So
entertainment.
is black women. So is black women. It's in German? Wait, the film is in German? What? Or Dutch? Isn't that what they speak? I know, but they don't care. They don't care. I can drop an Indian boy from South Asia. South? No, East? No, West Asia. Drop him in Harlem, right? A little baby. Growing up, he goes sound exactly like them boys over there. Exactly. That's what you gonna sound like. It's going to happen. Because he's learning how to speak around these people. He's learning, like he's absorbing all that. Or it takes place in Germany. Use of freedom of speech. Oh, this is like a. Did you watch this in school or did you like just find this yourself?
For appropriating African American culture, especially our vernacular.
Man, I was watching this video and this girl, right? She got braids, bro. She got braids. She thought it looked nice. She put them in her hair. This black lady came out of nowhere and was like, "Take him out!" And I'm just like, "What's wrong with you?" She's like, "Man, you're not black, like black." I'm just like, like, it's always, and no, I'm not even gonna say that. But it's like, why do you care so much? Why? What is this doing to you? Is this affecting you somehow? And I remember this guy, he said, because you guys get mad at these women getting box braids and all these braids. So, does that mean you guys need to stop wearing blonde wigs? And they all stop talking. And I'm like, interesting. Very interesting. About how the film transitions to a new way of filming. I watched it in the post. Oh, so you did watch it in class? Okay. I mean, it still could be a good film.
While African Americans are either demonized or overlooked when speaking in black vernacular. Some people say that this is just how people from Ohio talk, and at first, Matt openly admitted to doing this.
Really growing up, and with your comedy career in like an urban club, you start to like music cues. I'm like starting to talk black and stuff like that. I'm doing like mainly black room.
But then readdressed the controversy a few years later. I love when white people accuse me of having a black accent. First of all, you can't sound black. Second, if my voice echoes a cadence or tone of a certain culture, that's due to my surroundings. My apologies for not living my life exclusively around boring, corny white people. He has also addressed the alleged racism in his act.
I'm not racist. If you look at the people who I hold closest in my life, the people I love most and would probably die for, you would see that they're black.
Because of comedians like D. Ray
I
Davis,
truly
Vince
hate
Mitchell,
that. I hate that. Listen, I understand why people could have got mad by him saying that. I just hate when people say, I can't be racist because I know people who are black or people who I care about are black. That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I watched this interview. I didn't watch the full interview, but it was an interview with, what's his name? With Lil Wayne. And they kept trying to make him make everything about race, right? And he said, listen, the only people, the only world, the only race, the only place, the only city, the only thing I care about is my kids, right? And it could be like that for you. You can be racist, right? But love your little black kids that you got. You know what I mean? Like, it don't matter. It don't matter how many like friends that you have. That is and the thing is, what throws me off too, especially as in the I mean, in the West, a lot of people believe that you could only, like, being racist is only white or black. You can be racist towards Asians. But every time, like, people just push that on the side and be like, nah, we're not really racist. That's not really a thing. Oh my gosh. It's crazy. Crazy.
Letting him be a feature act for them in 2012, Matt was discovered by his then manager, Gary Abdo, who owned the Uptown Comedy Corner in Atlanta, where Matt would spend all of his time practicing material. Comics who came to this club saw the potential.
Stalin. Who was he again?
Even took him on a
I know he was
show.
one of the ones back then who did some craziness.
Interested in Matt's comedy, Nick Cannon. Nick discovered Matt's talents in 2014 and added him to
Didn't
the
we just
Wild
watch a
Now
video about
roster
Nick
for
Cannon being
season 7.
corny?
This was Wild N Out's 10-year anniversary and debuted to 4.4 million viewers, which is very high for 2015 TV standards. Nick Cannon's show has a history of giving promising new comedians a platform, such as Cat Williams, Pete Davidson, King Batch, just to name a few. His Wild N Out status helped him land his first acting role on Disney XD's Gamer's Guide to Pretty Much Everything, and with his newfound fame and consistent paychecks rolling in, he decided it was finally time to fix his teeth, giving him a ton of confidence and making the girls lust him more than ever. However, one girl was not very fond of Matt,
Zendaya,
which got him into some controversy.
Oh yeah, when he
in
grabbed
season
her.
7, episode 4 of Wild and Out.
No.
And afterwards. As if 2015 couldn't get any better for Matt, he finally got to meet and open for his idol, Dane Cook. Matt became a regular at the Laugh Factory in LA. He was added very consistently to big lineups, becoming a go-to host for acts like Chris D'Elia, Bobby Lee, Andrew Santino, Dane Cook, among others. This is common for comics to have a stretch of their lives just grinding clubs for years. Many people think Matt is just an overnight star, but he was very consistently doing stand-up alongside pros from 2015 until today, nearly a decade. In an unexpected turn of events, Matt was also asked to be the host of MTV's TRL during the 2017 reboot.
Is that Rita Ora?
TRL was a quintessential part of the early 2000s music scene and pop culture. It was one of the most important shows for an artist to go on when promoting a new record. MTV thought this reboot would have a stronghold on culture again. They were wrong. But it was more screen time for Matt and allowed him to make more connections in the industry. It seemed like Matt had everything going right for him. Opportunities kept falling into his lap, but there was still no explosive growth. It's likely because he was on TV at a time when TV was less relevant than ever. But his idol, Dane Cook, believed he would be a star. In 2019, Dane had Matt as his feature act on his massive Tell It Like It Is tour. But opening for Dane Cook in 2019 is like a new rapper opening for Nelly or Ludacris. Sure, there's a large crowd, but most of the audience are there to reminisce on something that once was and not discover new talent. Plus, his gimmick was drying up. People used to laugh at his set almost in support of a kid trying to chase his dream. He was funny for a kid. He was now in his early 20s and he needed to be actually funny, especially looking like a supermodel. Dane, being the social media pioneer of comedy, tried to convince Matt that the only way to get to the next level is to use social media. For some reason, Matt was apprehensive, but after the pandemic, he had nothing else to do, so he finally launched his TikTok account. Most comedians in the past 3 years have heavily leveraged TikTok to help sell tickets. If they have a podcast, they will post clips of the podcast. Otherwise, they mostly post clips of them doing crowd work or experimental jokes that aren't going into their main act. Crowd work is extremely difficult, but Matt makes fun of girls left and right at his shows with ease.
Take my belt off?
That's
if
crazy.
I do, will you hang yourself with it? I've never been more sure somebody's from Miami in my
He would often ask the crowd what their relationship status was, or ask women what are some red flags, aka warning signs they see in a guy.
Hold on, you said girl best friend? Have you met her? Yes. And you don't like this bitch? What's that? We're not together anymore, so yeah. Ooh. You guys broke up because of her? There were a lot of reasons. Okay, well then maybe don't put all the weight on her shoulders.
These segments can feel more like indulging in juicy drama of strangers' lives rather than comedy, but Matt's quick and witty responses make it worth it. Unfortunately, Matt's TikTok clips went relatively unnoticed for years. He wasn't that consistent, and TikTok was still in the era of short 15-second dopamine boost clips to keep people scrolling. Within that time, he even became a part of the TFIL YouTube channel. He released his very first comedy special on YouTube titled OnlyFans in late 2021.
That's what I did for my first special, OnlyFans. I labeled it OnlyFans because I knew so many people were Googling if I had an OnlyFans, so it drove all the traffic to the special.
The smart marketing tactic gained him 1 million views in less than a year. As TikTok expanded
crazy.
their upload time limit to 3 minutes, then to 10 minutes, a lot of comedians felt confident uploading a longer segment that had all of the necessary context to tell their jokes. Plus, TikTok users proved that they don't just mindlessly scroll and actually tend to pay attention to longer content. Matt uploaded a 2.5-minute TikTok on July 30th, 2022 that went extremely viral.
How recently did you guys break up?
May.
Yeah, gotcha.
He didn't do anything.
He didn't do anything? He didn't do anything wrong or in life?
In life.
In life? Did he not have a job the entire time you guys were together?
He did.
He did? He worked in the ER? Oh, I'm sorry. You broke up with a hero?
This video has nearly 40 million views. From there, his back catalog and future videos got flooded with thousands
NWA
of comments from women.
from the
So
90s?
cute, and from Ohio. He's cute.
Yeah.
This dude
Yeah, we did. You talking about them people from Fortnite? I'm playing. Wait, didn't they put them in Fortnite? No, I doubt they did. That'd be crazy. Because of the movie that they did? Wait, was Fortnite even out when the movie came out? I think so. But they wouldn't have put them in there. I mean, they put crazy stuff in. They put Ice Spice in Fortnite, so there's a chance.
fine as hell, funny, and attractive. Unfortunately for these women, Matt does not love them back, because Matt has a type. He went into extensive detail on the type of women he likes on the Stiff Socks podcast. He said that they needed fake D-cup breasts, can't have a BBL, and this.
Oh, but sometimes you get a girl with a big clit and you're like, God, dude, I'm not.
What the? Yo, okay, listen, everyone.
I've seen it. I've seen it when I've been in the bedroom with a girl with a massive clit.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like, what am I supposed to do? A thumb wrestle?
Women on TikTok could not believe that Matt could be so crass. They were surprised to hear their sweet and humble king talk like a dirty pig. The backlash caused the Stiff Socks pod to delete the episode from their channel, but Matt has always been vocal about his type.
Matt has a thing where he likes old chicks. Why do you like old chicks? The last 4 you dated are always way older than you. And what do I always say? It's not going to work. But you don't listen.
It's different this time. Okay?
It's different this time.
I like the maturity. I don't like going out to the clubs every night. I don't want somebody who wants to be at the clubs every night.
Matt likes older women, and a perfect example of this would be when one woman liked his set so much, she tattooed her lip in honor of him. A horny middle-aged mom made him cookies and a shirt that read, "I came to Iowa and all I got was this t-shirt and a BJ."
It's like the perfect consistency.
What
too.
the
Oh my
heck?
God. Thank you so much. What's your name? Christina, you are so hot. Thank you so much. Oh my God. How old are you? Say it. Say it.
Because of Matt repeating, "Say it," this grandmother went and tattooed the inside of her lip with the words, "Say it," and she now almost has 1 million followers.
he said this grandmother? She's a grandma?
Followers on TikTok. This interaction was the most viewed TikTok on Matt's page at over 50 million views. Now everything he uploads earns around 10 million views. His TikToks are arguably more important than his specials at this point, so he decided to do an entire crowd work special titled Walking Red Flag that absolutely exploded on YouTube. Often rappers and singers who go viral on TikTok have a hard time selling tickets to their live shows. For Matt, it's the total opposite. He announced his tour on June 5th, 2023.
I wish for a world tour, bigger than anything I could have ever dreamed of. And I want it full, sold out, with people from across the world who just want to come out, have a good time, and laugh.
His wish came true. Matt sold out over 150 shows all over the world just 10 days after the tickets went live. Every time he adds a new show, it gets sold out immediately. The only shows you can find tickets to are much larger venues, 5,000 to 10,000 seats. And he did this just 11 months after his first TikTok went viral. As much as Reddit trolls and angry men want to see his demise, everyone who has ever spoken about Matt publicly has said nothing but positive things.
That's why Matt Rife making it doesn't, it makes me happy.
Yeah.
It makes me go, you know what, that kid deserves it.
I'll be real, I hate Matt Rife, okay? Fucking hate him. I hate, look, here's the thing, Matt, like, he's super funny, and he's like the most
most dudes that look like that are not that funny.
Yeah, and most dudes look like that are women.
Cookies. Oh my gosh, it's crazy.
I love Matt. It's awesome. It's
Hit
awesome
me
to
up
see
through. Oh
anybody
my
doing
gosh.
well.
Rife is our boy, kind of.
Right, yeah, we're big Matt Rife fans.
He's a
dude.
friend of the show.
I think he gets an unfair amount of hate.
At the end of the day, if Matt Rife makes you laugh, then he's a good comedian. But calling him the Dane Cook of this generation is definitely accurate. But you'll have to watch my video on the most hated comedian of all time to see why.
That's crazy. Dane Cook was funny. He had one funny special that I saw.
There's an undeniable
One funny special.
Have you ever heard anyone say, Marshmello is my favorite artist? Probably not, unless you frequently have conversations with 9-year-olds who play Fortnite. But Marshmello currently sits at over 50 million monthly listeners on Spotify, has 4 songs with over 1 billion streams, is Grammy nominated, and has dominated popular radio for years. In 2017, Forbes reported Marshmello was the 8th highest paid DJ, earning $21 million, and they were able to do all of this without ever revealing their identity. Marshmello is not a person. It's a mascot that represents Marshmello Creative LLC, similar to Tony the Tiger or the Green Giant. Only their main profit driver is watered-down generic EDM and pop music, and while you think I might sound like a hater, they don't even consider Marshmello art. It's an investment firm with 11 to 50 employees. If you found out the man who created this...
Oh, you thought it was the end of him being poor? I thought it was kind of going to end bad too.
His songs, didn't do interviews, didn't physically ever go out in this costume, what would change? Absolutely nothing. It could be a different person in that suit every single time you have ever seen them, and nobody would know. What are the chances that the man behind the Marshmello mask is an American Ninja Warrior finalist, a pro Fortnite player teaming up with Ninja, a chef, a skateboarder, all while being a Grammy-nominated producer and world-touring DJ? The funniest part about it, he has been hiding in plain sight since day one. Marshmello's identity was leaked just 3 months after releasing his first song, and he wasn't infiltrated by a hacker group or hometown haters. Skrillex, the biggest DJ in the world, straight up told everyone who he was.
You like a few of his songs?
Who's that right now? It's Chris. Oh, Marshmello. Marshmello, speaking of new talent.
Really?
This kid is making great music. For
Really?
real, on that young.
That's Skrillex?
Maybe I'll get to interview you one day, Marshmello.
From this interview with Skrillex, we learned that Marshmello's name is Chris, and that he is a promising upcoming talent. Now, most upcoming artists
Oh
don't
my
just get a
gosh,
shout out.
Ghost, what's going on?
So they suspect
Since Ghost has been back, Ghost is like, what's going on, Ghost?
Some even suspected Skrillex was Marshmello and tried to play the reverse psychology card. After all, Marshmello's first song was uploaded just 3 months before this interview. Waves was uploaded to SoundCloud March 2nd, 2015. Professional quality mixing and mastering from an account with 0 followers was not helping industry plant accusations. After releasing just 9 songs, he had reached 46,000 followers in 2 months. EDM fans were suspicious from the very beginning. It's not uncommon at all for producers to have multiple
Dang.
aliases for music.
I didn't know Skrillex looked like that. Oh, what's that guy's name? There's another. Who's the dubstep guy? What's his name? The dubstep guy. That's who I got confused with Skrillex. Who's the dubstep guy? Like, he has like long hair. Like, also. What you mean? You just seem pretty different. What's his name? I don't remember his name.
Has a side project as a group called Major Lazer. Avicii had Tim Berg. Pendulum has Knife Party. Mac Miller's producer name was Larry Fisherman. There is an endless list of popular producers /
Really?
DJs with active.
No, that's not him. Hold on. Okay, remember that. Remember the song with Turn Down for What? Who did that song? Who did Turn Down for What with Lil Jon? Who was the guy who did it with him? The song. What was his name? I love the instant crush. DJ Snake? That's his name? Really?
Projects.
I do not
so
remember
people
that.
suspected that Marshmello was a side project of another popular artist. But before we reveal Marshmello's true identity, a word from our sponsor, Underdog Fantasy.
Oh, no,
Underdog
we don't do
Fantasy
gambling.
is the club. Half of the duo is Christian Srigley. Christian could be shortened to Chris, but it's unlikely. Rusko, whose real name is Christopher William Mercer. But Rusko is an EDM legend and seems extremely out of character to pursue an anonymous career in generic festival EDM. What's So Not's real name is Chris Emerson, who was also signed to Ausla at that time, which is Skrillex's record label, but What's So Not is Australian, and that accent would have been obvious on the phone with Skrillex. So that leaves us with .com, whose real name is Christopher Comstock, who was a prime suspect for being the identity behind Marshmello. .com was a popular bass music DJ from Philadelphia in the mid-2010s. He made a splash in the EDM scene for his late 2013 remix of Chief Keef's Hate Being Sober, then continued to make festival trap remixes of popular songs. Trap is a genre of bass music originally derived from hip-hop. It often features huge 808 bass lines, fast hi-hats, and simple catchy synth melodies. Festival trap is the same but slaps a ton of reverb on those melodies to make it feel like you are in a stadium concert. .com exploded in 2014 with over 15 million streams on his songs and tens of thousands of followers. He got signed to Bygore Records, which had a roster of many top-tier bass music acts. This was a key point for his career, because at Bygore he met and signed with his manager, Mo Shalizi. Mo is arguably the mastermind behind Marshmello, because despite .com getting tons of streams and followers on SoundCloud, he wasn't interesting enough from a marketing perspective. All of .com's biggest songs were remixes, not original creations. The name .com didn't have any creative branding or uniqueness around it, and he looked like just any other DJ. Since he was playing a lot of festival trap in small clubs with a bunch of dubstep fans, when he hit the stage people would take a bathroom break or get a drink at the bar. He plateaued, and Mo came up with a plan. They tried to assess the problem with EDM.
Dang, Titan. I mean, Bri, you really know it is, huh?
Hard, created an image of coolness.
I didn't know you were a
and
fan
made
of
music
DJing.
to satisfy whatever trend is happening in the clubs. Most of the fans were 18 plus because many of the concerts had age restrictions. They wanted to create a brand that was positive, kid-friendly, and most importantly, anonymous. Marshmello was created as a side project for Chris to express himself through a new style of music. All songs were original productions that blurred the lines between festival trap and future bass. The songs were light, uplifting, and emotional, to go along with his brand of positivity. Mo got all of his other artists to repost and support Marshmello's music on SoundCloud. Mo says that Skrillex reached out to him asking who Marshmello was early on, which is possible. Skrillex still to this day shows love to smaller artists and has always scoured the internet looking for new talent. It's also likely that Mo sent Marshmello's music to Diplo since Mo managed an artist called Jaws who was signed to Diplo's label, and then Diplo put Skrillex on. Skrillex reposted Mello's track called Find Me on April 5th, 1 month after Mello started releasing music. Then Skrillex gave Mello the biggest opportunity of his 1-month career, to produce the official remix for Jack U and Justin Bieber's song, Where Are You Now? This song had everyone in the scene wondering, how did Marshmello get so famous so fast? But Mo and Chris had a problem. They didn't know how to hide Marshmello's physical identity. How were they going to do shows? Of course they considered a helmet because two of the most iconic EDM brands, Daft Punk and Deadmau5, sported a helmet during their performances. So Mo reached out to a friend who could make them a prototype. The helmet was a yoga mat wrapped in a circle with the eyes cut out, and a dollar store LED light on the inside. This was revealed during the trailer for the Hard Day of the Dead 2015 festival. But while on set, Mo took a picture of Mello and pretended to leak it to Billboard anonymously. The next day, mystery producer Marshmello reveals first ever photo ahead of Halloween Live debut. Mo negotiated Mello's first live performance and appearance in this trailer for a whopping $30,000.
He got sued by
5 or 6
Zura.
times more than
Are
what
you serious?
.com was being paid for a show. His debut was as an opening act for Skrillex's Peer of Fear Halloween show, but the more memorable set was at Hard Summer, with his intro leaning into the mystique.
A lot of people are thinking maybe it's Skrillex, he's just, using another name to put out different tracks and stuff like that. But I think most people are kind of wrong, and I'll explain why. I don't know, it's been bothering me, it's been killing me. I am dying to know who Marshmello really is.
From there, the takeover began, starting with a USA tour, then a massive international tour all over Australia, China, Spain. His debut album Joy Time went #1 on iTunes Top Electronic Albums the day of its
I don't think your
release.
parents
He
ever went to a
dominated
bar.
social media with captions his fans enjoyed, like Diplo trying to distract me with pictures of naked marshmallows, or with marketing stunts from Mo, like purchasing a billboard outside of Coachella that read, "I'm working hard now so my future daughter doesn't have to sell detox tea on her social media." Detox tea was a popular trend on social media as a quick fix weight loss product, mostly promoted by female influencers. They claim this billboard went viral and had many people asking
That's
who
smart,
Marshmello
man.
was, but I found no evidence.
That's
of that.
smart, man.
Marshmello ascended through the EDM ranks, headlining a world tour less than a year after releasing his first song. That's the power of the helmet and the Skrillex cosign. His track Alone would be a defining moment for Mello, as it was his first bona fide original hit, sitting at over 2.4 billion views on YouTube. Coincidentally, .com stopped doing shows and releasing music at the same time Marshmello started doing shows, but the whole .com is Marshmello expose was only for EDM diehards. Most of the Mello gang didn't care about his anonymity, they just liked the music. A photo of Mello was posted backstage at a show in Vegas. You can see through the ripped jeans that he has a tattoo on his right leg that seems to match the tattoo .com has on his right leg. And if that wasn't enough proof, Deadmau5 straight up exposed him. Marshmello tweeted, "I wonder if Deadmau5 would be down to play basketball together, one-on-one, winner buys dinner." Deadmau5 replied, "Yes, okay, we get it. .com wasn't working. You put a bucket on your head and mentioned me weekly. Winning formula. Awesome." Then, something insane happened 1 month later. At EDC Las Vegas, Marshmello took off his helmet.
I'm gonna take off my helmet in 3, 2, 1.
Social media exploded thinking that Marshmello is in fact another iconic DJ, Tiesto. This was a major news story that made headlines outside of the EDM community. Deadmau5 chimed in. "Okay, so the biggest news item from EDC is some piece of shit taking off a helmet to reveal another piece of shit.
Dang.
Hey, it's your money." Mello replied, "Winning formula for relevance. Talk shit on Marshmello once a week. You should add Kotex maxi pads to your rider. This would be an ongoing buckethead."
Dang,
beef
I didn't
for
know the
years."
beef in the DJ
Eventually,
community was
people
like
realized
this.
that the Tiesto face reveal was just a prank, but they did begin to question the plausibility of Marshmello being more than one person. More specifically, is he the one actually making the music? And this video may have exposed him. In a YouTube video posted by Creator Arcade, Marshmello is seen giving a tutorial on how he makes music. First of all, his voice is heavily manipulated.
For those of you who might be new to music production, I want to make sure that we take care of a few of the essentials. Our first task will be to change our tempo.
We know how he actually sounds because he speaks on the mic at his concerts, but he never spoke during interviews at this point in his career. His tutorial feels more like he is reading off a script. For example,
I did add some more audio effects to this sound to help it stick out a little bit more. The first effect I added is called OTT. This can be found in the multiband dynamics category.
now compare that to another producer giving a tutorial on the same page.
On it like brings out like the overtones and the harmonics.
Man, this man sounds like he's
Music
using that
producers
black scent.
analyzed this video and noted that he speaks and navigates the program Ableton like someone with only a basic knowledge
playing.
of music production. Then Marshmello goes on to add tons of effects, changing very specific parameters without even hearing the song to see how those effects are changing it. Producers in the comments were not convinced this was Mello. But does this prove that Chris Comstock is not the one that makes the music? Well, obviously, it's Shawn Mendes. No, wait, it's Will Ferrell.
Yes, it's me.
Okay, the joke is played out now. But to make Mello's music production conspiracy even worse, people also discovered that his song Friends, which has 1.3 billion streams, is just a downloaded loop from a stock music website.
Nah. I mean, kinda.
Now, this doesn't necessarily prove that Chris isn't the one producing the music, and while some people scold him for being uncreative and unoriginal, others just look at this as being resourceful. If there's a website, which in this case was Splice, that could help you speed up your workflow, why not use it? This song peaked at number 11 on the Billboard Hot 100. In fact, from 2017 to 2021, Mello had at least one song consistently on the Billboard Hot 100. Wolves with Selena Gomez hit number 20, Silence with Khalid number 30, and Happier with Bastille peaked all the way at number 2. Come and Go with Juice WRLD also hit number 2. Entry-level EDM fans don't fully understand the culture. They like the big festivals and cute outfits,
Nah,
but probably are
I don't
not
like those.
interested in what makes a DJ or producer so great. Marshmello became their favorite DJ because he had one very specific difference than anyone else: the helmet. And his euphoric melodies are designed to just make you feel happy, which he does very well. This is also a big reason why he gained a huge international fan base. Marshmello has no race, religion, or human connection. His brand represents this vague positivity, and the helmet is literally smiling the whole time. Mello has just enough human characteristics for fans all around the world to connect with.
I've been
But the debate of
seeing
who the real
for
Marshmello
almost
is
10
was
years.
finally
Dang.
ended by Natalie Roebmed from Forbes. In mid-2017, she searched for Christopher Comstock in BMI's public database. This showed that Comstock is registered as a songwriter and performer for various Marshmello songs. BMI is a performing rights organization that collects performance royalties whenever their members' songs are played publicly on TV, digital streaming platforms, the radio, live venues, restaurants, shops, wherever music gets
Dang.
played. Every
It's like
song
you
is
can't
attached to
hide
an artist's
nothing.
legal name. Catherine Hudson is the legal songwriter of Katy Perry's music. Dwayne Carter is the legal songwriter of Lil Wayne's music. When Natalie made this discovery, she emailed Mello's legal team asking to confirm Chris is Mello. And just 12 hours after she sent the email, Comstock had been wiped from BMI's website. Searching for Comstock as a songwriter rendered 0 results. Unless you believe he has a ghost producer, Christopher Comstock is producing Marshmello's music. However, there is one very obvious time Chris Comstock was not the man in the costume, and that was when Marshmello absolutely dominated the American Ninja Warrior course.
Wow.
During stage 1 of the 2018 American Ninja Warrior finals, 97 contestants attempted and only 30 made it. Marshmello randomly pulls up when he has never entered the contest in history, never shown any type of athletic capabilities besides standing on a DJ booth, and flies through the course wearing the massive bucket helmet while dancing in between obstacles.
With the helmet
He's
is
not
crazy.
listed on the official website as a finalist, and this was clearly just a marketing stunt for the show. This seems like a harmless stunt, but the next one is a little shady. In 2018, E3 was hosting a Fortnite Pro-Am competition, which featured the best professional esports players who each partnered with a celebrity guest. They had Lil Yachty, Pete Wentz, Designer, Party Next Door,
Hold
just
up.
to name a
Let me see.
Fortnite Pro-Am competition, which featured the best.
Okay, so I don't know who this is. I don't know who this is. I don't know who this is. Oh, I think I seen this guy before.
Professional esports player.
I don't know who this or this. I mean, I'm not gonna know everybody. I just want to know. Oh, I know this guy. He's an actor from DC.
Guest. They had Lil Yachty.
Wait, who the heck was that?
Best professional esports players who each partnered with a celebrity guest.
Who this? Who this on here? I don't know.
They had Lil Yachty, Pete Wentz, Designer, Party Next Door, just to name a few. Marshmello was there too. And who was he paired up with? Ninja. Ninja is the most famous Fortnite player of all time, and in 2018 he was at his competitive peak. Mo claims that Mello just started playing Fortnite in his free time, asked Ninja to play, and they hit it off. Simple as that. Now, the winners of this Pro-Am competition would get a $1 million prize to donate to charity, and it would be great press if the two most recognizable brands won this competition. Of course, Ninja and Marshmello won.
Oh, they
despite
won? Oh, that's
Marshmello
shady
wearing
then.
this bulky helmet that restricts his vision. Is it possible that Mello is just extremely good at Fortnite and plays it in his free time? Sure, but he also became a partner with Fortnite shortly after, launching an official skin and bundle that people could purchase for $12 to $18. Then he did the world's first Fortnite concert, which was a 10-minute DJ set that players could attend inside of the game. Then from here released countless Fortnite music videos on his official YouTube channel. This is a strategic multi-million-dollar business partnership, and it just seems incredibly convenient that this started by Mello being partnered with the best player in the world with 1.7 million people watching live
Yeah, that's
and
crazy.
winning the competition. Mello earned a staggering $44 million in 2017 and 2018, not even 2 years after abandoning the .com brand. By 2020, he was worth $56 million and became an equity partner in the Stuffed Pups Marshmello snack brand. Marshmello is not a person. It's a corporate identity that happens to make music. These days, Chris hides in plain sight. You can see his personal Instagram account where he is hanging out with Mo, 808 Mafia, Jaws, all the biggest DJs in the world. Chris gets to reap all the rewards of a multi-million-dollar empire but takes off the helmet and nobody would recognize him on the street. He never officially admitted that he was Marshmello because he knows that nobody really cares.
That's
EDM
true.
is about the entire culture, not parasocial relationships with the DJ and producer. Probably because EDM is not reliant on vocals. People connect with words, lyrics, and they develop a relationship with the artist they feel like is speaking to them. But dance music is just about the rhythm. Way less fans develop that deep personal connection to an EDM
That's why I
artist.
never really got
so
into
for
it.
Marshmello, it does not matter who is producing the music. It does not matter who is under that helmet. What they are making is not art. It's a product. And as long as they keep releasing that product that makes people dance, Marshmello could be DJing for the next 100 years.
That's true.
Lil Pump recently dropped an album and nobody noticed.
I can't name 2 songs of his. Actually, that's a lie. Gucci Gang and D Rose. Those are the only 2 things that I know he did.
What started out as a friendly competition over 2 similar TV shows escalated quickly when Rob Dyrdek threatened Daniel Tosh. Then again,
Daniel
Tosh
Tosh.
joking about Rob being a PDF file was
Whoa!
potentially taking things too far.
Whoa!
The ridiculousness versus Tosh.0 beef was surprising because both of these guys are generally well liked, but their polar opposite motivations for creating a comedy clip show was the perfect recipe for disaster. Rob once said, "I try to seize every opportunity."
Dang, Titan. Whoa. Titan. Whoa. What words did I use? What words did I use? Hold up. Think. Really? Bleach? What words? I must have said something crazy.
I can. I've already filled my bucket list many times over. Business is my passion. Rob's life has been seemingly a never-ending stairway to success, becoming a professional skateboarder as a teenager, starting his own skateboard accessory company, designing a shoe that generated him $300,000 per year in royalties, founding a hip-hop record label, doing magazine covers, wearing iced-out Rolexes, teaming up with his security guard to produce and act in Robin Big.
The G word? Oh. That's crazy to think about. But he did a whole lot.
Never-ending stairway to
He did
success,
everything.
becoming a professional skateboarder as a teenager, starting his own skateboard accessory company, designing a shoe that generated him
The
$300,000
DCs?
per year in royalties, founding a hip-hop record label, doing magazine covers, wearing iced-out Rolexes, teaming up with his security guard to produce and act in Robin Big, an MTV reality show that stole the hearts of millions of fans around the world, only to follow that up with another banger of a show called Fantasy Factory, which was literally a show about him pursuing new business ventures while messing around with his friends. He even became a stuntman, jumping a speeding car backwards, barrel rolling a Chevy Sonic, and getting mauled by a tiger.
Oh my
Rob
gosh.
documented his exhilarating life, elevating his public persona while leveraging his celebrity status to secure a multi-million-dollar fortune. Daniel Tosh, on the other hand, once said, "Stand-up is the only thing I have ever been good at, and even that depends on who you ask." While Rob was steamrolling through life, accomplishing everything his heart desired, Daniel Tosh was merely focused on one thing:
The show's
building
good.
a comedic legacy.
I waste so much time in my life. I could have accomplished so much more, but I have no dreams, like real dreams. I sit at home thinking about, how come nobody with a Lamborghini ever pulls up next to me and is like, hey man, you want this car? I'm like, yeah, I do. Yes! I got a Lamborghini today.
Tosh got his start hosting a show called Tens for a local television
Nicktoons?
station called Whammy in Miami, Florida, where Daniel would interview
He had a
and
cartoon as
best
well? I
looking
didn't know that.
guys and girls on South Beach. He moved to Los Angeles in the late 90s and performed short stand-up sets in comedy clubs to slowly build his reputation. In 2001, he got a spot on The Late Show with David Letterman, which helped him become a recognizable face in the comedy scene.
You think it's trendy for young kids in Japan to get tattoos of words written in English?
I see what he
With
did
that
there.
momentum, he was able to book comedy shows around the country, with a majority of those being held at universities. From there, he launched his first special in 2003 on Comedy Central.
That's a game I used to play as a child. The floor is lava. It's when you'd climb on all the furniture in your house and you couldn't touch the floor. Yeah, you might have called it something completely different, but it meant the same thing. You were poor.
It was good?
Yeah, because I remember going, Mom, I would like a Nintendo. And she's like, the floor is lava. I'm like, what the hell is wrong with our house? Why can't we afford carpet? It's called 2 jobs.
Tosh simply focused on mastering his craft for years, working
Oh
on
my
material to gear
goodness,
up for the release
no.
of his second Comedy Central special, Completely Serious.
I was watching the country music channel the other day and I fell asleep and I woke up racist.
As we entered 2008,
Whoa.
YouTube and Facebook were slowly taking over pop culture, with random hilarious videos going viral every day. Comedy Central brainstormed an idea for a comedy clips show, and Tosh was a master of short, punchy jokes. Combine that with a fearless approach to controversial topics, an immense cult-like following of college kids, and devilish good looks, Comedy Central knew he was their star. Tosh
I remember the show.
debuted in the summer
Yo,
of
there was one episode that I remember. It was about this girl who there was a song she made about I don't want to say.
Focused on showcasing viral internet videos, memes, social media content, and trending
Oh,
topics,
so he was like-
accompanied by Tosh's satirical
he was like
commentary
Rob Dyrdek
and often controversial humor.
So I came up with a
Stole
list
his
of
bag.
9
That's what
new
he's trying to
terms
say.
that have absolutely no racial connotation whatsoever. I field tested them with an extremely diverse focus group. Sugar taster.
That's a little offensive.
What do you think sugar taster means?
I don't know. I don't know why you think that he tastes sugar.
Why do you keep pointing to the black person?
That's what I
Well,
want.
They?
The concept of this show is not really original. Before Tosh, you had The Soup, hosted by Joel McHale, Web Junk, hosted by Patrice O'Neill, and even YouTuber Ray William Johnson laid the foundation for Equals 3 slightly before Tosh. Now, most clip shows rely on the clips themselves to produce the humor, almost removing the need for a host in the first place. And while Tosh did find good content that is funny, shocking, or absurd on its own, more often than not, it was his jokes and commentary that actually made the clips funnier.
Seems you guys finally pushed the foremost authority on style past his breaking point.
This video is for all you stupid fucking trolls and haters online, saying mean and hurtful things about fedoras.
You're not the only cool guy whose hat game has been mocked.
You wish you could pull off a clutch.
All right, have a good one, Ghost.
You imbeciles know nothing of this hat.
But what made Tosh.0 stand out from all the rest was the iconic web redemption segment he would do at the end of every episode. Tosh would invite one of the individuals who became viral for embarrassing or cringeworthy moments on the show for a chance to redeem themselves. He would interview them with his signature sarcastic humor and allow them to share more details behind the viral clip, then finalizing the bit with a reenactment of their viral moment with an absurd or comedic twist. He brought on classic internet stars like Welvin D's Nuts to Great.
You know Malone, right?
Carl?
No, Malone.
No, what's Malone?
Malone.
Oh, long. I got it.
He also brought on pretty much every iconic local news viral sensation: Sweet Brown, the I Like Turtles kid, and Antoine Dodson.
What do you want people to know about you?
They know I'm openly gay. That's mainly what I want to get out. I don't give
That you're gay? I think people knew that about 1 second into your video.
And even though this was just a clip show, clearly sketch comedy was where Daniel Tosh thrived. The first season of Tosh.0 was a surprise hit and averaged more than 1 million viewers per episode, but then it got even bigger. The second season averaged nearly 2 million total viewers and was the most watched show in its time slot among men 18 to 24 and men 18 to 34. Tosh.0 was absolutely taking over. Little did he know he had some competition on the horizon, as Rob Dyrdek, who was equally loved, was about to launch Ridiculousness, a show that was suspiciously similar to Tosh.0. Even though Ridiculousness premiered 2 years after Tosh.0, Rob claims he actually came up with the idea 4 years prior and even sold it to MTV.
Now I was doing both of them at the same time, so I actually sold them both at the exact same time.
They bought 2 shows from you at one
Yeah, because
time.
originally I read the article like in 2007 of Vinny DeBona's $500 million global syndication of America's Funniest Home Videos, and was like, man, like I need to make that. I should just make the cool version of America's Funniest Home Videos.
That's honestly, that's what I think about. I think of Funniest Home Videos when I see all of these things. Like when they just had the guy and he showed like yeah, that's what I always thought of.
People laugh. Ridiculousness was optimized to make money. In 2008 and 2009, Rob spent most of his days filming episodes for Fantasy Factory, and they just took a lot of time. Planning extravagant stunts like jumping a speeding car backwards would take months of planning and preparation. Now, MTV was paying him $125,000 per episode, so a little more effort was worth it. But they only offered to pay him $30,000 per episode for Ridiculousness. So from a business perspective, he wanted to spend as little time working on that show to maximize his revenue.
just such a nightmare, and I'd be there all day, to where now I shoot 8 of them in under 5 hours, right? So it's a much more highly optimized, efficient machine. And then for me, it takes very little energy and time to execute it, and it's sort of brand neutral. A lot of people don't even know if I still film them. You know what I mean? They don't even realize I shoot 336 brand new ones every single year, you know.
However, many critics believe that this business model negatively impacts the quality of the show. Ridiculousness is about as basic of a clip show as it gets. Rob hosts alongside Sterling Stilo Brim and Chanel West Coast. They play viral internet videos, often featuring people's outrageous, embarrassing, or downright bizarre antics grouped together in themed segments.
Get too much air, right? And as someone that spent his whole life flying through the air, there's occasionally you push it too far.
I mainly went to this show for the guests.
Too much air. Got it. Keep going, bro. Keep going. Oh yeah. Man,
that's some rough water to land into.
Man, it's just rough altogether. You gotta.
Yo, what are you doing?
Like about right here, it's time to bail out.
It really
okay.
Is. You gotta let go. Why are you this high in the air?
Man, and you were about to start going down. You bailed at the wrong time.
There is no scripting and very little rehearsal. Rob essentially goes on set, does a sort of freestyle reaction to whatever he is watching, which usually results in him just laughing or highlighting exactly what the viewer just saw.
What's up, though? Oh!
She don't want no siblings.
Man, not only that, but he can't even get up to punish her. She said, ah!
Occasionally, Rob will invite a celebrity guest on who also tends to give a basic, raw reaction to the content. Howie Mandel recalled his experience being on the show.
So I went in, I walked right onto the set. They said roll. I was out of there. It's a half-hour show, is it? Yeah. I think I was out of there in 40 minutes.
Season 1, Episode 1 of Ridiculousness aired on August 29th, 2011, and started off hot, averaging about 2 million viewers per episode. That made it extremely competitive with Tosh.0's viewership, so he decided to say something. Tosh tweeted, "Congrats, Rob Dyrdek. New show looks very funny and familiar." Dyrdek fired back, "Thank you so much, Daniel Tosh. Maybe later this week, you, Bob Saget, and Tom Bergeron can come down to my factory and play." This sarcastic back and forth between the two seemed harmless, but secretly, Tosh was plotting his revenge on Rob. Shortly after their online exchange, Tosh.0 dedicated an entire web redemption segment to trolling Rob. Tosh interviews his guest, who was a skateboarder that was struck by a vehicle in his viral video, only to find out that they are conducting the interview in Tony Hawk's pool.
Got to. You got to get back up on that rail.
Hey, you kids! How many damn times I gotta tell you to quit draining my
Hey,
pool?
Tony.
Now fill it back up or I'm calling the police.
You always been this cranky old man Hawk?
You kids are wasting your lives. No one's ever made a living riding a skateboard. Now get! Suck it!
Tosh bringing Tony Hawk into a sketch dissing Rob Dyrdek is Drake-level pettiness. Anyways, Tosh brings his guests to a skate park inside of a warehouse called Daniel's Childish Dreams Factory for Young Boys Only, which is quite
You always
literally
do, though,
the
right?
exact same building as Rob Dyrdek's Fantasy Factory, but with the sign covered. Tosh is dressed exactly like Rob, wearing a zip-up hoodie, a flat brim hat cocked sideways, while holding 2 puppies.
Welcome
The
to
goat?
my Childish
Yeah.
Dream Factory for young boys only.
It's a lot like the Fantasy Factory.
No, it doesn't. This is my own original idea that I had years ago before he did. I was just too busy with other projects to see it through. This place is awesome. It's got everything you could ever want if the only thing you ever wanted was to hang out with 12-year-old shirtless boys.
Throughout the sketch, Tosh acts like a creep towards the little boys, even offering them a suspicious beverage with pills in it. At the end, the skateboarder crashes into Tosh's friend, Big Sack, a parody of Rob's best friend, Christopher Big Black Boykin. The sketch is hilarious, but Dyrdek didn't like the idea that his name was being joked about alongside Philia. He tweeted, "The idea of having beef with Daniel Tosh is truly embarrassing. For real. Imagine that. Clip show host beef. But the beef is now very real." Followed by, I am not a comedian or an actor, so unfortunately for Daniel Tosh, we are going to have to settle this the old-fashioned way. #SeeYouSoon. To which Tosh responded, fair enough, but if you have to beat me up, can we film it and put it on my show so people will actually watch it? As if threatening physical violence against Tosh wasn't already the worst possible way to react to being hilariously trolled, Tosh absolutely demolished him with that response on Twitter. Rob did not fire back on Twitter, but he did seem a bit agitated.
Tosh, feels like I just watched his show and then decided to do a video show because his show was successful, which is so absurd to me. If I did in fact look at that and be like, oh, I could do a version of that, which is just so ridiculousness. But I don't know. For whatever reason, he's really butthurt about it. And the idea, he's like a comedian who writes these skits around all this stuff. I just play videos and just get up there and freestyle. I'm not a comedian, so that's really what it stems from, and why he's so emotional about my show is beyond me. It's really insane.
He even suggested he might still be willing to throw hands.
He got out of pocket, and I got a little out of pocket via Twitter, which you don't do, because if you take something personal, you should probably handle it.
Yeah, I heard you said you're gonna beat him up.
I didn't
Rob,
say that.
You kind of did, dude.
I didn't say that. What we like to say is we're putting that behind us.
We're putting it behind. So if you guys run into each other, it'll be all good.
Yeah, who knows? You never know.
It seemed like most people were siding with Tosh, with one fan explaining, Tosh takes shots at everyone, just like South Park does. It's comedy and poking fun at each other. It's part of it. This is not a controversy or beef. It's a comedy skit. Rob's the one who is butthurt. Tosh has never said anything about his feud with Deerdeck after this controversy. However, we do know that he's not one to apologize.
You want me to apologize? For what? You being a bitch?
We recently got insight that he and his team felt some level of disdain towards Deerdeck and ridiculousness when YouTuber Roman Atwood recalled a story of the Tosh.0 team trying to purchase one of his viral clips.
Tosh.0 was calling, and all these shows were calling that I was like, oh my god, I've never seen anything like this. You guys were in season 1, I believe. Even sooner than
we call for the video?
Yeah, but what happened was Tosh.0, Tosh wanted it, and they said, this is a true story. They said, yeah, Ridiculous is never going to make it past season 1.
Tosh.0's team could not have been more wrong. Even through the rise of social media and decline of traditional cable TV, Ridiculousness remained a dominant show. Even though the viewership declined during episode premieres, they would air the show anytime, any day, and people would not change the channel.
I know, it's
easily
just a vibe.
digestible content. There is no storyline you have to follow, so it doesn't matter what season or episode you're watching. Even if it's 2 a.m. and you don't have any brain capacity to focus, you can still watch it. Hell, you could probably watch this show with the volume muted and it still might be engaging.
Yep.
Around 2018, Ridiculousness occupied about 60% of the network's time slots, sometimes airing for multiple days straight with no breaks. To celebrate MTV's 40th anniversary, which does stand for Music Television by the way, they aired Ridiculousness for 24 hours straight.
Dang.
Ridiculousness has produced 42 seasons, having over 1,000 episodes, and likely has hundreds, maybe thousands of more episodes to come. The production company Rob Deerdeck built that produced Ridiculousness, called Super Jacket, he sold to Thrill One Sports and Entertainment for $190 million.
You know what I mean? I just go and freestyle the I'm it for 30 minutes and it's oh, you just did a flawless show. He's made everything up. You know what I mean? It's really just sort of this fun, fast-paced experience, but make no mistake. Make no mistake. It is only for the money.
Tosh.0, on the other hand, was canceled by Comedy Central in 2020, but still it thrives for
It was still
12
going?
seasons,
Dang.
spanning over a decade during the downfall of cable. It's even more
I mean, I stopped watching
impressive that
cable,
Tosh
so-
basically did everything he could to stay anonymous. Tosh rarely had celebrity guests. He hired a team to run his social media for him. He never did interviews. He never did any box office hit movies. He never did major brand sponsorships. He never collaborated on tours with other comedians. He never jumped on podcasts. He
Okay,
never
so
did a
why are they-
roast. All
Wait,
he
are
did
you
was
still-
focus
are
on
you
making
serious?
the best show
I done
possible
toned it
and
down.
ultimately letting his comedy speak
Hold up.
for itself, and he had a damn good run. It's unlikely that these two men still hold any animosity towards each other. Rob did, and it's clear that Tosh was just trolling. Just because Rob made a clip
Look,
show
look,
designed
look,
for
look,
profit
look, look,
doesn't
look. You
make
see?
him a bad
You
guy,
see, right? You
especially
see? Are you
considering
seeing?
how
Are you looking?
brutally
Look,
honest
look,
he was about it. Rob Deerdeck
what?
gave his fans
Still?
high-quality, amazing content
What?
for years via
Oh,
Rob Big
my
and Fantasy
goodness.
Factory, so he is well deserving of his success. Tosh, is hilarious, and was hilarious until the very end of his show, and him being a great comedian was all his fans ever wanted from him. So in the end, they both won.
Yeah, he did his thing. I didn't know he was still.
There's an undeniable sincerity that emanates.
I didn't know he was still doing his thing though. No, I didn't. -5%. Okay, I think I have too many of these tabs open.
Art tracing, and this is another unfortunate scenario where there are some very egregious examples of it. This is a post made by Twitter user.
This is what Titan don't like. Titan don't like the Twitter art hate.
And they spell it F-A-E, so I'll just be calling them Fable. And they made this tweet February 23rd, writing, "Did this person just trace my design sketch and render it? This was a free giveaway design I did a while back, and usually I won't let this kind of thing bother me, but other than the face, it's like identical, right? I'm not crazy here." And then they tagged somebody, and the person is Diana, and they seem to be friends, right? And Diana writes, "Oh wait, no, Fable, this is a model art I won, a half-body model art. I only wanted to also tag you for the gorgeous design credit." So from my understanding of how it played out, this Diana individual seemed to have won this art piece. But Fable was like retweeting some posts from Diana. That's because I don't think they're beefing or anything like that. But this is Fable's artwork, right? Look at the beautiful design. Look at the bear collar with the lace, right? The pigtails, everything, the cute little bear ears. What is this? This is like 1-to-1. Let me just open it up side by side. Look at this. It is literally directly traced over. Like, this is directly traced over with the exception of the face. The face is a little different. The colors are all the same though. It's just
sincerity that emanates from Jimmy Fallon. He's not just a talk show host, he's a friend you've known for years, inviting you into his world with open arms. Since his late night debut in 2009, Jimmy has almost unanimously been loved by fans and celebrities, but not anymore. The people closest to Jimmy, the ones he relies on the most, have come forward to reveal that his actual character behind the scenes is the total opposite of lovable and genuine. Erratic behavior, outbursts, intimidation, avoid eye contact. Nobody told Jimmy no. These quotes don't sound like the unapologetically joyful Tonight Show host we know, but these revelations might not be shocking to some. As many people have speculated, Jimmy's nice guy persona is entirely fake, more specifically, his fake laugh.
I didn't realize it until people pointed it out. Like, she looked scared that he was laughing. Like, what? She looks scared. Like, she's like, why is this man laughing so hard?
Entirely fake, more specifically, his fake laugh.
Watch, the second lady. She's like, oh,
Jimmy will laugh at just about everything, to the point where he sounds like a programmed laugh track being controlled by a producer backstage.
If you think about embarrassment, scale of 1 to 10.
Okay.
1 is just like being a person walking down the street, and 10 is, for me, co-hosting the Oscars with James Franco.
what the heck?
Without letting Ann mention why this was embarrassing, Jimmy just bursts out into laughter when there was nothing funny about what she said.
And then he tries to connect my right foot to my left arm, and he's trying to connect them like this, and I'm in such pain. I go like that, yeah, and his belly goes in my mouth.
Oh my gosh, that was
Even
crazy.
Ryan Gosling looked at Jimmy confused as to why he was laughing so hard.
Yeah.
They both play it off awkwardly because they quickly realize this is harmless and it only makes them look better or funnier. There's no point in calling him out, but Taylor Swift wasn't having it.
The VMAs are coming up August 24th, and they're saying, I heard that Taylor Swift will be performing. Can you confirm
That's Ryan
or
Gosling.
deny?
I mean, we've had a really good time today.
Taylor?
So,
Taylor?
see where I'm going with this at least. Nobody ever listens to me.
Oh my
Finish a
God.
thought.
Oh my God.
So what I was saying is
You're not even looking at me.
because I'm trying to think of what to say next.
If he isn't interrupting them with laughter, he is interrupting them with other pointless talking. Taylor Swift's frustration was a little more obvious than David Spade's.
Jackson wasn't even the first one, but I squeaked on.
You did stand up.
When I did, I'll tell the story. When
David just gave him a little jab, and Jimmy knew he was wrong for interrupting the comedian, so he tried to make Dave look like the bad guy and walk off. This wasn't the first time Jimmy walked off set to avoid an awkward situation that he caused.
No, it's about how you can beat a human being down to...
Tell anyone. It's okay. Let him
just see the movie.
Or not.
Or not. You know what the movie's about, kind of, right? Yeah, so you don't need me. You don't need me.
No, do it.
No, you don't need me. No one needs me. It's fine.
Okay.
Let's go.
No, come back. Come on, man.
This is a safe way to play off his awkward interruptions because no host would ever walk off their own show for a tiny error. Often it seems like Jimmy has nothing substantial to add to the conversation but feels the need to
That's why
interrupt
Conan
or explode with laughter.
is the best, you know.
The internet has memed Jimmy's antics into oblivion. While some say he has a huge ego and wants more spotlight for himself, it seems like he does this to maintain control. He fears dead air, a boring story, or an unfunny joke, so he jabs his way into the conversations with quick jokes or laughs in an attempt to make sure the audience is engaged, but then it ends up doing the opposite. I mean, every time a guest is talking, he leans in, stares at them intensely, maybe reaches his arm out, and is waiting for a split second to interrupt to make sure you are entertained. The other thing that agitates people is how he showers every single guest with compliments. You're my favorite, we love you, it's my favorite movie, my favorite album, as if celebrities need any more ego stroking. Jimmy's defenders think all this controversy is ridiculous. Should he not laugh? Just sit there and be awkward?
Jimmy Kimmel is definitely a clown.
He just wants his guests to be relaxed and confident in front of a live audience. This can definitely explain his overreactions to guests winning his minigames.
Sounds like a poodle. I like for turtle.
Now, it seems ridiculous to nitpick this from Jimmy because fake reactions have been a crucial part of TV and YouTube forever. David Dobrik, KSI, and Joe Rogan have been large contributors to the fake laughter, fake reaction epidemic.
Okay, and if you think there is...
It's very like...
I know everything. I kind of do agree with a lot of what he says.
People pleaser and just wants to make everyone comfortable. Bless his heart. That laugh does the opposite to me. It feels like he's hiding something, and Jimmy may be hiding something.
Feels like
a
he's hiding
lifetime of
something.
alcoholism, and the reason he began drinking will shock you. But first, a word from our sponsor,
Hold up.
Underdog
Oh,
Fantasy.
no, we can't.
Underdog
We can't.
Fantasy is
No gambling.
Jimmy was fully immersed. Today, to take advantage and win some money. As a teenager, Jimmy was obsessed with Saturday Night Live. The program had been running for nearly
They
2
said
decades,
drinking like
and
that.
Jimmy was fully immersed, insisting on watching the program alone in pure silence because he hated unnecessary commentary from others. Although he could only see the clean parts his parents taped for him, Jimmy didn't miss a single sketch or punchline and remained devoted to learning as much as possible. Ironically, his parents didn't want him watching adult humor sketches, but they would let him drink alcohol while watching.
That
As
is
long
crazy.
as I wasn't doing anything at night, I'd just sit by myself and I would have a 6-pack of Pabst. I don't know if I made it all the way through the 6, but I'd just sit there and watch the show and tape it. He and his sister Gloria reenacted sketches with friends before Jimmy discovered a talent for impressions, often impersonating actor James Cagney and comedian Dana Carvey. I was one of those kids who, if I hung around another kid for an hour, I was that kid. Fallon said, it was weird. I'd come home and I'd do his type of humor, his type of mannerisms. And my mom would say, okay, Joey, you want dinner now? Because I'd be acting like Joey Gonzalez. From a young age, Jimmy was an imitator, instinctively copying and mimicking things that he thought were funny instead of having the drive to produce his own material, which was an early sign of being the perfect late-night television host. Through hours of meticulously studying various comedy and musical routines, Fallon continued working on his craft and established himself as a performer at Saugerties High School, appearing in most stage productions. It was a rush. I think it was the rush of getting a reaction. Maybe it's acceptance. Maybe it's a thing where you're pleasing somebody. I want to be friends with everybody. And if you make a joke and everyone laughs, you're like, that's it, I scored. That's what I thought making a friend was. You just feel like people liked you. So maybe it was that, acceptance. It seems like Jimmy's people-pleaser mentality has been in full effect since his youth. His obsession with Saturday Night
It's because
Live
they left him
carried on
alone and
throughout
just gave
his
him a
time at
beer and
St.
said, "Shut
Louis
up."
College in New York, skipping parties and events so that he could watch SNL as it aired. Fallon lived for the weekends when he would regularly board buses from his aunt's house in Fort Hamilton to perform stand-up comedy sets at Caroline's on Broadway and Times Square. On stage is where Jimmy felt most at home, and his urge to make audiences laugh couldn't be ignored as he dropped out of college in 1995 to move to Los Angeles, California to pursue comedy full-time. He secured a manager who got him very minor roles in comedy films like Father's
She got a
Day
little
and
free will.
television
I knew you were gonna say it's because of the hair.
It didn't matter because his dream wasn't to become an actor. Jimmy remained fixated on joining Saturday Night Live. After 2 years
Like this part of the
working on
hair.
his sketch comedy and improv skills with the Groundlings, he took a leap of faith and auditioned for SNL, but bombed. This career setback could have killed his dreams as a comedian altogether, but his obsession with SNL wouldn't let him give up. When he landed a small role on a Warner Brothers sitcom, Fallon negotiated a clause in his contract that would release him if he got on SNL. The producers agreed only because they thought it would never happen. This was my ultimate goal. If I ever cut into a birthday cake and made a wish, I would wish to be on SNL. If I threw a coin into a fountain, I would wish to be on SNL. If I saw a shooting star, I would wish to be on SNL. It's crazy. I had no other plan. I didn't have friends. I didn't have a girlfriend. I didn't have anything going on. I had my
Yeah.
career. That was it. SNL is notorious for its difficult audition stage. The series creator, Lorne Michaels, almost never laughed during auditions, and it would take a special talent to grab his attention. Fallon recalls 3 different people warning him about Lorne's lack of laughter. He learned a lot from his first catastrophic performance, and his second audition, he would come prepared with nothing but himself and his impressions, something that he perfected over time. Jimmy marched on that stage, performing a celebrity walkathon with impressions of Jerry Seinfeld, Chris Rock, Bill Cosby, and Adam Sandler. To his surprise, Michaels and other executives could not stop laughing. I was in the room that day, says former SNL writer Tina Fey. He's one of 2 people I've ever seen who was completely ready to be on the show. Kristen Wiig is the other one. And Jimmy was ready like if there had been a show to do that night. Lorne Michaels informed Jimmy that his dreams were now a reality. He was going to be a cast member of Saturday Night Live. All Jimmy could do was look at Michaels and tell him, "I'm going to make you proud." He debuted beside the cast of SNL as a featured player during its 24th season in September 1998. Fallon established himself as a household name overnight, becoming known for his spot-on impressions of various celebrities and public figures. While he was living out his dream, Jimmy was also developing a scary addiction that would come back to haunt him decades later. During their
What was
time at
that
SNL,
addiction?
Fallon and cast member Horatio Sands often drank together. Sands has described himself and Fallon as super-functioning alcoholics and
Dang.
stated that kind of goes hand-in-hand with SNL. Some kind of substance abuse issues because it's so stressful you could easily find yourself blowing off steam a lot.
Wow,
Sands
okay.
recounted how he and Fallon got in a couple of brawls. "I've seen Jimmy clock a few people," he said. "Jimmy could fight. I don't know where he learned, but he definitely scrapped with the best of them." Jimmy working in
With
a
the best of
high-stress
them.
environment and abusing his health to cope is potential foreshadowing for the work environment he would create on his own show. He always planned to leave Saturday Night Live after 3 seasons. However, Lorne Michaels offered him a role on Weekend Update with Tina Fey, which is essentially the comedic news section that SNL covers every week. Unfortunately, Jimmy also developed a negative reputation on SNL as somebody who can't hold in his laughter. At first, it was an innocent mistake that began in the famous More Cowbell sketch, when Will Ferrell wore a tight shirt that caused Fallon to break character. Every cast member was laughing during this skit because, well, it was hilarious. But that moment opened a revolving door of cast members intentionally trying to get Jimmy to break character, and he did break character. A lot. Interrupting the punchlines and comedic timing by laughing and giggling. While some thought it was hilarious,
Oh,
others
that's that
found it
one chick.
insensitive and believed he was a
That one chick, man.
character, and he did break character. A lot. Interrupting
Her right there.
the punchlines and comedic timing by laughing and giggling. While some
She's from I don't remember. What is it called? She's done a good amount of movies, but she died. I forgot how she died too. But yeah. I said that one chick like I do everything. And I forgot. Don't make me sympathetic of Jim Fallon.
thought it was hilarious, others found it insensitive and believed he was attempting to steal their spotlight and make the sketches about himself. Lorne didn't like it, the writers didn't like it. "I'm not trying to do it on purpose. I'm trying not to do it, but sometimes it just got insane. I couldn't hold it in. It was just so much fun." SNL has always tried to maintain the best of the best when it comes to comedic talent. Comedians laughing at their own jokes can sometimes be seen as unprofessional. In 2004, Jimmy decided to leave SNL and move into traditional acting. He signed a 2-movie deal with 20th
I remember
Century
Taxi.
Fox with the hopes of becoming a prominent star
Taxi
in
was
the
okay.
industry. The first was a lead role in the 2004 action comedy Taxi alongside then rapper turned actor Queen Latifah. The other was the 2005 romantic comedy Fever Pitch alongside Drew Barrymore.
I didn't see
Both
that.
films received mixed reviews and had decent box office performance, but were not the first impression Jimmy Fallon wanted. With back-to-back disappointments, film offers rapidly decreased as studio executives grew hesitant to feature Fallon in future projects. He experienced what he has deemed a lost period, characterized by a larger-than-usual alcohol consumption and uncertainty about his future career choices. I was probably drinking more than I should have been drinking, he confessed. It wasn't like sitting and watching old tapes of me on SNL with the screen flickering in front of me. I was like, I can't figure out what I want to do. Fortunately for Fallon, the man who gave him his dream job at SNL was about to save him once again, as the host of Late Night had an opening in 2009 after Conan O'Brien was transitioning to The Tonight Show. But Jimmy didn't make the best first impression. Many quickly realized that Jimmy
He was an
a
actor. I mean, he did a movie that I saw.
claimed
I didn't know he
Jimmy
did two of
was
them.
Too cute for late night audiences used to hanging out with the snarky, cool crowd, suggesting he was too corny. Yeah, the cool crowd was always beyond my grasp, he admitted. Late Night with Jimmy Fallon premiered on NBC in early March 2009. The series immediately outperformed CBS's The Late Late Show with Craig Ferguson by 500,000 viewers. Fallon also garnered more viewers than his predecessor, Conan O'Brien. Late Night with Jimmy Fallon was one of the first late-night talk shows to embrace social media and use it as an integral part of the show's engagement with its audience. Jimmy was able to connect with the youth who weren't watching TV at midnight in 2012 by regular uploads to YouTube, particularly comedic sketches and challenges with their favorite celebrities.
I got these tickets to the One Direction concert.
Nah.
I love One Direction. Do you have an extra ticket?
Many of these videos amassed millions of views, but it was nothing compared to the dominance he would have on The Tonight Show. In early 2014, Jimmy Fallon transitioned to NBC's The Tonight Show, where he had big shoes to fill. From Steve Allen to Jack Parr to the iconic Johnny Carson, who stamped the show's legacy for 30 years, then Jay Leno and Conan O'Brien, it was now Jimmy's job to lead the most popular late-night show of all time. He debuted to a staggering 11.3 million viewers, and despite all the alleged fake laughing, overreactions, interruptions, and being too corny, he dominated late-night television. The show averaged 3 to 4 million live concurrent viewers throughout the years, but also embraced social media with their YouTube channel that has amassed 30 million subscribers. With multiple videos in the hundreds of millions of views, a lot of Jimmy's segments mimic the format of YouTube challenges. Many of you have never even watched Late Night, but have seen tons of The Tonight Show's YouTube segments, such as Lip Sync Battle, Musical Impressions, and Egg Russian Roulette, where he and his guests would engage in playful competitions resulting in funny and often viral moments. His comedic sketches and style often mimicked SNL because of his obsession and Lorne Michaels' production. Jimmy is like the personification of a golden retriever, and America loved him. And although the late-night host is a high-profile and often rewarding role, the pressure can be severe. Late-night hosts are expected to be funny and entertaining every night. The constant pressure to deliver humor can be mentally and emotionally taxing. Late-night hosts must stay up to date with...
I feel like so like the music video for the Queen song I Want to Break Free. Okay, let's actually see. Let's see. Okay, boom, bam, pow. Queen, I want to break. There it is. Let's see. Boom. Mute this because I'm about to get copyrighted. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Let me fast forward this a little bit. How do you fast forward again? Huh. All right. I see. I see.
current events dance and pop culture trends to keep their material relevant, which requires continuous research and adaptability. The aspect of balancing multiple roles can also be demanding, as late-night hosts are not just comedians, they are also producers, writers, and often performers in various sketches and segments. Coming up with fresh and original content night after night can be creatively exhausting, as hosts must continually innovate to keep their shows interesting. Meanwhile, late-night shows are often live or recorded in front of a live audience. This leaves little room for mistakes, and hosts must be prepared to handle unexpected situations. Therefore, late-night hosts are very much reliant on their staff to help with research, writing jokes and sketches, making sure there are as little errors as possible.
Check Gen Chat.
These writers and employees are Jimmy's
Give me a second.
lifeline. There is no show without them, and he made a crucial error on May 1st, 2023.
I wouldn't have a show if it wasn't for my writers, and I support them all the way. They got to have a fair contract, and they got a lot of stuff to iron out, and hopefully they get it done.
If there is a strike, do you go dark?
If there's a strike,
Ooh.
yeah, I think we will. Yeah, I think we'll go dark. Whatever I can do to support.
Ooh, I like the
I'm
first
actually in
one. The
writing
first one's
field as well,
nice.
so, yeah, I couldn't do the show without them, and I support my whole staff.
Although Jimmy says he will support his writers no matter what, his staff says otherwise. As one of his employees took to Twitter to write, he wasn't even at the meeting this morning to tell us we won't get paid after this week. Jimmy Fallon, please support your staff. Had fun bowling with you last week, but a party won't pay my rent. I'm sure many of you have heard about the 5-month-long writers' strike in Hollywood that just ended, and the reason for the strike is quite simple. The Writers Guild of America is the joint efforts of 2 different American labor unions representing thousands of writers in film, television, radio, and online media. Writers are the backbone of Jimmy Fallon and all of Hollywood's content. Without them, there are no jokes, no scripts, no stories, nothing. Yet somehow, they are the least compensated, with most of them earning below the poverty line in salary. Writers make a bulk of their earnings through residuals, which is a percentage that gets paid out to them every time a movie or show is streamed or syndicated in the future. But Hollywood executives restructured the industry during the streaming era, so these writers get basically nothing after the content is uploaded. And the studios are profiting tens of billions, while the people who are actually creating the ideas from scratch are on food stamps. So Jimmy saying he supports his staff no matter what, but not increasing their salaries to a livable wage, had them pretty pissed off, which led to a Rolling Stone article that contacted over 50 Tonight Show employees revealing what Jimmy is really like behind the scenes. Although many praised Fallon for his immense talent and comedic gifts, nobody spoke on record or had positive things to say about working on The Tonight Show. Interestingly
I'm trying to mix them
3
together.
employees who originally worked on late night claim a dramatic and ugly shift in the working environment occurred once they transitioned
I don't
to
know.
Tonight
The
Show.
first one is
People
perfect.
that worked under them felt this pressure that if you made
Maybe
one
I don't like
mistake,
the long
you were
straps
gone
at the
and would
bottom.
be easily replaced. From 2014 to 2022, there were 9 different showrunners. This constant change in leadership gradually created a chaotic atmosphere among staffers who expressed their loss in faith in senior leadership. Nobody told Jimmy no. Everybody walked on eggshells, especially showrunners. Another former employee says, "You never know what Jimmy you were going to get, and when he was going to throw a hissy fit." They described Jimmy's temperament, mood, and treatment of staffers as erratic. They suggested Jimmy Fallon was unpredictable, having witnessed him snap at crew members over the smallest things. They also claimed Fallon occasionally berated and belittled staffers out of frustration. 3 former employees said that he berated them in front of other colleagues and crew members. It was like, if Jimmy's in a bad mood, everyone's day is fucked. When something was wrong, we all knew how to behave afterwards, which was just sort of avoid eye contact and don't make another mistake. The article then dives into Jimmy's. He did an impression of Chris Rock while doing blackface. Jimmy apologized for this skit that resurfaced in 2020, and the article followed up this information with an employee alleging that the staff tried to sweep this controversy under the rug. A black employee claims that showrunner Granite Benderman kept asking them, "What is going on with your hair?" trying to paint the picture of a racist environment behind the scenes at The Tonight Show. Employees claim that they experienced deteriorating health effects due to the environment, hair thinning, extreme weight loss. Mentally, I was in the lowest place of my life. I didn't want to live anymore. One longtime employee says they never reported their issues to HR because early on in their tenure at the show, they saw colleagues of theirs attempt to speak to human resources representatives and subsequently got fired from the show. They don't protect us, the former staffer says. They don't do anything for us. Many of you watching have probably worked in a toxic environment and have experienced similar ramifications as these employees alleged, so you can easily see this being a reality for Jimmy's show. Others speculated that this is nothing more than a hit piece. Many think that Jimmy's short temper, erratic behavior, and need for nothing less than perfection is standard for someone putting on a show for millions and millions of people. They think most of the worst allegations are against the showrunners, and Jimmy has to take the blame since he is the boss. Most people wonder why someone wouldn't just get a new job if it was so bad.
Exactly.
Then again, Jimmy did come from SNL, which was one of the most high-stress work environments that led to
I don't like that one. This one looks too much. I mean, but I guess that is the point of a race jacket.
That he could have created a similar environment.
But aren't the patches for sponsors and stuff? So if your racers in your story doesn't have don't have many sponsors, then I don't think you need to put so many patches.
Bad, Fallon said, according to two people who were on the call. Sorry if I embarrassed you and your family and friends. I feel so bad I can't even tell you. We don't have the full apology, so we don't know if Jimmy is accepting blame for all of these allegations, for just a few, or if he is just following the command of his PR team to avoid the same outcome as Ellen.
Ellen went through it.
Long romanticized in Hollywood as the perfect couple. They proved that it's possible for two people to be incredibly successful A-list celebrities and raise a stable family who all love each other. We now know that was all a lie. The Smith family was an image, carefully crafted to look like the perfect family, while it was an utter mess on the inside. And over the past few years, all of their deepest secrets have been revealed to the entire world. Once you hear the full story, your opinions of Will and Jada might change. Because
you better chill out, Titan, before Will Smith starts knocking at your door.
Catastrophic, confusing, and preventable marriages of all time. Starting with the fact that Jada didn't want to be with Will in the first place.
Yep.
In 1994, Will Smith was married to his now ex-wife, Cherie Zampino. They also had a 2-year-old son named Trey. But Will was spending a lot of time with actress Jada Pinkett despite having a wife and baby at home.
That's
Jada
crazy.
auditioned for a role in season 5 of The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, which was arguably the most influential and popular 90s sitcom in history. The New York Times said The Fresh Prince had put rap into the mainstream. Every week, nearly 20 million viewers tuned in to see Smith and the Banks family, with a quarter of the national television audience watching at its peak. Jada auditioned to be Will's girlfriend, Lisa, and came close to booking the role, but didn't.
She used to listen. I know she, but she was bad back in.
Girlfriend, Lisa, and came close to booking the role, but didn't because producers thought Jada looked too short when sharing the screen with Will. The role ultimately went to Nia Long.
But Nia Long? Oh, she won. Nia Long won though. Nia Long won though.
Than Jada.
Yeah.
Will tried to approach Jada to console her. She shrugged him off, but he says it was love at first sight. The two said Will did not have an affair.
Hold up, YouTube. Can we say that? Hold up, YouTube. Just chill out. Let's calm down. It's okay. It's alright.
And that wasn't his wife. We sat down at the baked potato and talked. There was a really unique, beautiful power. We had that moment, and we connected, but I was married. Funny enough, this wasn't the first time Will fell in love with someone that wasn't his wife. He admits in his memoir that he fell in love with his co-star, Stockard Channing, while filming 1993's
At the start,
6
but
Degrees of
age
Separation.
like spoiled milk. Yeah, it's all the stress, you know.
He was a 6'2", 25-year-old movie star, television star, and rap star. But it was an early sign that maybe marriage wasn't for him. Will claims he never would have divorced his wife Cherie if she didn't initiate it first. We were at the Palm, and I remember I had to get up from dinner when I had a realization that I wasn't with the person I was supposed to be with.
This is
Will
crazy.
rushed to the bathroom in the Palm and broke down in tears.
This is
His marriage
crazy.
eventually reached a breaking point.
What the
and
heck
Cherie
is wrong
filed
with
for
you?
divorce on Valentine's Day in
This man,
1995.
yo,
Cherie filed for a
what did
divorce.
Jada do? What did Jada do to this man? This man was like, I saw her across the way, and I didn't know how to act. Like I know she walked away from me when I called her, but that just made me want her more. And then he went on a date with his wife, sat down, was eating some fries, and was like, this isn't where I should be. Went to the bathroom and started crying. Oh my gosh. What? Huh? Honestly, he got what he deserved. Like listen, he cheated on his wife with her. I mean, I guess he didn't technically cheat. I mean, I don't know, man. This man. Ah, man. This is crazy.
She called herself my placeholder wife. She said that she just had to be there to hold the position of wife in Will Smith's perfect life. The most important takeaway from this is Will's willingness to remain in a marriage that he was not emotionally invested in for the sake of maintaining his image to the world, something that would not change.
Pathetic.
Jada obviously was interested in Will, but her own morality tried to convince him to fight for his family and make things work. However, Will proceeded with the divorce and contacted Jada the moment he signed the divorce papers, saying, I literally walked right out from signing the divorce papers and I called Jada. I said, hey Jada, what's up? It's Will. She said, hey, how you doing? I said, good. Are you seeing anybody? She said, no. And I said, cool, you're seeing me now. Jada went along with it.
This is the stupidest thing I have seen in my life. And listen, I didn't know it like this. He got what he deserved, bro. Everybody was like, oh, she did that. He did this to himself. After signing the divorce paper, and by the way, he was just like, oh, well, I didn't really love her anymore. So he met this girl. See, this is the thing about like the world. I mean, I guess you can say, I mean, before this. At this point in time, I guess the shift was happening. But when marriage just became pointless, this man said through sickness and health till death do us part to this woman, and then saw Jada and was gone. And then said, you know what? I don't love you anymore. What? And then as soon as he signed the divorce papers, he's like, yo, Jada, I know we saw each other in passing, but you mine now. This is the craziest thing ever. But she still looked good, though. She did look good, though.
Because her life was about to fall apart. Jada's mother, Adrienne, became pregnant in high school and gave birth to Jada at a very young age. Growing up in Baltimore, Maryland, Jada witnessed her mother endure domestic abuse from her father.
Man, this is kind of like that Demon Slayer episode, you know, like right after he cuts the demon, and then now we get into sad backstory. Listen, I'm not saying she didn't go through stuff, but like she, like, are we going to give her a pass?
It got so bad that Adrienne temporarily fled from their home. Her parents' marriage was short-lived and they divorced after several months. As a teenager struggling to raise a child, Adrienne dealt with a heroin addiction for most of Jada's childhood. I could tell when my mother was high. She couldn't make it on time to pick me up from school, or she's nodding off, falling asleep in the middle of something. Jada's environment and upbringing led to her encountering drugs, becoming a dealer at just 14 years old. She was living a double life, going to Baltimore School for the Arts during the day and dealing at night. Her mother eventually put her foot down and convinced Jada to clean up her act.
I wouldn't even make you a mod in my Discord server.
Before enrolling at the North Carolina School of the Arts. She dropped out of college after 1 year to move to Los Angeles and pursue an acting career. Jada's talent and good looks landed minor roles in TV shows like 21 Jump Street and Doogie Howser MD, before producer Debbie Allen gave her a consistent role on A Different World, which blew her up. From there, she landed a reoccurring role on The Cosby Show, but her role as Ronnie, the love interest in Menace to Society,
oh my
made her
goodness,
culturally beloved since hip-hop fans loved that movie. Jada successfully made it out of the struggle, but she was still not happy.
My career is popping. I got money. I'm hot.
People are pursuing you.
I got every dude everywhere wanting it. You know what I mean? Like, I can have anybody I want.
Yep. And then she chose Will because he said, you're mine now. No, she chose Will because he was a, hey, you see that Fresh Prince money? It look nice, don't it? You don't got nothing else. You better. And she was like, okay.
Why am I not happy?
This is when Will came along. She latched onto him, hoping that he would make her happy.
She latched on.
At that time, Will hadn't finalized his divorce with Cherie, meaning he and Jada kept their relationship under wraps.
Oh, so he did cheat on her, like I said. He did cheat on her, like I said.
We're both pretty famous, and we felt like it just wouldn't have been a great look. They indulged in an unpredictable, secretive rendezvous that sounds like it was taken straight out of a movie. The couple traveled to exotic secret getaways, from Cabo to private Caribbean islands, Aspen, and secluded estates in Maui. Capitalizing on his success on The Fresh Prince, they took advantage of private air travel and regularly used aliases to check into hotels. We fit together so naturally, and our energies combined exponentially in a way that felt like old friends more than new lovers. We had an unspoken language, and everything we focused on flourished. This romantic, adventurous fling would come to a screeching halt whenever the marriage conversation popped up. Jada didn't believe in a conventional marriage and despised a traditional ceremony. She also had questions about the viability of monogamy as a framework for a successful long-term relationship. Despite the obvious warning sign of trying to settle down with a woman who does not want to, Will did not let that stop him. From an early point in their relationship, their suitability was questionable at best, but now Jada was pregnant, and Will's determination to get married overpowered Jada's personal beliefs. I never wanted to get married, Jada revealed, but my mother was like, you have to get married. She's so old school, and Will wanted a family. So I said, all right, maybe it's something I should do.
This is the craziest thing ever. Look at, I know she looked good, but like, oh my gosh. Like, wow. I mean, he threw everything away because she looked bad. Listen, Zura needs to be paying attention right now. Don't ever let this happen. Don't ever let this happen to you. Because you think you should. I know. That's the craziest thing too. It's like, like if you think, you see, this is the thing. People are gonna do what they want. Anyways, I'm not gonna say. Well, I mean, I guess technically, biblically, it says not to sleep until you get married. But this is the issues that ends up happening, because the only reason she got married to him is because she believed, well, it's the right thing to do since we're having a kid. She would have never had that kid if they didn't. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. But hey, that is crazy. This man folded like that. This man saw her one time on set. She walked away. He was like, yeah, that's it. And then went, had an affair with her. She got pregnant, told his wife he didn't love her anymore, and went in the bathroom, started crying. Why? I don't know. He was like, she got something, like it's something in the air, like when she's around, like I don't know what she's doing, like she's messing with my mind. That's crazy. But yeah, Zura, don't ever let this happen to you. I never want to hear Zura talking to nobody like this. This is why I know Zura's like, man, I want to get married right now. No, Zura, chill. You gotta calm down, or else this is gonna be your life story, and I don't want this to happen to you, man.
Eyes out. So then I had to have a wedding, and that was infuriating. According to Will, Jada held her ground as long as she could, but the wedding pressure, likely from family and friends, became too much. She was in her second trimester, she was tired and uncomfortable, and didn't want to argue, so she surrendered. And the couple married on New Year's Day in 1997 in a private ceremony in Baltimore, Maryland. However, everyone at the ceremony seemed ecstatic, besides the bride.
And I was so upset that I had to have a wedding. I was so pissed. I went crying down the freaking aisle.
Getting married.
Look at this. Why are you laughing? And first of all, yeah, you're right. Spoiled milk. That's what you said, Titan. Spoiled milk. Yeah, I think so. Look at shaking her head. Look, what are you doing? You see, this is gonna be you, Ethan. I mean, Zura. Zura, you don't want this to be you. Hold on, let me zoom in because you might not see it. I don't know if you're on your laptop right now. Zura, you don't want this to be you. All right, you don't want this. I don't want this to be you either. So, hey, take your time. Choose wisely. Ethan catches straight. Listen, it was an accident.
Because Jada's grandmother was more excited than her. While the event itself was joyful and heartwarming, this would be the first of many compromises Jada would make over the years that painfully negated her own values. She had boarded the Will train.
First of all, timeout. I know this is kind of like, you might be like, oh, now I feel bad for her. No, don't feel bad for her. Listen, she hopped on the train. She did that to herself. She didn't need to. She didn't need to go be with this married guy. She did that all to herself. So now she's like, well, I felt trapped. You put yourself on the train, miss. That's you. That's your fault. So it's everything that happened is her and his fault. Everything. I don't want to hear nobody say, well, she felt trapped. Guess who she went inside the room, locked the door, threw the key out the window. And it's like, well, I can't get out now. Okay. So nah, I don't want to hear nobody say, no, well, she's trapped. No. And if so, it's self-inflicted. She did this to herself.
There's no way off. But why was she so against the idea of marriage?
I just never really agreed with the construct. I just don't agree with it. I never have. I still don't. Till death do us part is real for me. It's just all of the rules and all of the ideas.
As a wife, you're supposed to do this.
You know what, bro? Willow and Jaden, that's who I feel bad for. Their parents are crazy. Willow and Jaden, that's who I feel bad for. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah. If I feel bad for anybody, it's Willow and Jaden. They got crazy parents who put their business out in the open, and they have to pick sides. Crazy.
Instead of really just exactly right because of this title, wife is a very difficult. The accepted conventional definition of wife. The paradigm. In the paradigm, I'm not that.
And Will goes on to say why he wanted a marriage so badly.
I don't know if I've ever said this. You know how I'm a scientist, so everything is science for me.
Yes.
But I read something when we first got together that the most successful men in history have been married.
Wow.
I knew.
Wow. I see. Listen, that is true, and that is good to think about. But you're telling me right now, you were married, bro. You were good. So don't try to switch it all up now. He was married. He was good. But then he was like, nah, Jada she looking nice over there with them braids. I kinda wanna go over there. And then he did. And then she had a kid. She was pregnant. And then he left his wife. And then he got married. Because he was like, well, I have to be married. I can't not be. This is crazy. They love Tupac more than her. You know what? Listen. I know you guys don't like when I go into this conspiracy theory mode, but I'm about to go through this conspiracy theory mode. Listen, hear me out. Will didn't like Tupac. Why didn't he like Tupac? Cause Jada loved Tupac. Right? And now hear me. Jay-Z, hold up, hear me out. This I might be reaching, but I'm gonna reach. Jay-Z and Biggie, they were having like this little beef. Hear me out. And guess who didn't like both of them? P. Diddy. Hold up. Okay, listen. The wheels are turning. All right? So you gotta keep it to yourself. Nah, I gotta let it out. All right? So now I'm like thinking, what if Jay-Z, P. Diddy, and Will Smith just had a plan? That's all I'm saying, and I'm done.
That I would squander my life if I was running around.
Yeah. Okay.
The way my mind works, I can only excel for a woman.
When the woman who
That is stupid. You see this, Zura? I don't want this to be you. You can't say so like that. Listen. This is all just. I'm just talking. Don't pay attention to me. I'm just talking. But yeah, Listen. I never. I just said they just started. They were friends. That's all I said. All three of them were just friends, and then stuff happened. But yeah. But
Who doesn't?
I can around.
listen, I squander my life. If I was running around, you were married already.
Okay. The way my mind works, I can only excel for a woman.
So you had a woman, you were married, you were at the top already. You didn't need Jada, and then you left her, and then you got Jada pregnant, and then now you're saying the only reason you married her is because. I mean, I guess.
When the woman who does not believe in the basic fundamentals of a marriage gets coerced to marry a man who only wants a wife so he doesn't derail his perfect career, what could possibly go wrong? I'm having a lot of fun playing fantasy sports these days, and that's where today's sponsor,
No gambling.
Fantasy, comes in. And make your own picks with Underdog. The couple welcomed their son, Jaden Christopher Sire Smith, on July 8th, 1998,
Christopher Sire?
and their daughter, Willow Camille Rain Smith, on October 31st, 2000.
I whip my
The perfect
hand.
couple now has the perfect family, a little boy and a little girl. Will continued to dominate Hollywood with hits like Men in Black and the Bad Boy series, as well as Ali and I, Robot. But Will's perfect family needed the perfect home, the 256-acre mansion that Will desired but Jada despised. She expressed how it was too big, too expensive, and too much space, but Will's dreams couldn't be compromised, and he bought it anyway. Nothing good comes from spending your hard-earned money on a family home that your wife doesn't want. You are putting a down payment on discord, and for years you will be paying off a mortgage of misery, or worse. From the moment he stepped foot in Hollywood, Will made a deliberate effort to become the biggest movie star in the world, and he did achieve one of the most commercially successful runs in cinema history. Independence Day, Men in Black, Hancock, I Am Legend, Hitch, Shark Tale, Pursuit of Happiness are just a few of the multiple $100 million franchises
This man
he
was
started.
hitting everything.
Fresh Prince of Bel-Air had truly transformed into the king of Hollywood, but his legacy extended beyond the silver screen. He ventured into producing films through his production company, Overbrook Entertainment, and continued to push the boundaries of his acting career. Will became widely regarded as a highly skilled and versatile actor. His acting abilities earned him critical acclaim, numerous awards and nominations, and a massive fan following all over the world. By the 2010s, Will had solidified his name as one of the greatest actors of his generation. Jada and Will were seen as a beacon of real love in this chaotic
I want that
industry.
Jada and that.
Will's career outlined
That's
her
what
so
that
much
was.
she was starting to be known as just
J. Cole.
Will Smith's wife, which is kind of what he wanted. Jada only appeared in low-budget films and Will's music videos until landing more substantial roles as Niobe in the Matrix series and Gloria in Madagascar. To make the resentment even stronger, Jada's children were becoming superstars in their own right. Willow's music career started off on fire with Whip My Hair peaking at number 11 on the Billboard Hot 100. Jaden starred in two massive box office hits, The Pursuit of Happiness and The Karate Kid. In 2009, Barack Obama accepted his Nobel Peace Prize, which was presented by the Smiths, and the only interview he would do was with Will and Jada.
Externally, our family was winning, and there was a period mommy woke up and cried 45 days straight. I started keeping a diary.
You missed some days.
It was every morning. I think that's the worst I've ever felt in our marriage. I was failing miserably.
Man, you failed the other one too.
But all of the money, fame, and success came at the cost of deteriorating their relationship. In his memoir, Will
Y'all got any good
Jada's
writing?
greatest argument that stemmed from a list of priorities each wrote independently, then shared with one another. In order of importance, Jada's priorities were the children, Will, herself, and extended family and friends. On the other hand,
I mean, that's how it should be. That's how it should be, really. It should be children, your husband or wife, and then yourself, and then, I mean, I guess like after like the hierarchy of of God, of course, or Yahuwah. But, and then extended family and friends. Yeah, this is how it should be. Your children are first. In the sense of the most important thing that you need to take care of. Your priorities.
Will wrote himself.
Of course. Of course he did.
Jada, the children.
Of course. No. First of all, it's Jada. Damn Will. This man threw everything. No, he didn't throw everything away. He just threw away his wife. But yeah, so it's himself, Jada, the children. You see, this is why his kids are crazy. This is why his kids are the way they are. They're not crazy, but they borderline. Especially the other one. Especially the one that be shaving off their head. I mean, they both shave their head. But yeah, this makes sense. This makes sense for Will because the reason why his kids are like this, and this is why the kids love their mama more, because this man keep doing this.
And his career, Jada was devastated to read Will prioritize himself over Trey, Jaden, and Willow. He explained that if he doesn't take care of himself first, he couldn't provide for the rest of his family. But the damage was already done. Her heart was shattered. She didn't even wipe the tears. Jada stuck around in this marriage that she never wanted in the first place so long because of her kids and the pressure to maintain the image created around the Smiths. On one hand, I wanted a career. I'd worked so hard and yet there I was, strung out on having to make decisions based on that, and it was too difficult. Should I be a star? Should I be a mom? A wife? You can't be all three. Something has to give.
Did you ever feel like Jada was ungrateful?
Hell yeah.
Look at everything that I've done for you.
That was another
You
thing.
ungrateful.
But that was the other thing because there were times I felt ungrateful.
That's real.
Because I was like, look at your life.
Yes.
How could you be so unhappy? I used to think I was crazy.
Even Will
You are, but
they were failing. Will recalled
he
a
is too.
moment where he was
So
eating ice cream in the kitchen with his daughter and wife. Willow turned to Jada and said, "It's so sad. Daddy has a picture of a family in his mind, and it's not us." This
dang, you see this?
relationship
You see?
could not
You see
last.
this? Is why the kids are crazy. I mean, they're not crazy, but they're borderline. I know I said that, but I gotta say it again.
And in 2011, they reached a tipping point. In August 2011, rumors began that Jada was having an affair with Mark Anthony, her co-star on Hawthorne. At the time, Anthony was the subject of many tabloids following his public separation
Mark
from
Anthony.
Jennifer Lopez.
Mark Anthony. Who the heck is? I mean, the name sounds so familiar, but I never remember. I don't remember the face.
Then rumors began that
And he was
the
with J-Lo?
subject of many tabloids following his public separation from Jennifer Lopez. However, Jada's rep released a statement saying all of the rumors regarding Mark Anthony and Jada are false. But the straw that finally broke the camel's back was during Jada's 40th birthday celebration. Will had started prepping for Jada's 40th 3 years earlier. He invited hundreds of guests, friends, family, other celebrities to a weekend-long celebration in Santa Fe, New Mexico. Mary J. Blige performed, and the guests were in awe of this beautiful celebration Will curated. But the 3-year-long surprise was a documentary Will made tracing his family lineage back to slavery. Will resurfaced unseen pictures, found family members, and found a recording of
Oh
her
my
Igbo
gosh.
grandmother that she and her family had never heard before. These were very deep and personal messages from her grandmother that he broadcasted to hundreds of people at the party. The entire place is in tears. Her family, my family, everybody, all except Jada. She sat motionless, refusing to make eye contact with me. The video ends. Family and friends erupt in a standing ovation. That night, Jada demanded that they cancel the rest of the weekend. Will said no, and she finally erupted.
Canceled tomorrow. She was like, it's my birthday. Right? And she told me that the party was the most ridiculous display of my ego. Crushed, right? And to this day, I know I was crushed because it was true. It wasn't a party for her. And when she called me on that, that's when I snapped. And
Years later, Will admits he wasn't doing this gesture for Jada, but at the time he couldn't understand what he may have done wrong. When they returned to Los Angeles, they separated, and he said to Jada, "I retire from trying to make you happy. You are free. You need to go make yourself happy and prove to me that it's even possible. But I quit. You go do you, and I'ma go do me." They didn't file for divorce, and they didn't announce to the public
This is
that
so
they were
dumb.
separated, which would cause confusion for years to come. According to Will, he and Jada didn't reunite romantically until November 2016, which would mean that they were technically separated from September 2011 to November 2016. Will and actress Margot Robbie began working together on the set of the
But Margot though.
Insiders claim that Will and
But Margot though. I mean,
Margot were getting close on set, even skipping the rap party to hang out and
listen, I know we were talking about the other stuff earlier, but Margot though. He was a popular Latin music artist. Hold up. That song sounds or it looks familiar. Let me see. Let me see what it looks like, or sounds like. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Will's trailer. Star magazine added fuel to the fire, reporting a photo booth incident where Will appeared shirtless, and Margot lifted her shirt to reveal lingerie. According to the source, Will appeared as if he was not married. The public assumed he and Margot were either having an affair or that he and Jada were in an open relationship. We now know that he and Jada were separated, and in 2013, Jada responded to the rumors, almost letting the cat out of the bag. He can do whatever he wants because at the end of the day, Will is his own man. This statement further confused the public, who took it as confirmation of an open relationship. Jada later rewrote her statement on Facebook saying, "Here's how I will change my statement. Will and I
At least
both
once you, yeah, probably.
whatever we want because we trust each other to do so. This does not mean we have an open relationship. This means we have a grown one." Margot addressed the rumors on Twitter. "There's absolutely no truth to the ridiculous rumor in Star Mag. It's disappointing that goofing around on set could be taken so out of context. Their relationship remained estranged behind the scenes, but in public, Will and Jada continued showing up to red carpet events and award shows together hand in hand. To make things even more confusing, she said this on Queen Latifah's show in 2014.
Jada would come into my trailer and tell me, girl, she was in love.
Yes. And
With
still
Will.
am.
And still are.
Yeah.
Followed up by an interview on Howard Stern a few months later where she said,
Here's what's real. I'm not the kind of woman that believes that a man is not going to be attracted to other women. I'm just not that girl. It's just not realistic.
Yeah, it's
right?
not realistic.
And just
She's right.
because your man is attracted to another woman does not mean he doesn't love you.
Exactly.
He does. That's not what it means, and it doesn't mean he's going to act on it.
Exactly.
At this point, Jada had said enough to make everyone believe that they were in an open relationship.
How does that mean you're in an open relationship? That's general fact. That's general fact though. Like you have to understand that, right? You have to understand that. Uh-oh. You have to understand that. Psychologically speaking, that's going to end up happening. Like, yeah, obviously, like. The one thing she said that was right.
With August Alsina. But before we jump into that, let me just clarify a few things. It's important to understand that Will says they separated in 2011 after Jada's 40th birthday disaster, but Jada says they separated in 2016. That's a huge difference, and we don't really know why they say two different things. Now, in 2018, Jada and Will started sharing a lot of their life on social media.
Which is
Will
crazy.
started posting vlogs on YouTube, and Jada started hosting a podcast/talk show on Facebook called Red Table Talk, alongside her mother and daughter. Jada gave her hundreds of thousands of viewers insight into her life and relationship.
Which is crazy.
It was around this time when people started to realize the Jada and Will love was mostly a facade.
That Jada and that Will love.
Episodes 11 and 12, which featured Will, accumulated tens of millions of views. These episodes covered a lot of the information that you learned in this video. People were amazed at their open and honest communication, but they were talking about their relationship like they were divorced, and they were also not wearing wedding rings. They even say that they aren't married anymore. They claim they are life partners and have redefined the definition of husband and wife.
This is what Scientology does.
June 21st was another episode where Will and Jada sat down.
I'm sorry, but I'm not. Okay.
And did another extremely deep dive into their marriage. They laughed, cried, and seemed like the most normal version of themselves. And if you're confused, feeling, are they married, are they separated, are they divorced? That's literally how everyone else felt. But just 8 days after Will and Jada's beautiful one-on-one discussion, August Alsina shared news about his relationship with Jada that would shock the world.
I actually sat down with Will and had a conversation. He gave me his blessing. And I totally gave myself to that relationship for years of my life. And I truly and really, really deeply loved and have a ton of love for her.
August admits that not only did he fall head over heels into deep love with Jada.
Yo, what does Jada got, bro? All these people. What chicks who believe in astrology thing exactly. But what does Jada got on these people for real? Like even Jada right now, she's like she's doing something.
Admits that not only
I mean, she's still like
head over heels into deep love with Jada, but he even had a conversation with Will about it and received his approval. This led to people calling Will a CUCK, but others just looked at it as an open relationship. The discourse online about it made Jada and Will sit down on her Red Table Talk show 3 weeks after August broke the news, where they attempted to address all the rumors, but it just got worse. Jada sits down in front of Will and tells her all about.
Oh, this is when he started crying, right?
August was a 23-year-old up-and-coming R&B singer from New Orleans, creating straight-up baby-making bangers. He had been suffering from a severe autoimmune disease that attacked his liver. The illness led to multiple incidents, including a collapse on stage in 2014, which ended up in a 3-day coma.
He collapsed on stage?
He battled a degenerative eye disease that nearly caused him to go blind. When he met the Smith family through befriending Jaden, August was at a very low point in his life.
Dang, imagine.
Jada seemingly took her friend's son under her wing with the intention of helping him heal.
You see, this is why, this is why their kids are crazy. I bring my boy over. He was an AO moms. This is my friend August. He does music and stuff. He's cool. We about to go play some PlayStation. All right, and she's like, oh, okay. And then they got pictures on the beach together. Oh my. Yo, this is why their kids are crazy. They're not crazy, but they borderline. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This is crazy. This is truly crazy.
Came into their life when Jada and Will were broken up.
I really felt like we could be over.
We were over.
And then what did you do, Jada? I think you need to say clearly what happened.
As far as what?
You and I decided we were going to take our space, and what happened?
Yeah,
and then I got into an entanglement.
With
an entanglement?
That's what I said.
An entanglement?
Yes. Yes.
A relationship.
Yes, it was a relationship.
Based on Will's tone and his demand for Jada to admit it was a relationship, it seemed like he was still upset, even though this had happened more than 4 years ago.
Oh, he's hurt.
I wasn't sure I was ever going to speak to you again.
No,
He just mad because it got out.
The fact that I'm speaking to you again is a miracle.
A Pisces, 100% Pisces. This is Pisces behavior.
A little bit more pain in Will's voice. Will's obvious distress became a huge meme online because, again, nobody knew the long history of their complicated life partnership. All they thought was Will Smith's wife just got him on a podcast to tell him how much she loved another man. But there's a really interesting part of this interview that most people missed.
I'm going to get you back first, and then...
You gonna get me back. I think you got me back. I think we're good on that. Okay?
Yeah, he definitely...
Okay, that's probably true.
Will jokingly said he is going to get her back, but then immediately admits that he probably had this coming after all these years of Jada putting up with him. What he did not realize is that he would not stop being an embarrassment after this moment. It was only going to get worse. On March 27th,
Yep.
Will and Jada
I don't think I can show this.
22 Oscars together.
Look at Lupita. Oh, look at Lupita in the back. This was. Wait, what year was it? What a year?
Being an embarrassment after this moment, it was only going to get worse. On March 27th, 2022.
Oh, never mind. This is a few years after, but she's still Lupita.
Jada attended the 2022 Oscars together. That night, Will was nominated for Best Actor for his portrayal of Richard Williams in the biographical sports drama King Richard.
G.I. Jane.
A strange turn after Chris Rock made a joke about Jada, who has spoken openly about having alopecia, a hair loss condition. Chris compared Jada to Lieutenant Jordan O'Neill, the star of G.I. Jane, notorious for her short buzz-cut hairstyle. Will initially laughed, but then made it clear he didn't appreciate the joke as he stormed on stage and
Oh, wait, can I tell that? Oh, you do. They were just acting. It was a performance.
Keep my wife's name out of his mouth. From the silence of the audience and the look on Chris's face, it seems like the reaction was 100% unscripted.
No, it was scripted. It was scripted, YouTube.
Charges, and Will won his first Oscar for Best Actor on the night of controversy. This slap ignited the highest overall engagements on Twitter in history, and basically nobody was on Will's side. They pointed out he was initially laughing, then changed his demeanor once he saw Jada was upset. They used the entanglement situation to justify that Will is just Jada's puppet that does whatever she says. However, even Jada was confused by what Will did and said because she is not his wife.
I had no idea.
She was not confused.
None whatsoever. And
She was not
I came
confused.
as family. I actually didn't go to the Oscars as Will's wife. And I know for people that's weird. But what was going on behind the scenes, Will and I had been like, we weren't living as husband and wife since 2016. I was happy he asked me to go.
The slap was clearly pent-up anger
Did
from
she
Will over the past
did
25
she just
years.
say-
Jada never wanted marriage.
Did she
Will
just
wanted
say
it, and
that
everything
I
his
went
way for the
as a
first 15
friend?
Years. He got her everything he thought she wanted. The
Listen,
house, the fame, the money,
listen.
the kids.
In my opinion, you cannot be friends with somebody that you have children with. You can't. You can't be friends. You can't. You cannot. Look at what? Look. This is why I said look at. I was even look. Look at little Willow. What happened? What happened? You can be. I mean, if you're in a relationship with them. No, I mean like cordially just friends. Like she's friends with him, but they live in the same house. They have children. This is like you were married to this woman. And I know you can be like, well, but we can still be like friends, like normally, like go out and buy a drink. Because when I think of a friend, I think of friends like somebody that's almost family, but like almost family, like brothers and sisters. You know what I mean? Not like, you know what I'm saying? Like I can't say like, she's my best friend, like as like my wife or my girlfriend or something. Cause it's like when I think of friend is something like a family member to me, or like a sibling type relationship to me. You know what I mean? That's what I think of when I think of like a friend. Like I don't think of somebody that I, you know. What the heck? Oh, this thing. I keep saying I'm about to get a thing to fix this mic, but I keep forgetting. We family. Yeah, we family. We family. We family. And she says, "Oh, I just came to the Oscars as your friend." No, your name is Jada Pickett Smith. That's your name, Jada Pickett Smith. You guys could either be married or you're not married anymore. But there's no way you guys are living in the same house. Nah, that's not gonna fly. And then you just sort of bring August over and we'll go be like, "Hey, that's just my buddy anyway. We cool." Nah, that's not how it works. Why can't you do that if you're not friends? Because I can tell you this right now, if I'm like, if me and my one of my friends are roommates, right? And they bring their, girlfriend over, that's not gonna affect me. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna be like, oh, so, and obviously you can say it's like, both ways, but like a female friend of mine, if I'm over at her crib or whatever, and she brings over one of her guy boyfriends or whatever, that's not gonna affect me. But I can bet Will go be like in the background crying because remember he went to the bathroom and cried after he found out he's not in love with his wife anymore. He gonna be crying when August come over. We aren't friends. We aren't friends anymore. The ship has sailed for friendship.
But Will still didn't feel like she loved him. But Will was not going to get divorced again, as he saw his first divorce as his life's biggest failure.
In my adult life.
Yeah.
Divorce was the ultimate failure for me.
I mean, listen. He was like how old? He was like 20 something when he got divorced. Listen, once again, I'm not giving him a pass because this man actively went out and left. At least he, owns up to it being a mistake.
Yeah.
I've been hurt a lot in my adult life, but I don't think anything touches the failure of getting divorced.
He became desperate to make this marriage
He divorced
work,
her, right?
even though Jada never wanted.
Or he's the reason.
Then once the 11th birthday situation didn't work, where he attempted to win back Jada's love, he said, "Okay, I've tried everything, and you still are not happy. We're done. Go be happy." But when she did that with August, he didn't like that either.
Exactly.
And it seems like since then, Will has just been coping with this life partnership, confusing, half-open marriage thing. He
This
goes on
man.
podcasts talking about how marriage is a spiritual journey.
You see, look at this is astrology stuff you were talking about, Titan. Yeah, there it is.
Riding the Will train, which was fine until he got embarrassed in front of the whole world with the entanglement situation and reading everyone calling him a CUCK. Maybe the slap was him trying to, yet again, win back her love, show Jada that he is her protector. No man is going to talk about my wife like that, only for her to say, wife? I'm not your wife since 2016.
That is crazy.
I never wanted to marry you. But today, Jada just keeps dumping salt on Will's
I know.
wounds.
But he did this to himself. You see this? Listen. Zura, this is another lesson. All right. When she looked good, hold on, let's go back. Because right here, that spoiled milk he was talking about. Let me go back to when she looked good, right? Like, look, back here, Will was like, yo. He just saw her and he said, look, at love at first sight is just they look bad. That's what love at first sight means. They look bad. I looked at them. I saw, like, the baddest person I've seen ever. And that's what love at first sight is. And that's it. So he ran on that. And then he ended up having an affair with her when he was married, by the way. And then ended up getting her pregnant. And then married her. What the heck you think was going to happen? Crazy. It was the biggest mistake. First of all, who was the first lady he married? Wasn't she just a random person that he knew? That's the way to go. Man, he probably knew her from like college or something. Like they grew up together or some crap. And he threw that all away just because he saw this bad female.
Girlfriend Lisa and came close to booking the role, but
Crazy. Look what you did to yourself, man. Wait, what? Where was that? I was right here.
it was because of Pac that I got menaced to marry you. But today, Jada just keeps dumping salt on those wounds. She just released her memoir, Worthy, which spends a ton of time confessing a deep love and admiration for her late friend, Tupac Shakur. Jada and Tupac met in high school in the 10th grade, but also went to college at the Baltimore School for the Arts. Jada says they
look at him there. That kind of I'm not gonna say because a lot of people gonna be mad.
You're talented, you're strong, and I respect you. And you are my girl. You're gonna sit right here, and I'm gonna protect you. I'm gonna make sure, if nothing else, you get what you need. At the time, Jada was still freshly removed from her traumatic childhood and rough neighborhood, while Tupac was still an innocent, bright-eyed kid who enjoyed studying, acting, poetry, and ballet. As time went on, their roles reversed, with Jada explaining how she was coming out of this life and he was going more into the life. By the early 90s, Tupac left the East Coast for the West Coast with aspirations of becoming a rapper. As his career was beginning to take off, so was Jada's. We were always trying to look for opportunities to work together. It was because of Pac that I got Menace to Society, and we were always looking out for each other like that. Now, Jada says her and Tupac were never romantically involved, but the way she talks about him makes people think otherwise.
We definitely had this beautiful closeness that was really intimate, but never physically intimate. When you can sit with somebody,
She was in love with the man.
really feel like they see you, they understand you, they care about you, and they're gonna be there by you no matter what. That was Tupac.
But it's also important to recognize that Jada has been talking about Tupac for years.
That was a huge loss in my life.
Yeah. Oh, this is crazy. This is crazy.
Huge loss in my life.
Yeah. Man, you mean that guy that you love more than my father? Yeah, I understand. I'm telling you, this is why the kids don't like our boy. I mean, not our boy. He ain't my boy no more. I did like his movies, you know. I still like Bad Boys. Like the first one, the second one, Man in Black, the first one, the second one. They're still good movies. I'm not gonna say they're bad now, but Will Smith as a person, nah. Look at this, bro. Look. She like, yeah. You mean that guy that put me at the bottom of the list? Yeah, nah.
Because he was one of those people that I expected to be here. And my upset is more anger.
Look at her mama is the only. She's like, nah.
It was beyond friendship.
It's beyond friendship.
As far as just, it was really difficult to explain because
Yeah, she loved him.
type of relationship we had. You only get that once in a lifetime.
What?
A lot of people
What? Once in a lifetime? Oh yeah, she was in love with him.
try to negate her relationship with Tupac, but it was real. Even people who were close to Pac say that he felt a strong love for her as well.
Jada Pinkett. Jada's my heart. You know what I mean? She would be my friend for my whole life. She can have my one heart.
But he didn't want her.
My lungs, my
Tupac was like, she my friend.
marrow, all of that.
But if you compare the way she talks about Will versus Pac, it starts to seem like Tupac truly captured her heart, and Will could never live up to those standards.
What made you fall in love with him?
I would say Will came at a time in my life where he saw beauty in me that I didn't see in myself at the time. And, you know, he saw a diamond in the rough and he kind of picked me up and blew up.
Wild
all
work,
the
low
dust.
key. Low key, high key.
Make you shine, girl.
You certainly did, looking at that rock.
Right,
My God.
exactly. And I was going through a really rough time. And, you know,
She just lost the love of her life.
created a safe space for me.
Nothing about Will's personality got her to fall in love with him. It was the stability he provided. But even Will admits that he was resentful of Jada's love for Tupac.
Were you ever jealous of the love Jada had for Tupac?
Oh, yeah.
I know you're
Oh
gonna say
my
no.
God, that dude. And you know, and that was in the early days. She just loved him like he was the image of perfection, but she was with the Fresh Prince, you know. So it was like I never could, like, even we were in a room together a couple times. I couldn't speak to him, you know, and you know he wasn't going to speak to me if I wasn't going to speak to him. But
He also wrote in his memoir, "I hated that I wasn't what he was in the world, and I suffered a raging jealousy. I wanted Jada to look at me like that." Even Will's daughter was aware of how much Tupac meant to Jada. In 2012, when Willow was 11 years old, she posted a picture of the letter she had previously written to Tupac.
Wow.
The letter read, "Dear Tupac, I know you are alive someplace.
Wow.
I think my mommy really misses you.
Wow.
Can you please come back? Can you come back so mommy and me can be happy?
Wow.
You were here.
I told you.
Love,
His
Willow."
kids don't
Many
like
people
him.
Consider Jada to be toxic, ungrateful, and unappreciative of Will Smith, who is perceived to be a great man, father, and husband. Some people say Will is a pathetic
Oh, they
coward
didn't know all
who
this stuff
constantly
yet.
lets his partner publicly embarrass him. Will knew what he was getting into. He knew all about Tupac. He knew Jada didn't want marriage, yet he still pursued it. And she rode for him for more than a decade. Now today, I guess they're separated. I mean, I think. They've made it very clear that they are never going to file for divorce, but that doesn't mean that they're still together. Their newfound, confusing life partnership is, well, I don't even think they know what it is. One thing that is very apparent about these two is they use this relationship to prophesize themselves. Them opening up about their marriage is somehow seen as more brave and more complicated than
not
any
brave.
of us, since they are rich and famous, which to some degree is true,
No.
since millions and millions of people indulge in their marriage. But all
I
this
mean, yeah, 'cause they
does
keep
is,
putting it
one,
out.
make them more money, and two, fill their egos to the brim, thinking that they have some divine purpose to open up on behalf of all of the broken relationships and marriages in the world. Ironically, I think most of the people who made it all the way
Zendaya,
to
though?
this point in the video agree that they do not, under any circumstance, want the type of relationship that Jada and Will have.
Look, you see? See how they even look
What
at
you are about to
look,
see is
look.
a 20-second clip that made Jaden Smith the laughing stock of the internet.
Because I was picking up more things from adults than I were from kids my own age. And I look and I go around sometimes and I hang out with other people that are my age and they're just kind of just selfie. I'm just like, dude, like, oh my god, like, can we talk about? Like,
Can you guys finish the quote? Man. Oh my. I don't know how I feel about this drawing. I feel like I like this one more. It's more energy. This one's more. I mean, but it's still. Her arms are crazy. Alright, I kind of want to put a little bit more perspective going in there. Pathetic. Wow. I like it. Appreciate it, Zara. Appreciate it. I don't know though. Let's move it aside.
like the political and economic state of the world right now.
The
Can we talk
political.
about what's going on with the environment? Can we talk
The
about
political.
However, people choose to ignore
I don't even find people scared about political. Perfect, Taya. Perfect.
The very important context stated right before that cringy clip.
Put me like they would be having a meeting about their next film or something, and they would put me at the head of the table and just make me sit there while they're talk and debate with all these people, talk numbers, talk crazy stuff.
Jaden says he spent more time with adults than children during his youth. He would spend his free time in very important business meetings with his mother and father, Jada Pinkett and Will Smith, discussing serious business matters that he barely understood at the time. Jaden's parents never told him no. They allowed him to do anything.
Yo, I don't know if you guys have watched Key and Peele, but there was a Key and Peele skit where he's talking about life as Jaden Smith, and this man was just the worst spoiled little boy. And I see it was true.
His heart desired, hoping that it would deepen and strengthen their relationship. They designed a meticulous, calculated plan for Jaden to be born and raised a superstar, and it ended in disaster. By age 15, he wanted to be emancipated from them, got blacklisted from Hollywood, and is hated by everyone on the internet. Most people's first introduction to Jaden was in 2006 during his film debut in the biographical drama The Pursuit of Happiness. Most young actors start with minor roles to help build their resumes. Jaden's father thought it would be best for his 7-year-old son to join a $55 million budget feature film alongside his dad, but the film producers did not want Jaden as the co-star. The film is inspired by the true story of Chris Gardner, a San Francisco salesman struggling to build a future for himself and his 5-year-old son Christopher. When his girlfriend walks out, Chris is left to raise Christopher on his own. In a movie that centers on a father's relationship with his son, it makes sense to cast an actual father-son duo, and many would argue the decision paid off with the heartfelt film. However, casting Jaden was not a straightforward decision. In fact, he still had to audition, just like other young actors in contention for the part. In his memoir titled Will Smith explained that director Gabrielle Muccino was having trouble casting the role of Christopher Jr., having auditioned close to 500 child actors. Around that time, Jaden began expressing interest in acting, so Will and Jada consented to their son auditioning for the role. Although Muccino wanted Jaden to portray Christopher Jr., there was some pushback. Will wrote that the Pursuit of Happiness director told him, "I wanted Jaden for this role from the first moment I met him, but the studio forbade me from asking you. The studio felt like it was a death sentence for the film from a marketing standpoint. They felt like people wouldn't be able to suspend disbelief seeing Jaden and you on camera as father and son. The studio also feared their decision would appear as favoritism and preferential treatment, with people crying out nepotism. Finally, Jaden was allowed a screen test alongside Will, which led to Jaden auditioning a total of 9 times, which is very uncommon. The studio simply didn't want the problems that came along with casting him, but audition after audition, in all of his innocent 6-year-old glory, he proved himself the right actor for the role. Many people question if Jaden actually proved himself, or if his father was so steadfast on him securing the role that eventually the studio just gave in. But it really didn't matter, because the film was a hit. Their natural father-son dynamic helped the film gross over $300 million at the worldwide box
that time
office, with both Will and Jaden receiving several award nominations. Jaden says his parents never pressured or expected him to follow in their footsteps. However, he did grow up with a camera in his face. Now, a lot of parents made home videos with their kids, but maybe Will put a little extra focus
for
on
a
it.
race car driver.
Film me and my sister, and we would make Trade Tricks, Matrix spin-off.
It's not uncommon for celebrities' children to follow the same career path, and he landed another substantial role in the sci-fi film The Day the Earth Stood Still, before securing a surprise guest appearance on The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody.
Oh my
now
gosh.
imagine every random idea you had as a child. If you were Will Smith's son, he would pour thousands of dollars into whatever your heart desired at that moment. At 10 years old, Jaden wanted to start a water company, Just Water. My man. When I was a kid, I kept seeing discarded water bottles on the ground everywhere, and the amount of waste blew me away. I told my parents that I was passionate about reducing our carbon footprint. For the next 7 years, they developed a
I remember that
water bottle that uses 82% renewable material. Just Water wouldn't be available to the public until 2015. As of 2019, the company has sold its water in stores over 10 countries and over 15,000 retail stores in North America. And they still haven't given me a sponsorship, which makes me extra grateful for today's sponsor, Underdog Fantasy.
No gambling,
Underdog
no gambling.
Fantasy is the Although Jaden wanted to make an impact on the world, his privilege undoubtedly gave him a sense of superiority. He seemingly forgot that his parents' money funded his business ventures, meaning he didn't need an education like others. He once famously tweeted, "If everybody in the world dropped out of school, we would have a much more intelligent society." Jaden was homeschooled by his parents in the beginning because his father wanted his kids by his side when he was filming movies. "My kids being with me is of a higher value than sitting in a classroom." Then in 2009, Will and Jada opened New Village Leadership Academy, Academy, a private elementary school in Calabasas, California. Jaden and his sister Willow enrolled at the academy once it was up and operating. According to ABC News, classes consisted of yoga, karate, robotics, technology, math, literacy, Spanish, art, and living skills. As Jaden grew older, he used social media to express his views regarding traditional education.
We're preparing everybody to go to prison through the schools. Yeah. It's like, oh, okay, the people that are not doing good in the grades, oh, you're doing like this, oh, you went to the detention, da-da-da-da. There's too many correlations between public schools
That
and
is true.
Jaden has been crowned the king of I'm 14 and this is deep. Pretty much everyone that has experienced the American education system knows it's not setting us up to be successful multimillionaires. And maybe, in theory, the New Village Leadership Academy style of learning could be much better for the youth. The problem is that the school costs $22,000 per year to attend and was closed due to parents learning their child's curriculum was steeped in Scientology. So when Jaden says things like
I said,
school is the tool to brainwash the youth, and education is rebellion, it kind of just comes off as a rich boy who had all the resources to be successful.
Is that
and thinks
Liza?
anyone can
Liza?
do it as long as they
Liza?
put their mind to it and work hard. However, in 2010, Jaden would hit his career peak when he started
career
the remake
peak.
of The Karate Kid, a role that
I
catapulted
mean, that movie
him to
was
global
a hit.
stardom. As you can imagine, this was Will Smith's idea. Jaden said, "My dad had the idea, and everybody knows in our house that my dad's a little crazy." Okay, he's very crazy. But you know, when he said this, we were like, "Are you sure?" And then we were like, "Alright, we're going to listen to you because you're the guy." Little did Jaden know that just blindly listening to his father would eventually lead to disaster. Jaden took the spotlight while his parents took on producer roles, overseeing the film under their production company, Overbrook Entertainment. This film would change a lot of the most iconic parts of the original. Ralph Macchio's 1984 Karate Kid depicts a boy from New Jersey who moves to a California town. For Jaden's Dre Parker in the remake, he's not just the new kid in town. He experiences an unimaginable culture shock when his mother's job forces them to move from Detroit to China. The main character in both adaptations develops animosity towards the class bully and must learn how to defeat him. However, the famous wax-on, wax-off scenes are replaced with a new learning system centered around putting a jacket on and taking it off, hanging it up, and taking it down. Karate, which originated in Okinawa, Japan, is replaced with Chinese Kung Fu. Jerry Weintraub, the original series producer, insisted on using the well-known title even though the film contains no karate. He briefly contemplated changing the title to The Kung Fu Kid before deciding otherwise. Jackie Chan portrays Parker's instructor, Mr. Han, a maintenance man, and secret Kung Fu master who trains Parker to face the bullies at an upcoming Kung Fu tournament. Having Jackie Chan as the main character meant this film was destined for success.
Yep.
Chan is so widely respected in China that they got production benefits that nobody else could. The Chinese government reportedly agreed to let filming take place at the Great Wall of China, the Forbidden City, and the Wudang Mountains. Then Jaden was given the opportunity to collaborate with the biggest pop star in the world, Justin Bieber.
What's
for
the song
Karate
again?
Kid theme song, adding to the seemingly never-ending list of advantages
What's the
Jaden
song again?
had. Never Say Never featured a rap
Oh,
version.
never
Jaden.
say
This
never.
was the first song he
Never
ever
say
recorded.
never.
The single reached number 8 on the Billboard Hot 100 chart. Today, Never Say Never has been certified 5 times platinum and
Dang.
accumulated over 1 billion views on YouTube. The Karate Kid, released in summer of 2010, received positive reviews from critics and grossed over $359
I mean,
million
Jackie was in
globally.
this. What do you think was
Nonetheless,
gonna
the
happen?
film's success reinforced Jaden's position as a rising star in Hollywood. He was paid a reported salary of $1 million as an upfront fee, but received an additional $2 million bonus after the film was released. Will Smith carefully shaped his son's career up until this point. He was now 12, a global superstar, and basically had a perfect resume. But all of that was about to come crashing down. In
After Earth.
2013, Jaden appeared
Yep,
alongside
After
his
Earth.
father Will in the post-apocalyptic action film
This
After
movie-
Earth. This was intended
this
to be
movie-
the first installment of a new franchise. Will intended to launch a multimedia franchise titled 1000 AE. The original plan was that After Earth would be followed by a sequel, then a live-action television series, an animated television series, webisodes, a video game, consumer products, theme park attractions, documentaries, comics, an educational program collaboration in partnership with NASA, cologne and perfume line,
With-
and
with-
a social media
never mind,
platform,
never mind.
with Jaden being the face of it all. Will created a plan to essentially turn Jaden into Mickey Mouse, a ubiquitous character that can be milked for billions of dollars through licensing. Once Jaden realized he was just a pawn for his father's billion-dollar business, he tried to exit his own family. After Earth is a film set in a distant future where Earth has become uninhabitable due to environmental catastrophe, and humans have resettled on a new planet called Nova Prime. After Earth centers on General Cypher Rage, played by Will Smith, and his son Katai, played by Jaden Smith. Cypher is a legendary military commander known for his ability to ghost, which means he can suppress his fear and become invisible to the alien creatures called Ursa that now threaten humanity. On the other hand, Katai struggles to live up to his father's expectations and lacks the emotional control necessary to ghost. Cypher is critically injured when their spaceship crash lands on Earth, and Katai must embark on a perilous journey to retrieve a rescue beacon that can signal for help. The film primarily focuses on Katai's survival and personal growth as he faces numerous dangers and overcomes his fears. After Earth, through a generic and uncompelling plot, came off as a passion project that potentially reflected Will and Jaden's real-life relationship.
Yeah.
The reflection being that Jaden wasn't nearly as talented as his father and needed to desperately work on his craft to be mentioned in the same breath. Perhaps the most ironic part about this film is that it's too realistic. Cypher holds his son's hand while guiding him to success, instead of allowing Katai to find his own path, which is exactly what happened in real life between Will and Jaden. Cypher's demanding expectations and Katai's desire to prove himself create tension within their relationship that evolves as the story progresses. This same tension is reflected in Will and Jaden's relationship months after the film's release. Critics felt that Jaden was handed the opportunity due to his family's connections rather than his acting ability.
100%. 100%.
Which was completely true. Another concern surrounding the film was elements of Scientology, a controversial religion to which the Smith family has been loosely associated with.
Loosely? Hold up. Wait, hold up. I never seen the Scientology. Ain't you lying to me right now? Ain't no way you're telling me this is the Scientology logo right here. Or brand. Like, are you serious? That's wow. I see. Wow.
Which the Smith family has been loosely associated with. Despite the star power
I don't think
of Will
loosely
Smith,
if they made a school and it had Scientology stuff in it. I don't think that's loosely. I don't think that means loosely.
Earth underperformed at the box office. It did not meet the financial
Looks familiar.
expectations
Exactly,
of
it really
the studio,
does.
leading to financial losses and disappointment for all involved. Although the film made over $243 million on a $130 million budget, the production budget doesn't include the marketing, which cost roughly $100 million. This meant the film's total budget stood somewhere around $230 million, and not to mention the empire that was supposed to be built around it. To add insult to injury, the film received 6 Golden Raspberry Award nominations, with Jaden winning Worst Actor, Will winning Worst Supporting Actor, and together winning Worst Screen Combo. Will abandoned his multi-billion-dollar franchise plan and admitted that this destroyed his relationship with Jaden. After Earth was an abysmal box office and critical failure, Will wrote in his memoir, and what was worse was that Jaden took the hit. Fans and the press were absolutely vicious. They said and printed things about Jaden that I refused to repeat. Jaden had faithfully done everything that I'd instructed him to do, and I'd coached him into the worst public mauling he'd ever experienced. We never discussed it, but I knew he felt betrayed. He felt misled, and he lost his trust in my leadership. And Will wasn't lying about the public humiliation. Jaden was eviscerated. South Park made fun of him.
Jaden Smith lets his parents do whatever they want. You know what? The guys at work, they took a bet on who would win in a fight, you or Jaden Smith, and they all said Jaden Smith could kick your ass.
Key and Peele also made fun of him.
I mean,
You see, I told you. I told you. I remember this.
Kick your ass.
Okay, whoa.
Key and Peele also made fun of him.
I mean, it's hard being Will Smith's son. I just want to make sure my next project reflects that I'm a down-to-earth, normal kid. Am I making any sense?
Not to mention the endless articles and tweets that were being thrown at him every day. All of Jaden's success at this point was because of Will, Pursuit of Happiness, The Karate Kid, even Just Water, which was started with Will's money. Jaden blindly followed his dad because what child wouldn't trust their dad? Plus, it was working. There was an immense pressure to fulfill his dad's vision to become a billion-dollar franchise, and he performed to the best of his capabilities, only for it all to come crashing down and have the world blame Jaden and not Will. Jaden was ruined, angry, and asked his parents if he could be emancipated. Emancipation is a legal process that frees a child who is between the ages of 14 to 17 from the custody and control.
I think one of my friends was doing something like this. I remember hearing about it.
His parents were heartbroken, but they understood why. They realized it was because of their mistakes that their son didn't feel normal. He ultimately decided to not be emancipated, but he started to pursue a life and career on his own terms. However, this would make people hate him even more. How can mirrors be real if our eyes aren't real? If newborn babies could speak, they would be the most intelligent beings on planet Earth. I should just stop tweeting. The human consciousness must raise before I speak my juvenile philosophy. Jaden feeling like he is this profound philosopher that the world can't understand obviously comes off as extremely pretentious. But he was 14 years old at this point and was finally coming up with his own thoughts, ideas, creations, instead of his parents shaping them for him. In an interview with GQ, he said, "Me and Willow are scientists, so everything for us is a scientific test upon humanity." He even compared himself to the scientific pioneer Galileo. At least now the criticism and bullying Jaden was receiving was because of his own thoughts and ideas and not his father's.
At least it was his
He
fault this
embraced
time.
the memes in this video. Jaden Smith reads mind-blowing facts about the universe.
The human brain takes in 11 million bits of information every second, but is aware only of 40. In an
This is
average
corny.
lifetime, human skin completely replaces itself 900 times. You see your nose all the time. Your brain just chooses to ignore it.
He did become somewhat of a fashion trendsetter. Jaden is known for his androgynous fashion style. He frequently wears clothing that blurs the lines between traditional men's and women's fashion, incorporating elements like skirts, dresses, oversized
I don't think.
clothing,
Wait, hold on.
patterns,
I don't think
and
this blurs the
incorporating
line.
elements
I don't think this is blurring the line. I think this is just a skirt he got on.
like skirts, dresses, oversized clothing,
Dresses. Where's the dress
traditional
at?
men's and women's fashion, incorporating elements like skirts, dresses,
Oh yeah. I don't think that's blurring the lines either. He just got a dress on.
oversized clothing. and
Low
bold
key.
patterns. In 5 years, when a kid goes to school wearing a skirt, he won't get beat up, and kids won't get mad at him. He even wore outfits like a white Batman suit to prom, the Met Gala, and Kim and Kanye's wedding. But this continued to get him bullied by haters. His tweet stating that Tyler, the Creator, was his boyfriend just added more fuel to the fire. Their alleged relationship was never confirmed nor denied, but his ambiguity inspired many people around the world. Every new venture seemed to give his haters more material to use against him, but that changed with his album Sire, which even his biggest opposers admit was pretty good. While the lyrics still feel like his signature "I'm 14 and this is deep" style, the production is a 10 out of 10. No exaggeration, this is one of the best produced melodic hip-hop albums of the 2010s. The most prominent single on the project was Icon, which despite not charting on the Billboard
That's
Hot
what's
100,
over.
it did go 2 times platinum in the United States, while
Come
the music
on,
video
man.
accumulated over 184
Never.
million views on YouTube. And this track is nothing short of a banger. Many people criticize him for calling himself an icon.
I think what it means to be an icon is being able to take extreme amounts of hate. The only reason that they receive that hate is because they do things that other people don't do.
I don't think
Following
that's
Sire,
true.
Jaden released Eerie's in 2019, an album that delved into darker themes and explored a more experimental sound. Nobody wants to feel bad for a kid that was born in the 0.001% of society. He has attempted to use his own status as Will Smith's son as a disadvantage. If I were white and not Will Smith's silly son, I would be the most respected philosopher of our and
Oh
all
my
time.
gosh.
I always knew no one was going to understand me. I felt about life
That's
differently
crazy
than
that he
other
said that.
kids. I could tell by the way they treated me. It is hard to live in the shadow of someone else. Jaden's biggest failures are by trusting his dad's vision. Some of Jaden's worst takes are from the perspective of a teenager trying to develop his own uniqueness. He just did it in front of the whole world. As he got older, he extended his privilege onto others. His long list of charitable endeavors includes Misfits Rep, the sustainable and eco-friendly fashion brand which promotes ethical manufacturing processes and the use of sustainable materials. The Water Box, a filtration system that helps provide clean water nationwide. He also opened a mobile restaurant where homeless people can eat for free. I Love You, launched in 2019, started as a vegan food truck where Jaden aimed to provide free, healthy, sustainable meals to the homeless community in Los Angeles' Skid Row area. He may have been a cringe nepo baby, but it seems like he at least uses it to do some good in the world. Plus, nothing Jaden has ever said or done will be more embarrassing than the public humiliation Will Smith has been subject to over the past few years.
100%. 100%.
Disney is no longer the magical, wonder-filled universe that it was when we were growing up. Not only have they been making uninspiring, lackluster new films, but they have been going back and changing old stories, altering the narratives of iconic creations. To make things even worse, they buy out competitive film studios who are actually making cinematic masterpieces and drag them into the mud. But the people have had enough with Disney's boring and bleak vision for the future. They are losing hundreds of millions of dollars, bombing at the box office with record low sales, stock prices dropping to the lowest in decades, and while you think this may be an indication they need to change, it is only going to get worse. The real reason Disney is refusing to pay attention to their imminent doom is much deeper and darker than you could ever imagine. You are not just blinded by nostalgia. Disney was actually at its peak from 1989 to 1999.
100%.
This was known as the Disney Renaissance, where some of their best movies were created. The Little Mermaid, Beauty and the Beast, Aladdin, The Lion King, Pocahontas, Hercules, Mulan, Tarzan. These 8 classics all received an overwhelmingly positive critical reception, but more importantly, the fans loved it. Each film generated hundreds of millions of dollars in the box office. The Lion King earned the most at nearly $1 billion, making it the 57th most successful film of all time. These films were so successful that even their soundtracks were selling millions of copies. The Little Mermaid 6 times platinum, Beauty and the Beast 3 times platinum, Aladdin 3 times platinum, Pocahontas 3 times platinum. The Lion King reached diamond status. Now, I did skip over possibly the most iconic animated film of the 90s,
100%.
Toy Story. And that's because Disney did not actually create this film.
Pixar,
In the
the
80s,
greatest.
Pixar was just an
I mean,
animation
when they were
group
at the
making
greatest.
commercials as a step towards their ultimate goal of making an animated feature film. The studio made shorts to test their RenderMan software and produce animation challenges for the team. Tin Toy successfully garnered attention from Disney, who wanted to expand the idea, making a film from the perspective of a toy. They developed a relationship where Disney agreed to distribute
Whoa,
3
Zora.
films for Pixar,
Yeah, you're
as
right,
well as
but
provide connections and
yeah, I'm
budget
down,
to land
sir.
superstars Tom Hanks and Tim Allen as lead roles.
Original
But
Tomboy,
Pixar
yeah.
had never written a movie. Luckily, their co-founder John Lasseter had previously been an employee of Disney and worked on The Fox and the Hound, so John was tasked with writing Pixar's first film. He spent nearly 2
I let
years
her-
working on the
okay,
first
okay,
version
calm
of Toy
down.
Story that depicted Woody as a cynical jerk.
Who said your job was to think, Spring Wiener?
I just thought that
use this vast reserve of brain power to consider this for a moment. If it wasn't for me, Andy wouldn't pay any attention to you at all. In fact, my stretchy friend, you would have been hauled away to Goodwill a long time ago, so shut your mouth and get them off the bed.
When
Goodwill.
Pixar pitched this, Disney executives hated it. They thought the characters were mean-spirited and would send the wrong message to children.
Yeah, exactly.
So they
This is for
shut down
kids, bro.
production of the film. John was embarrassed and begged for another chance. Disney gave him 2 weeks to
I'd highly
develop
recommend you
another
guys
version.
watch the
second
movie
iteration
The
of the
Pixar
film
Story.
depicted a perspective of
So
toys who
good.
desperately want to be played with because they love and care about their owners deeply. Disney greenlit the film, and luckily it paid off. In 1995, Toy Story released and earned $373 million worldwide, becoming the second highest grossing film of 1995, the first ever full-length computer-generated film, and a classic that shaped the childhoods of millions.
Yes.
Pixar and Disney followed that up with A Bug's Life
Had the
and Toy
cassette,
Story 2,
man. I always
adding to
remember.
the catalog
I
of
always
amazing
remember.
films. But it wasn't just these animated films that made Disney so iconic during the Renaissance. You also had The Mighty Ducks, Cool Runnings, Angels in the Outfield, The Jungle Book, Hocus Pocus, The Parent Trap, Heavyweights. Let me know some of your favorites. It's also important to understand that during the 90s, Disney also owned 2 major production studios, Touchstone and
Yeah,
Hollywood
I did.
Pictures. Touchstone produced Armageddon, Pretty Woman, Dead Poet Society, Sister Act, while Hollywood Pictures produced Tombstone, The Sixth Sense, and a bunch of others I don't personally recognize. In short, Disney absolutely dominated the 90s. They created iconic moments of magic that taught us valuable life lessons. They taught us right and wrong, never pretend to be something you are not, listen to your parents, love and cherish your family. Lessons that would make us well-rounded human beings.
Yes.
However, they did get their fair share of criticism back then as well. The Hunchback of Notre Dame explores themes such as lust, obsession, and religious hypocrisy, which are more mature and intense than typical Disney fare. The character of Esmeralda was critiqued for her sexualized design, objectifying and misrepresenting her character. The 1989 VHS cover of The Little Mermaid was banned and later changed when people noticed it contained phallic imagery.
Yeah, you know
But
they
these
did this
days,
all
many
on
people think
purpose. Yo, you know they did this all on purpose. I know we're all old enough to have, watched all these and it's affected us. But it's crazy because it's like I was watching this video of the CIA guy and he was talking about how they put all these things in the movies and stuff on purpose. Right? It literally messed us up low key, right? They put all these things. They killed off the parents of all these things, like Bambi and all. They did it all on purpose to wire the kids. It was crazy. If I find the video, I'll probably could watch it next stream probably. I don't know.
We should have been harsher
We're
on
just
Disney
crazy,
films in the 90s, which has caused people to go back in the past and become critical of what they thought were great films. And
Yeah, obviously, we never really thought about it, but it's like Jedi mind tricking us, you know.
Sponsor. Underdog Fantasy is the easiest place to play fantasy sports. Get in on the NFL action with their pick'em. The genie,
Gambling.
who is a mystical being living in a lamp, was considered whitewashing
Okay, wait.
since the character had cultural connotations associated with the Middle East.
telling you.
Disney also went back and changed controversial lyrics in the song Arabian Nights. A joke from the bloopers reel in Toy Story 2 raised so much controversy in 2019 that Disney decided to remove it.
You know, I'm sure I could get you a part in Toy Story 3. I'm sorry, are we back? Oh.
Toy Story had not just Toy Story, but yeah, mainly Toy Story, because that was the first who did it, right? The best bloopers, man.
Hey, girls. Lovely talking.
They weren't the only ones because whatchamacallit, Cars had it too.
Allegations against Disney executives.
Okay.
This joke
Okay.
didn't age well.
Okay.
Pocahontas
Let's
was
not worry
accused
about
of
that right now.
appropriating and commodifying Native American culture for profit without showing proper respect or understanding of the cultures and traditions they were depicting, while also being too historically inaccurate. They also depicted a relationship that falsely represented how natives felt about European settlers. Their song Savages is a war song in the film with some questionable lyrics. Their whole disgusting race is like a curse. Their skin's a hellish red. They're only good when dead. They're different
Okay.
from us, which means they must be evil.
Yeah,
People were
yeah.
angry that they made such an
I
abhorrent song.
can see that. I can see that being some. I can see that being a bit rough. Yeah. That was a bit much. But you gotta understand the times. You know, don't backtrack. Just say it was a different time back then. Listen, I know that's not an excuse, but you gotta vibe. If Disney would have came out and said that, that would have been the realest thing you ever could say. The bars, dang, Titan. Whoa, Titan usually would jump at me for saying something, but wow, Titan bars. I mean,
their mindset was. Disney did go back and change some of the lyrics.
Yeah, they did.
From their whole disgusting race is like a curse to here's what you get when the races are diverse. However, there is no argument that the Renaissance era was Disney's peak, and the only reason they survived throughout the 2000s was because of their ability to buy the companies that were actually making great art. The 2000s is often described as Disney's experimental era because the company started trying different ventures to keep their billions
Pocahontas
flowing
wasn't my
in.
favorite
The
movie,
Disney
but they
Channel
had some
was
good
their
movies.
venture
I
into
mean, good
daytime
songs.
television and was the last
I'm
original
not talking about that
creation
song.
before they kind of gave up. Even Stevens and Lizzie McGuire were their first big successes
Disney
in the
Channel
live-action
at
sector,
this time
which
was
led
a
to
banger
huge hits
too,
like
man.
That's So Raven, Sweet Life of Zack and Cody,
Beautiful.
Hannah Montana, and
Beautiful.
Wizards of Waverly
Beautiful.
Place. These shows rooted our problems as tweens into reality. They depicted fun adventures while also tackling real problems like how to talk to your first crush, how to combat bullies, going through puberty, among other growing pains. Every single one of their successful TV shows were turned into movies, which speaks to their experimental nature. But they also produced original TV movies like Smart House, Cadet Kelly, the Halloween Town series,
Cadet
and
Kelly.
of course, High School Musical.
High School
For the
Musical,
people
of
that
course.
didn't grow up during this era, it's hard to describe how much the Disney Channel impacted children. Kids in the 50s through the 70s pretty much only watched cartoons on Saturday mornings.
Bolt was
80s and
peak.
90s
Bolt, I
kids
mean,
watched
Bolt.
before school and after
Bolt is
school,
just
had
nostalgic,
less
to be honest.
variety and autonomy over what they were watching. Early 2000s kids grew up with multiple TVs in the house. If parents wanted to control the television, they likely had a playroom TV or bedroom TV where they could watch whatever they want. They had DVRs, playback software, endless
Man.
amounts of reruns, and even multiple
I
channels.
bet
that aired the same
Zero don't even
shows.
know what
Disney
some of these
Channel
words
shows were
are.
averaging anywhere from 4 to 10 million viewers on the premieres alone. Hannah Montana and the Cheetah Girls became international
Cheetah Girls, oh
superstars,
my
doing
God.
stadium tours with 10,000 plus people singing songs that were based on a Disney Channel TV show. And while their live-action TV thrived, their animated TV shows were much weaker than competitors Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network. But they still had some solid new additions with The Proud Family, Kim Possible, and Phineas and Ferb.
Kim
All
Possible.
of those also got their own TV movies. But if it wasn't for
Phineas and
Pixar,
Ferb.
Disney's animated film presence would have tanked. They started the 2000s with The Emperor's New
I like this
Groove,
movie.
which fans loved, but it failed to meet the financial success
Yeah.
of the Renaissance-era films, only profiting about $70 million, which isn't enough.
I
for
hated that
Disney.
show.
From
Titan
here,
Titan doesn't
hands-on
like
animation
anything.
was being considered obsolete, and Disney had not been working on computer-generated animation. To make things worse, there was new competition on the horizon.
Hey, Kim
DreamWorks.
Possible.
Disney
Okay,
created a
tight, like Kim
competitor to
Possible at
Pixar and
least.
DreamWorks called Secret Lab, but the films they produced failed to meet expectations. Dinosaur was their 2000 film that featured CGI
I remember that one
prehistoric
too.
creatures. The movie was just alright, not impressive enough for their CGI debut. It secured over $300 million in the box office, but they expected more. Secret Lab closed down after one failure. Pixar exploded again with Monsters Inc. and DreamWorks came out of the gates hot
Pixar's
with
peak
Chicken
as well.
Run and Shrek. Shrek 2
Everything was
secured
perfect.
$900 million
Everything
in the
Pixar
box
did was
office.
perfect.
Disney was
Every
trembling.
just
The
like that
Lilo and
song that
Stitch
I heard.
movie was the last
Oh, this is
original
beautiful
bona
too.
fide hit Disney
Beautiful.
had since the 90s, grossing $200.
They don't make original stuff
But
anymore.
it still didn't even come close to Pixar. Finding Nemo grossed nearly $1 billion worldwide. The Incredibles $600 million. Monsters Inc. $500 million.
I'm
But
telling
it
you,
wasn't even just the
everything
money.
was a
Disney's
hit.
animation was outdated, and their storylines were almost exactly the same from 1989 now into the 2000s. They knew they could not compete with the creativity of Pixar or DreamWorks, so CEO Bob Iger decided to acquire Pixar in 2006 for $7.4 billion. Every movie after 2006 by Pixar could technically be considered a Disney movie, but John Lasseter at Pixar was not going to let them ruin his films. He demanded that Disney executives have little power over the creative direction of Pixar films, and since Disney needed Pixar, they obliged.
There was actually a thing.
And so
Obviously, I told you guys to go watch the Pixar story, but there was actually a moment, right? In Toy Story 2, they filmed it without him. They shot it. I mean, if it filmed it, they shot it without him, right? They animated it and reeled it without him. And then this man came back after like a little vacation, a little break that he had, and redid the thing, right? He added the Jessie moment, the Jessie when she's singing, and that song. I mean, that sad song. He added all this, and I'm like, oh, like if we would have never had that if he didn't come back. That's how you can tell they didn't know what they were doing. They didn't know.
Success, Cars, Ratatouille,
Bob
Wall-E,
Iger and
Up, Pixar,
buying Star Wars,
saved
and then he
Disney,
ruined it. Yeah.
but only for a little bit. To make matters worse for Disney, they were struggling to find big success in live-action films. There was really only two films that carried this era: Pirates of the Caribbean, which became a multi-billion-dollar series over the next
Do
2
people
decades,
say Caribbean
and
like that?
Chronicles of Narnia, which also grossed over $1 billion.
I know it's not
worldwide.
Caribbean,
Even though
but that's
there
what we
was
called it,
technically
Pirates
a
of the
spin-off from a
Caribbean.
book series written
But
in
it's
the
Caribbean,
50s.
I know.
Other than that, we got some cult classics like The Princess Diaries, Freaky Friday, Bridge to Terabithia, and Remember the Titans. However, as we went into the 2010s, Disney Channel ratings started to dwindle. The only show still gaining viewership was Wizards of Waverly Place. By that point, kids like me were in high school and moving on from Disney.
It don't matter, we still
seemed
watched
like
it.
Every sector of their business was facing imminent disaster as we passed 2010. Their TV cartoons weren't as good as Nickelodeon or Cartoon Network. Their animated films weren't as good as Pixar and DreamWorks.
Yeah.
Their live-action TV shows were losing steam.
Yeah.
And honestly, they never really had booming success with live-action films aside from a few. So instead of buckling down,
Holes?
figuring out where they are going wrong, figuring out
That
how to
was the-
create
that was the
wonderful,
thing.
imaginative universes like they did in the 90s and for nearly 100
Am I
years
no?
before,
I'm
they
just
took the
picking
easy way
selections
out
of
and
this,
just bought
but
out
I like
companies who were
this guy's
actually
video
making great art. Disney actually has a
documentary
long
type
history
things.
of buying companies that are competing with them or buying into industries they want to take part in. Like in 1993, they purchased the Mighty Ducks hockey team
Just to
and
make
the
a movie.
California Angels baseball team. Why? Because they wanted to make a hockey movie and
Mhm.
a baseball movie, and they weren't just going to waste an opportunity to create a money-making professional sports empire.
Insane.
Well, they failed, but the movies were pretty good. Then in 1996, they purchased ESPN as a whole when they acquired ABC Inc. And to save you a bunch of time, this is every single company that Disney owns today. Real estate companies, theme parks, merchandising,
Crazy.
Vice, National Geographic, Hulu, and even GoPro. Disney has their white gloves in just about every business imaginable. They were once a company that took pride in creating cinematic masterpieces to last decades. With the help of Bob Iger, they became focused on one thing and one thing only: profit. And in the start of the 2010s, they did pretty dang good after they purchased Marvel Entertainment for $4.4 billion. Many people thought Disney acquiring Marvel would remove some of the edge these Marvel characters had. Just like John Lasseter made sure Disney didn't ruin Pixar, Marvel's president Kevin Feige was going to continue to control the creative direction
He
for
was,
future films.
until he
Kevin
let
produced
them-
most of the iconic Marvel movies in the early 2000s. Spider-Man 1, 2, and 3, Iron Man, The Incredible Hulk, Fantastic Four. Marvel was on fire, and Disney's newfound ownership would surprisingly make things better in the beginning. Feige had a vision for the Marvel Cinematic Universe that no one had attempted before on the big screen. His plan was to make an interconnected universe of films all building to one finale. Iron Man 2, Thor, Captain America, they came out of the gates hot. The Avengers securing $1.5 billion worldwide, which made it the third highest grossing film of all time in 2012.
The Edge was
Iron
so
Man
good.
3, Thor The Dark World, The Winter
Thor
Soldier,
1
Guardians of
is
the
still
Galaxy,
the best Thor movie.
Ant-Man. Marvel
Yeah.
was releasing 2
Thor
huge
1
feature
was good.
films per year, and each time it was a cultural
Ragnarok
event.
doesn't even
All
feel
the way
like
up
a
through
Thor movie.
2019, they were breaking records left and right. Deadpool, Thor Ragnarok, Deadpool 2, Venom, all were massive. Then Black Panther, becoming the highest grossing film directed by a black filmmaker, grossing over $1.3 billion. The film celebrated black culture in a groundbreaking way, offering a vision of Africa through the fictional nation of Wakanda that was rich, advanced, and uncolonized. The film showcased a specific, beautiful black aesthetic, from Afro.
Wait, oh, Lupita! What's up, Chad? Where's she at?
The film showcased a specific
Lupita Nyong'o.
beautiful black aesthetic, from Afrocentric natural hair to carefully designed costumes drawing
Very
from
clean,
various
very clean.
African references. This attention to detail reflected the diversity of black culture and identity. But the two movies that wrapped up Marvel's decade-long dominance are Avengers Infinity War and Avengers Endgame. Infinity War grossed $2 billion at the box office,
Dang.
making it the highest-grossing superhero film of all
$2
time, only to be
billion.
beaten by Endgame the next year. $2.7 billion worldwide.
2.7
Many
billion,
people
almost
believe
3.
these two movies are in the top 10 best superhero films of all time, and they also believe them to be the end of Marvel's dominance.
Mhm.
After all, it was Kevin Feige's vision to build all these stories throughout the years until they came together in Endgame. Pixar continued to steamroll ahead in the 2010s. Toy Story 3 became the highest grossing animated film of all time. Brave, which was a new story that became a massive hit, earning half
I
a
didn't
billion
even know
at the box
Brave was,
office. Monsters University grossed
Pixar.
over 700 million. Then Inside
then.
Out was even bigger at 850 million. Finding Dory was another billion-dollar box office success. If you look at Pixar's catalog from 1995 to 2017, they had one flop, one of the most impressive
Cars 2.
runs in history.
I'm telling you,
Disney
they're
was in
perfect.
total domination at the start of the 2010s. Yeah, they were being carried by their acquisitions, but they made a short comeback from their own animation studio. Wreck-It Ralph in 2012 was a very Pixar-inspired film about the lives of video game characters inside the arcade machines. Earning a solid $500 million at the box office got the momentum building for what was about to come. Frozen, the highest grossing
Is it-
animated
yeah.
film of all time, beating out Toy Story 3, $1.28 billion.
Man.
But the success of Frozen was more than just money. Disney was able to recreate the magic and cultural dominance they had in the 90s, an original princess movie with addicting musical performances, valuable life lessons for kids like learning to be brave, take risks, communicate your conflicts, and always
Now
love
you
your
know what
friends
the
and
lessons are,
family.
Titan?
It just felt right to see my little sister have an iconic Disney film to grow up
You know what the
with.
lessons are
Then
now,
they
Titan?
followed up with Big Hero 6 and Moana, both solid additions to the new Pixar-inspired Disney catalog. They also took a big step progressively. In 2014, on an episode of Good Luck Charlie, Disney displayed a same-sex couple for the first time.
Taylor has 2 moms.
Something that would become a key part of all of their films years later. Their live-action films Cinderella and The Jungle Book were also huge hits.
This movie, I really liked it. I really liked this Cinderella movie. It was good. There was no music. I mean, there was music, but there was no... It wasn't a musical, but it was done so well. It was done so well. And what's her name? Lily James? She did a great job.
Beast earned over $1 billion. By the mid-2010s, everything was booming again. Disney just could not miss. In 2012, they purchased Lucasfilm, the creators of Star Wars, for $4 billion.
Oh, there you go,
Although this
Titan.
acquisition
$4 billion.
financially would be fruitful for Disney, there are a lot of mixed opinions regarding the execution of these films. Their first release with Lucasfilm was in 2015, Star Wars The Force Awakens, which as it sits is the 11th highest grossing film of all time adjusted for inflation, earning $2 billion. A huge success, but it didn't actually continue the Star Wars story that was developed for the past 40 years. It's like they changed everything the fans knew and loved about their characters and wrote a new story. Visually, it was stunning, and people who were new to the franchise adored it, but longtime fans were disappointed, hoping the second film would be better. Rogue One in 2016 took a bit of a risk casting lesser known, or at the time not A-list actors, Felicity Jones and Diego Luna. Disney executives were supposedly not fully satisfied with the first cut, and will bring in writer and director Tony Gilroy to help with the movie. With his help streamlining it all, reconceptualizing the story, reshooting scenes, and editing, with the iconic Darth Vader fight scene being added right at the end of filming, the movie would be a huge hit. It was the last critically acclaimed and beloved Star Wars movie, despite having a billion-dollar decrease in revenue from the previous one. Star Wars is a multi-generational classic that is always going to bring in revenue due to it being the most popular film franchise of all time. Using revenue alone is not an accurate representation of how the community felt about these films, and there are people who dedicate their entire lives diving into the insane complexity that is this cinematic universe that George Lucas created. So to sit here and describe where every film went wrong would take forever. But there is some crucial information to understand why Disney tainted the Star Wars legacy. Disney CEO Bob Iger wrote in his 2019 memoir that George Lucas wrote outlines for a Star Wars trilogy. Bob said, "We needed to buy them, though we made it clear in the purchase agreement that we would not be contractually obligated to adhere to the plot lines he had laid out."
That's crazy.
Instead, Disney gave creative control to director J.J. Abrams,
That is
screenwriter
crazy.
Michael Arndt, and Lucasfilm president Kathleen Kennedy.
That
From
is-
the very beginning, George Lucas saw them ruining his vision for the trilogy. He felt betrayed. Disney
But he got
loved his
$4 billion
ideas and bought
richer.
him out only to change everything they loved.
To
And
then
instead of them coming up
lose
with their
his-
own cohesive
his
story, they let
stuff.
multiple
That's
directors
crazy.
take the leads for different films. Rian Johnson for The Last Jedi and J.J. Abrams for The Rise of Skywalker. Critics say these films subvert our expectations, but that's just a fancy way of saying it's unpredictable. And just because it's unpredictable doesn't mean it's good. The film's decisions regarding character arcs, plot twists,
They
and the
really-
identity of certain characters
Gold
felt
up,
totally
exactly.
random and lacked continuity. Going against the man who created this franchise obviously pissed off longtime fans, and although each movie brought in serious profits, they felt like Disney took advantage of George Lucas and the massive Star Wars community. Financially speaking, throughout the 2010s, Disney reigned supreme, with almost no dents in their armor, but the only way to go from here was down, starting with Pixar, the studio that saved them 20 years earlier. John Lasseter, Pixar and Walt Disney Animation Studios' chief creative officer, took a leave of absence in 2017 after revelations last year that he sexually harassed multiple employees during his tenure. At Pixar, John was known for grabbing, kissing, making comments about physical attributes. John responded with, "I've recently had a number of difficult conversations that have been very painful for me. It's never easy to face your missteps, but it's the only way to
Okay.
learn from them."
I see.
Lasseter made himself the victim, hoping to gain sympathy of those who oppose this sudden Me Too movement. Disney didn't fire him until he finished the projects that he was working on. He
Wait,
stayed there for
did
another
he-
year to finish Incredibles 2.
Hold up, did he admit it?
It's never easy to... I've recently had a number of difficult conversations that have been very painful for me. It's never easy to face your missteps.
Oh, so
but
he
it's
did.
the only way to learn from them. Lasseter
Oh,
made
so he
himself
did.
the victim, hoping to gain sympathy of those who oppose this sudden Me Too movement. Disney didn't fire him until he finished the projects that he was working on. He stayed there for another year to finish
That's
Incredibles
crazy,
2
but I
and Toy
guess.
Story
They didn't
4.
fire him
Both
until
were
he-
massive commercial and critical successes. Although John was exposed for being a relentless creep, deserving of his termination, there is no doubt that he was the creative genius at Pixar.
Yep.
After he left,
Everything-
Pixar died.
everything went
Onward
trash.
was a box office flop
Yep.
and received controversy for this clip.
Oh.
It's not easy being a new parent. My girlfriend's daughter got me pulling my hair out, okay?
The
Lasseter
officer
would've never
mentions
let that
her
slide.
girlfriend's daughter, obviously stating that she is a lesbian. Most people didn't even notice this quick line. In fact, the LGBTQ community was pretty happy about it. However, this short scene got the film banned in multiple Middle Eastern countries. From there, Soul was a flop. Luca was a flop. Turning Red managed to barely make a profit.
Turning Red,
when you
I remember
consider
seeing it.
marketing expenses.
I remember seeing Turning Red.
It's still a flop. Pixar was spending $100 to $200 million per film to make these detailed, beautiful universes, but lacked any decent storytelling to keep you engaged. Lightyear was the unforeseen spin-off of Toy Story's Buzz Lightyear. And in this one, Pixar took their inclusion to new heights when they displayed a same-sex couple kissing. Conservatives claimed Lightyear was an attempt by Disney to indoctrinate children and shape their beliefs. Social media saw a firestorm of different online, and the movie failed in the box office. But not just because of controversy. It's because they depicted Buzz as more of a human than the toy we all know and love. It was voiced by not
That's the
Tim
weird
Allen,
thing.
and it's an origin
Why-
story that nobody really needed
why
in the
did
first
he
place. It's hard to
do
say
it?
what exactly went wrong at Pixar in the past few years.
You see, no, this literally just shows you.
Lasseter's exit.
This literally shows you from like right about here. This shows you that Disney's starting to put their hands in, right? Especially making a sequel that didn't need to happen, and obviously he was working on it, but I'm pretty sure they told him to do it, right? what you start to see is when they start doing things on their own, flops. Right? Flops. Flop. Right? But then they were like, you know what? Hold up. Why don't we dip back in the pot and give them a character that they like? And they didn't know how to write it. So it flopped. It's like they didn't know what to do. Very sad. Very sad. Oh, and this too? Oh.
And don't know how to save themselves. The next sector of Disney's business to go was their own animation studio. Instead of taking risks on new storylines, they continued working. Ralph Breaks the Internet was a solid sequel that was loved by fans and critics, also turned a decent profit. Frozen 2 was bound to be a smash hit and ended up being bigger than they probably imagined.
No lie, Frozen 2.
$1.4 billion.
I watched Frozen 2. No lie, Frozen 2 way better than Frozen 1.
The box office, the second highest grossing animated film of all time. Hopefully this was enough profit to handle all the loss they were about to take in the 2020s. Raya and the Last Dragon, flop. Encanto had an okay box office performance but got more popular once it was added to the Disney Plus streaming service. Strange World was a massive box office failure and had yet another LGBTQ controversy. The main character, Ethan Clade, is an openly gay teenager whose crush is the male character, Diazo. This is the first Disney film with an openly gay lead character. Teachers in Florida were being investigated for showing this film to their students. Opposers think that Disney Animations is failing because they choose not to write an interesting and meaningful storyline, but rather focus on pushing an agenda to children. However, the LGBTQ community feels like they are finally getting deserved representation in films. But Disney made their stance towards the LGBTQ community very clear in March of 2022, when Florida legislator passed HB 1557, otherwise known as the Don't Say Gay Bill. This bill prohibits instruction on sexual orientation or gender identity in grades kindergarten through 3rd grade. The bill is framed around the fundamental rights of parents to make decisions regarding the upbringing and control of their children. Since Disney World is located in Florida, they were pressured to take a stance. They issued a statement. Florida's HB 1557 should have never been passed and should never have been signed into law. Our goal as a company is for this law to be repealed by the legislator or struck down in the courts, and we remain committed to supporting the national and state organizations working to achieve that. Disney did not attempt to block this law while it was in process, and as far as we know, have not made any progress towards getting it changed. Walt Disney Studios was able to offset some of the losses from their 2 animation studios failing with live-action remakes of classics. From 2015, Disney has been on a remake tirade. Cinderella, The Jungle Book, Alice Through the Looking Glass, Beauty and the Beast, Dumbo, Aladdin, Lady and the Tramp. All of these were very safe and solid box office successes, but the biggest was none other than The Lion King, earning $1.6 billion, making it the highest grossing animated film of all time. However, these safe remakes would come to a screeching halt. Mulan, Cruella, Pinocchio, Peter Pan all failed to make substantial revenue. Now, this could be due to the pandemic shutting down theaters and people being scared to go out in public, but it's more likely that Disney fans are just exhausted from the oversaturation of old stories. So they threw a curveball at a classic. The Little Mermaid 2023
They
was
threw
a
the curveball at the classic.
Halle Bailey as Ariel. This made headlines because the original 1989 animation depicted Ariel as a white woman, whereas Halle is African American. Disney has been accused of whitewashing their characters for years, but we don't often see them totally change the race of one of their main characters. Critics accuse Disney of blatantly pandering, trying to change something that was a non-issue in the first place. However, defenders pointed out that mermaids don't have a race because they are not real.
Yeah, but
Disney has
Ariel,
had very few black
Ariel
characters
did.
over the years. Some people in the middle thought that the lead just didn't look like Ariel, specifically because her hair is orange and not red. Normally, these controversies lead to failure, but fans and critics seem to like this movie, and it made a nice profit. However, their upcoming Snow White remake has easily received the most controversy out of them all, and it hasn't even come out yet. It all started with the casting of Rachel Zegler, a Colombian-American set to play the role of Snow White. This specific princess is known for having pale white skin and dark hair, but Rachel's skin color is not why people are angry. It's her constant reminders that she hates the original story.
I mean, you know, the original cartoon came out in 1937, and very evidently so. There's a big focus on her love story with a guy who literally stalks her.
Yeah.
Weird.
Cartoon was
Weird.
made 85 years ago, and therefore it's extremely dated when it comes to the ideas of women being in roles of power.
Yeah,
I
but
just mean that it's
why
no
don't you just
longer
make a different movie?
1937. I
was scared of the original cartoon. I think I watched it once and then I never picked it up again.
Even people who are extremely for Disney reshaping and modifying their classics to fit a modern society think Rachel is annoying.
I don't know who's
entitled,
for that.
And disrespectful. And on top of that, she doesn't think she's
Why don't they just
being
make
paid
new
enough.
movies? Because the thing that bugs me is, like she said, 1939 is when the movie came out. It was a different time back in 1989. I mean 39. Why don't they make a new one? They're redoing it. Why? Because they don't know how to make good movies anymore. And then when they redo it, they change it. Why? Who are you trying to appease? Because if you're trying to please those who watched the old one, I'm pretty sure we'd like to see the same thing. And that's why Beauty and the Beast did so well technically in the box office, because they went bar for bar, like scene for scene. And that's why it did well, because we just saw the same movie but just in live action. Why don't you do that? It's crazy.
Of an iconic Disney princess, I deserve to be paid for every hour that it is streamed online.
She's like everything people hate about this generation distilled into a single person. There have been rumors that Disney plans on axing this film due to the controversy. If that becomes true, it would forever change the way they cast their lead characters. If they don't axe the film, it sends the message to future leads that you can disrespect the legacy of Disney, insert your unwanted opinions, all while elevating your fame and getting paid millions of dollars. Marvel has not been able to escape this downfall either. Aside from Spider-Man and Black Panther, who were certified billion-dollar hits, their rollout of new films have been catastrophic. The New Mutants, The Kingsman, Morbius, Eternals, which was their first openly gay superhero, all bombed at the box office. This is especially bad when you consider these movies have $200 million budgets. Their new TV series, She-Hulk, WandaVision, Miss Marvel, and Secret Invasion are not drawing
WandaVision in the
much
beginning
excitement
was
from
okay.
fans either. And rumors are circulating that some of these TV episodes are costing upwards of $25 million to make. In an effort to cut costs, they aren't shrinking budgets and writing better stories. They're just laying off hardworking people. Bob Iger announced his plan to reduce costs by $5.5 billion, which included reducing the workforce by 7,000 employees. One of these employees was Marvel executive Ike Perlmutter, who was the man who sold Marvel to Disney 15 years ago. Disney has bought extremely valuable...
What? How you gonna fire me when I gave you this? Oh, that's crazy. First of all, I can't believe he was still working there. After they probably bought him out. Like they probably bought it from him, and that stated that he had to work under them. But that's crazy. Truly.
Valuable IP from culturally significant studios, rinsed every dollar they could out of them, and reshaped the narratives to tell a more modern and socially acceptable story. But they are now in panic mode. It's not working anymore. They have lost $900 million in their last 8 releases, and just a week ago their stock price hit a 9-year low when it fell below $84 in 2023. So if going woke is clearly pissing off fans and dragging their financials into the mud, why are they doing it? Is it because they genuinely care about inclusion and making people of all kinds feel comfortable and happy? Well, when you learn about the Corporate Equality Index, you might think differently as to why companies are all of a sudden being so forward with their political ideologies. For the 16th year in a row, Disney received a score of 100 on the Human Rights Campaign Foundation's Corporate Equality Index. The CEI score is administered by the Human Rights Campaign, the largest LGBTQ political lobbying organization in the US. This score is given to companies that meet certain criteria such as workforce protections, inclusive benefits, supporting an inclusive culture, and the big one being corporate social responsibility. CSR is the one we will notice the most because of the rules that must be followed to earn a full score in this area.
Yeah, but what does the score do?
Advertising in LGBTQ consumers, advertising with LGBTQ plus content, advertising in LGBTQ media or sponsoring LGBTQ organizations and events, and demonstrated public support for LGBTQ plus equality under the law through local, state, and federal legislation or initiatives. Companies are rewarded with essentially a social credit score based on how inclusive they are. Investors often consider a company's CEI score as an indicator of potential future backlash over human rights violations or other controversies. A high CEI score can reassure investors that the company is a relatively safe bet. If If you do not
Probably, yeah.
comply with the HRC's guidelines and receive a low CEI score, then investment firms that control trillions of dollars, such as BlackRock, will actively avoid investing in your company. This situation becomes particularly concerning when viewed through the lens of potential blackmail. If a company fails to meet HRC's criteria, the HRC can exert pressure on investors. These investors, in turn, can influence the company's board, creating a chain of external pressures. If they learn that a company is not complying with the HRC's LGBTQ criteria, they have the power to contact advertising agencies and encourage them to no longer do business with these companies. This could result in a significant loss of income for a non-compliant company. Adding another layer of complexity, companies that do adhere to the CEI criteria may also be penalized if they engage in business with companies that do not. In some cases, even the companies that are making an effort to meet the CEI standards could see their scores negatively affected. Very powerful billionaires are very much against conservative values. Strong family bonds, frugality, and modesty contradict the consumerist mindset. By influencing a younger generation to distance themselves from these traditional values,
That's so
these
crazy. I
cutthroat
don't even
businessmen
understand why
aim
they're
to
doing
shape
that.
a future consumer base that generates more profits than ever before.
Oh, that's why they're
However,
doing
not
that.
every company is successful in trying to achieve a higher score. For instance, companies like Bud Light have faced controversies that led to significant financial losses. The biggest problem with this score is that you'll never know the difference between an actually progressive, inclusive company and one that's just trying to get a higher score to look good for investors. You have to ask yourself, is Disney trying to make your life easier, safer, and happier? Or are they just trying to prevent investors from getting scared and pulling out? The truth is, Disney has always faced backlash, and they always will. You can type in literally any Disney film, the word controversy after it, and you will find an article of someone pinpointing a small detail accusing them of being racist, whitewashing, too gay, not gay enough. There will always be someone angry.
Oh my God.
After dragging 3 iconic studios into the dirt and squeezing out every last penny they can, it seems like the one thing they haven't tried in 2 decades is use their endless amount of dollars and connections to build a super team and write a good story.
Exactly. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay, yeah, guys, that's gonna be it for me. Listen, we actually drew more. We actually drew more today. Can we at least clap it up for me for that? Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. But yeah, that's gonna be it for me. I tried to make like a longer stream today because I wasn't here yesterday, so this is why I started earlier. But yeah, I'll see you guys Monday because as you guys know, we ended up not streaming yesterday because of the thing that happened. Come on, man. Wow. Great job. Thank you, Brandy. Brandy shows up now. Or Brandy was here the whole time, but Brandy just didn't say nothing. Like she usually does. Nice free run drawing. Yeah, this is free run with her hair down with an earring. But I should have, I wanted to do a little bit more of a thing like this maybe next stream. You were here? Yeah, I knew it. See, I have a going 0. But I think it turned out pretty cool. Very nice, very nice, very nice. Gave her some heels as well, you know. Piece of hair grease, piece of hair grease. Have a going. And this layout, I don't know. I'll do it. Yeah, and yeah, oh yes, if this is free run, yeah, definitely. Oh, you're drawing her? Wow, perfect. Perfect. Peace, love, and nail grease? Nail grease. Oh. Have a great night, guys. Have a good one. Have a good one. Have a good one. Peace. I always forget which one to click. I gotta get this clear. Truly clear. But yeah, my best one, guys. Good night. Oyashimi, oyashimi, oyashimi.